challenge we are facing. The attention needed to stabilize the authority requires weekly support and monitoring to ensure progress made within the first 60 days is not reversed because of ongoing liquidity issues. The objectives over the next 90 days. The Incident Command intends to address the following during the continuation of the state of emergency. Core vendor payments. Incident Command continues to monitor WAPA's financials to ensure that critical services are not interrupted due to lack of payment. Closing of the VTOL transaction. Incident Command is diligently tracking all aspects of the VTOL transaction to ensure that the closing takes place as soon as possible without any unnecessary delays. The Watchzilla project. We will continue to guide Watchzilla Restart initiative to ensure batteries and generators are placed in service as soon as possible. St. John Power Sustainability. The Incident Command is monitoring the planning, design, and implementation of redundant electrical transmissions to St. John, as well as ensuring that accurate communication regarding the outages is provided to the public in a timely fashion. Critical to this effort will be the initiation of discussions with our federal partners to fast-track the repair of the undersea cable to provide backup options. Additionally, there is a damaged riser connection that impacts backup options that needs to be repaired. We will also examine the status of the St. John generator project. All projects on St. John are currently going through an environmental and historic preservation review due to concerns from the national park. We want to reach out to our federal partners to see how we can expedite or seek waiver to certain critical projects. Failure to address St. John's power sustainability could result in island-wide outages lasting weeks to months. If a federal major disaster declaration is requested and approved from the President of the United States, it will be limited to 90 days and a $5 million federal cost share. The justification for a federal emergency declaration would need to be around life safety. Next, we will address the management turnaround company and engage with them as they begin the foreman assessment phase of their engagement. The short-term financial obligations of WAPA will be monitored to ensure that bondholders and outstanding creditors remain current. Renewable energy. The Incident Command is prioritizing and expediting connections of solar sites to add generation capacity to the electric grid. We are seeking to get the interconnection study completed as soon as possible. We are also facilitating communication with all parties to execute battery leases and amended power purchase agreements. We will also be focused on WAPA's strategic planning to maximize revenue collections as well as their deferred maintenance issues. WAPA's entire fleet of gas turbines are significantly overdue for major maintenance. Major maintenance is typically performed on a gas turbine every 2 years, but WAPA's gas turbines have not had major maintenance performed in over 10 years. Due to the amount of time major maintenance has not been performed, the cost will be higher. Currently, there's a $34 million in deferred maintenance costs covering the generators units on St. Thomas and St. Croix. On St. Thomas, Unit 15 has $5 million, Unit 23 has $7 million, and Unit 27 has $5 million, for a total of $17 million worth of deferred maintenance. On St. Croix, Unit 17 has $5 million, Unit 19 has $5 million, and Unit 20 has $5 million, for a total of $15 million. There is a need for $2 million in parts and spares. As a result of the number of years behind in major maintenance, WAPA's generators are beginning to be derated in the output capacity. Unit 15 on St. Thomas has been derated to 14 megawatts. Unit 27 on St. Thomas has been derated to 16 megawatts. The risk, if major maintenance is further delayed, is continued derating of generators and more units operating on costly diesel fuel rather than cheaper propane fuel. Hurricane preparedness. As hurricane season has begun, challenges remain with ensuring sufficient storage capacity for water and diesel fuel is maintained. WAPA has a need to have transformers on orders and agreements in place with their suppliers. The critical paths for WAPA hurricane preparation include 1, fuel inventory of propane and diesel. 2, water inventory. And 3, transmission and distribution material and supplies, some like transformers with a 60-week lead time. For safety, the propane supply system shuts down 24 hours before expected landfall of a major storm. So systems operate on diesel until a storm has passed. The cost of one-day supply of propane is approximately $300,000. For hurricane season, ideal propane supply is a minimum of 75% total capacity for St. Thomas and St. Croix, which equates to 20 to 24 days for St. Thomas and 17 to 20 days for St. Croix. St. Thomas is currently above the level with 38 days, and St. Croix is below with 4 days of propane. The cost of one-day supply of diesel is $750,000. Ideal diesel requirements for St. Thomas is 14 days, and St. Croix is 14 days. Both St. Thomas and St. Croix are below the hurricane season requirements, with St. Thomas at 10 days and St. Croix at 3.5 days. This means within 1 week of a storm passing, if we cannot get fuel to St. Croix, it would be unable to produce power beyond the solar farm at Spanish Town. For water supply, St. John has 3 days, 66% capacity. St. Croix has 4 days, 57% capacity. And St. Thomas has 9 days, which is 66% capacity. St. Thomas 7 Seas output capacity is 3.3 million gallons per day, and 7 Seas output capacity is 3.7 million gallons per day. So, the path to ending the state of emergency. Continued urgency is needed to bring energy stability and reliability to WAPA's ratepayers. This problem cannot be solved overnight or in 30 or 60 days. The additional 90 days is needed to allow the utility to work through liquidity issues, management changes, stabilize or amend agreements, and foster renewed cooperations between WAPA, its board of directors, its strategic partners, and the government of the Virgin Islands. There are opportunities to further reduce the gaps between what the authority charges and the cost of energy production. The pathway is clear: competitive fuel transportation costs, reduce debt, cheaper and cleaner renewable energy, more efficient generators, new management and management structure, all ratepayers paying their fair share, and all necessary support on recovery projects. This is not the time to remove the focus and attention to this critical issue, only to be forced back into a worse predicament at the next catastrophic event. WAPA is out of surgery, but remains in intensive care and requires round-the-clock attention. In conclusion, there are critical and immediate actions that can and must be taken to protect the safety of our residents. We request that the state of emergency be extended to facilitate the resolution of the authority's most dire and disruptive issues. Through the Incident Command Team and through the help of the legislature, we can address the needs to mitigate the ongoing critical threat to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Senate President Novelle E. Francis and other members of the 35th Legislature for your attention and support as we address the energy issues confronting the territory. We look forward to the opportunity to continue serving our stakeholders and delivering impactful results in the coming period. I would like to thank the entire Incident Command team for their contribution and participation in our daily meetings. We remain available to answer any questions you may have regarding our request to extend the state of emergency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Policy Advisor Kevin Williams, Senior, for your testimony. At this time, Madam Clerk, please. Incident Commander, correct? Incident Commander. And Madam Clerk, at this time, please read the correspondence and testimony of Mr. Andrew Smith into the record. Thank you.
Letter dated June 21st, 2024, via electronic mail. The Honorable Novelle E. Francis, Jr., Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate, Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix, VI 00820. Dear President Francis, thank you for the invitation for the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, WAPA, or the Authority, to testify regarding Bill number 35-0292, an act extending the state of emergency declaration. Relevant testimony is attached. The term of my employment as Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director with the Authority ends June 30th, 2024. So I believe it would be inappropriate for me to appear before the legislature and offer opinion, commentary, or other testimony addressing matters that may affect the future direction of the Authority. Accordingly, I am respectfully declining to attend the June 24th, 2024 hearing. The state of emergency addresses the path forward for the utility in a broad strategic sense. So in coordination with the governing board of WAPA, as well as the government of the Virgin Islands Incident Command, it was determined that the appropriate representation for WAPA at the upcoming June 24, 2024 Committee of the Whole hearing is the governing board, Director Kyle Fleming, Chairman of the WAPA Governing Board, will be appearing on behalf of the Authority. Regards, Andrew L. Smith, CEO, Executive Director. Testimony of Andrew Smith, Executive Director and CEO of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, to the 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands on Bill number 35-0292. Good day. I am Andrew Smith, Executive Director, Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, WAPA, or the Authority. I would like to thank the Honorable Senate President Novelli Francis Jr., as well as other honorable members of the Senate present for the opportunity to provide testimony today. Good day as well to the listening and viewing audience and to the WAPA family. We are grateful for the chance to address you today on Bill 35-0292, an act extending the state of emergency declaration. I am providing this testimony to affirm our commitment to continued improvement, transparency, and strategic progress at the Authority. WAPA faces a significant structural financial deficit, a challenge acknowledged by its regulator, the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission, PSC, as recently as June 11, 2024. Public PSC hearing, wherein the shortfall between permitted rates and the actual cost of service was plainly conceded. The utility last changed its electric rate in early 2021, and based on a policy decision and directive by the government of the Virgin Islands and the PSC, the utility has held rates flat since then. Utility rates across the Caribbean basin increased approximately 50% during this time frame, while the Virgin Islands has been shielded from this cost. This has been invaluable to the Virgin Islanders because the utility has absorbed approximately $200 million in excess fuel costs that it did not pass on to its customers. That amount equates to approximately $2,400 for each for every man, woman, and child in the Virgin Islands, and almost $4,000 per WAPA electric customer. This cost to the utility of paying more for fuel than it charges its customers was partially offset by a grant of $77 million from the American Rescue Plan Assistance, or the ARPA funds. This dynamic of regulated rates that customers pay, not covering WAPA's true operating costs, highlights the urgency for support of the strategic plan to address our financial challenges. By investing in our plan, we can bridge this gap and ensure a more stable electric future for all Virgin Islanders. Continuing financial deficits are not sustainable. To this end, the WAPA management team developed a comprehensive strategy as detailed on WAPA's website and discussed extensively in public forums to address WAPA's financial and operational challenges. WAPA's strategic plan has been adopted within the plan of action by Incident Command under the state of emergency. During the state of emergency, we acknowledged and very much appreciate the government's efforts in enabling the government's entities to pay its past due utility bills, which is critical to our financial stability. The authority also welcomes the government's support in obtaining funding outside of payment for electric and water utility services provided by WAPA. External funding sources are critical to the survival of the utility. As detailed in this testimony, the Virgin Islanders are being protected from the high cost of fuel. However, the utility cannot survive without external funding to close the approximate $5 million monthly gap between its revenue and cost. This support is necessary until the benefits of our strategic initiatives are fully realized. There has been a narrative of fixing WAPA. I am here to propose that the members of this body support WAPA. This means supporting our plan and our people, building a new future rather than merely patching the past. We need your support to construct a sustainable and reliable infrastructure for our community. True action requires commitment to support our team's efforts with continued focus on improved stability for utility services to our residents, reducing WAPA's fuel and other operating costs, and on improving processes. Over the past 2 years, we have consistently sought to, 1, encourage understanding of the strategic plan to financial and operational stability, recognizing that long-term solutions are necessary. 2, invite active involvement in the rebuilding process. Truly work with us as partners in supporting the action items listed above to build a brighter future for the territory. 3, value and support the hard work of the men and women of WAPA who are committed to seeing these projects come to fruition, which would greatly improve the lives and livelihood of our residents and businesses. We understand fully the challenges we face, but have consistently fought for investment in our future. By supporting WAPA's comprehensive strategic plan, you are investing in the future of our community. Your support is crucial for the building reliable infrastructure and sustaining the community members who make our society thrive. We strive for transparency and are here to present the facts. We seek support from the Senate and the community at large, aiming for open, candid dialogue. Our team consists of dedicated professionals, and our leadership has been proactive in addressing criticism and challenges, driving necessary changes to improve services to the community. Thank you for your attention and support as we navigate these complexities. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open up the floor for a 5-minute round, and I implore my colleagues to try to stay within the 5 minutes, and hopefully, if your concern may not be answered, maybe one of the other senators will pick it up. And certainly, at the conclusion of the round, I'll consider a second round if necessary for some additional time. At this time, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. This is a very interesting day as we have 2 sets of testifiers before us to deal with 2 critical issues here in the territory. As it relates to my first set of questions, I'm going to separate them. I'm going to deal with human services first and then deal with WAPA. As it relates to human services and this Medicaid, in your testimony, you stated that there is over 1,000 individuals that are off island that are receiving these services. And my question is, have you guys done any kind of research or looking into these individuals to see if everyone is still domiciled here in the territory to verify that the funding or assistance is going in the right direction? Morning.
Dana Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. The 1,000 plus individuals that were mentioned were actually providers that are off island.
Oh, those are the providers off
Correct.
island. Okay, I wanted to make sure. The other question I wanted to ask had to do with you had a issue when it came to individuals getting services, and what I was concerned about is if we don't provide this money, What kind of major impact do you see would happen in this territory?
The money that is being requested will allow us to continue to pay our outstanding vendors that we owe, as well as a portion will be allow us to continue having providers provide services to the community. If we don't get this $3 million, we're already in the hole.
Mm-hmm.
So if we don't get this $3 million, we'll have to say that our entire Medicaid services are compromised.
Oh my. When you spoke a little bit about temporary, some situations are temporary. Have you assessed to see how long temporarily they will be offline, et cetera?
Yes, we did.
Could you share with us?
So for the time being, given where we are currently, Dana Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner, we have about 1 quarter left in the fiscal year.
About 1 quarter?
Yeah. So pretty much until the end of the fiscal year, we anticipate seeing this pause or limitations in services.
Well, Human Services is a very critical agency to this territory. I am going to be supporting to give them money, but I also see this as just a quick fix right now. And this is going to be something that has to be addressed long term, so we could get over not only just this hump, but to make sure these critical services are available to the residents on a continuous basis. So that's all I needed to hear from you guys. And I will
Commissioner Avril George, we are looking as a department and ways that we can improve our processes, as well as ways that we can cut back on certain items.
Well, since you brought that up, I had another question here. You talked about fraud, waste, and abuse. How do you guys tackle that and identify what type of funding falls under that category to see if that could also assist, that monies are available for individuals that are not doing things like this?
Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. So we onboarded a program integrity director last August of 2023, working to staff that unit up with Medicaid quality control reviewers who will be responsible for reviewing member applications for their quality, but then also, verifying information that's submitted. And then secondly, fraud investigators who will focus more on provider visits, provider services, and the unit also works in conjunction with the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit at the Department of Justice.
And that's how you'll be able to assist with catching.
1 minute.
Thank you so much. I have to move on to WAPA. For me, WAPA has been in a state of emergency. This is just a misnomer for me at this point. I think the pushback the public saw from the legislature, we didn't really like the reason that was put out to the public as to why it was done initially, basically to circumvent our authority as it relates to the purse strings. We didn't like that message. But for me, being in a state of emergency, I think we should have been there a long time ago. Couple of things I wanted to ask quickly. What is the plan? Has this incident force, as well as the board, do you guys have any plans?
Time.
Could I just ask at least this one question? Do you guys have any plans to do any assessments with the community? Because it seems your focus is about paying the vendors, but during this state of emergency, a lot of people were hurt and damaged with equipment, appliances, et cetera. Are you guys looking at that aspect of it to see what can be done? Are you looking state of emergency on a national level to see if we could get financial assistance to the people of the territory? Because this is not something that was limited. I could use myself for example. Like this week, I paid out $10,000 because of WAPA constantly hitting my business, that I have to now fly in a technician to fix my transmitter. So I'm just using me, one person. What are you guys planning on doing from that aspect when it comes to the community that is seriously damaged financially during a state of emergency?
Well, good morning, Senator. Thank you for the question. I'll sort of defer that other aspect of it to WAPA on the board. Yes, the incident command directly are trying to figure out how to pay the next bill. And I just want to really share with the public and yourself, the reason for that is every bill impacts something else. So a good example is if we don't pay fuel, it interrupts this whole VTOL transaction because, of course, VTOL. So while it looks like, what's the big deal with paying fuel? We got to make sure that if we don't pay that, we don't get to close the VTOL deal. So I just wanted to aspect like, yes, the incident command is driving forward on some of these bills because
I don't have a
impacts
problem
our
with
thing.
you paying the bills.
Right.
I'm asking about the other side of it.
I mean, I'll defer to Chairman
you.
Fleming in terms of WAPA's policies.
Yeah, Kyle Fleming, Chairman, Governing Board. I think you actually touched on a key highlight for the value of incident command to the authority in terms of creating bandwidth. Being able to have support incident command works very clearly on making sure the critical vendors and our support on the operational side is that bandwidth is growing, which also frees up bandwidth for the rest of the team relative to being able to address other issues as well. So I think it's both direct and indirect support by allowing for bandwidth to be enabled, which allows for key areas such as you mentioned to be addressed as well.
Okay, what are your plans to actually do it? I heard what you said, but you didn't really answer what I asked.
Yeah, the authority. We've had, if you think back to, for example, like the water crisis last year, we had a very, very extreme community engagement, which we had to do as a result of being able to put some of the concerns at rest. We already have a foundation of that. I would say we are certainly, as we're kind of still, the dust is clearing on some of the recent rotations. Now we can start going through really the assessments to be able to devise that plan specifically. But again, having the bandwidth to do that is critical, and that's where the collaboration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be sending y'all my bill. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiligan. I think the question, Director Fleming, is whether or not there is a mechanism by which the public will be reimbursed for any damage to the equipment and supplies. I think that's kind of where the senator was headed.
Point taken.
Do you have a response to that?
So there isn't a direct plan for that as of yet. As I said, that's something we can free up time to devise.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Blyden. You recognize for your point of information.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This is for DHS. Commissioner George, good morning. In respect to my last colleague line of questioning, where it comes to the providers and the arrearage, have there been any assurance that once payment is received, that these providers will continue to accept payments on behalf of those patients?
As of today, we had no providers that stated that they would stop work.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Blyden. Next, the Chair will recognize Senator Franklin Johnson. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. And good morning to the testifiers.
Senator Johnson, hold your thought real quick. I'm sorry. I just want to recognize the presence of Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Good morning, Senator. Thank you for joining us. You may proceed. Start the Senator's clock at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I sat here and I listened to this testimony, and I really strictly deal with WAPA. I'm very, very disappointed, and I'll tell you why I'm disappointed. This deal that we made with Vital now, that we already had spoken about, that once we pay off Vital, we would go to open market. But we went and strike a deal with Vital now, telling us how much they're going to save us. It tells me that Vital been ripping us off from the beginning. They could come and offer these deals right now from 73 to 59 cents. Why did we strike a deal with Vital when we're coming to the end of closing off this deal and could have gone to open market? Why did we strike a deal with Vital at this time? Somebody answer that, please.
So, good morning, Senator, and thank you for the question. The rationale behind striking that deal is twofold. One, the fuel, the boat that brings propane into St. Croix, there's only one vessel that brings propane fuel to able to navigate that charter. Vital has that boat. There is no other facility or mechanism to bring that propane into St. Croix. The second aspect of it, of course, is we're still in the process of trying to close the Vital deal. We were trying to ascertain, this is just let me ask you, this is just transportation of the fuel. This has nothing to do with the acquisition of the infrastructure. This is the boat that brings fuel to St. Croix and St. Thomas.
Can I slow you up so you don't kill my time with this? Because you're not getting to what I'm saying. And I'm going to repeat it again. In your statement, we're talking about closing off the deal with Vital by the end of July. Am I right to say that?
For the infrastructure.
And at that time, we could have gone to open market for purchasing fuel. Am I right to say that?
No.
Why not?
Simply because the time it takes to go out on the open market and solicit and bring a boat from other parts of the world would have not been sufficient.
We have a contract right now with Vital.
No. The transportation contract for Vital lapsed, and the Water and Power Authority was buying fuel on what's called a spot market, which means it's open without a contract. And so that price went from 63 cents to 73 cents from December to just June, in which we were able to negotiate instead of an open, no contract amount, an amount that was 59 cents for a 9-month period. What that does is allows WAPA to go through the process of doing the solicitation on the open market and not have any impact to the delivery of fuel to St. Croix.
But we're locked in right now for this 59 cents, are we not?
At a cheaper rate than we were since December.
Did anybody look at what the open market is right now?
If you don't mind, I'll say, so work was done across the board, not only looking at the open market, working with fuel consultants that do nothing exclusively other than assess the market. And one of the things that we indicated was the first quarter of the year is primarily where you essentially exit the spot market. So you'd be able to, that's when most of the long-term fuel contracts are secured. This arrangement essentially allows us the timeline to ensure this reduction as of now and puts us in the perfect timeline to engage a long-term, lower cost alternative in the traditional method of the industry.
Correct me, the spot market is in Vital?
No.
Who is the spot market?
It's an open market.
Any fuel supply.
Then if it's an open market, why did we go into agreement with Vital? You're talking about the spot market, right? But still we run into a deal.
1 minute.
So if I may, the reason for the spot market versus having a contract is you lock in the rates. WAPA was at the behest of Vital. That rate could have changed from 73 cents to 75 cents. And we would not have been able to do anything but to absorb it. So this allows us to not only de-escalate any increase of rates, but also lock us in at 59 cents until the point where the Vital deal closes. We could go back out to market properly and invest with all the suppliers and transition safely from one vendor to the other vendor and not have any disruption of propane supply to the territory.
Who are all the members on the incident command?
So as I mentioned again, it is the Office of Management of Budget, Department of Finance.
Who replaced Jennifer O'Neill at this moment?
Ms. Kimika Woods.
Go ahead, and the rest members?
Okay, Commissioner McCurdy, Department of Finance. Mr. Eugene Jones from Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Mr. Kyle Fleming, Director Joshin, Attorney Evangelista from Office of Legal Counsel. Mr. Nathan Simmons from PFA, Ms. Attorney Lorelei Farrington, Director Adrian Williams-Octilin from ODR, of course the entire WAPA C-suite team, and Commissioner Jean-Pierre Oriol for DPNR.
From the time that we went into this emergency crisis, somebody tell me what have been done. What have been done to make changes? Because since we went in it, St. Thomas suffered more blackout than anything else. So please tell me what have been done for the first 60 days, because I don't support extension of 90 days. Because based on your testimony, based on the testimony you give me here, WAPA ain't a big crisis and 90 days ain't gonna fix it.
So thank you for that, Senator. As in my testimony, I did acknowledge several things that were done within a 60-day period. We have now a signed agreement with Wärtsilä. That agreement was pending from since December. Work stopped from since December. So that is a significant improvement. We have saved WAPA about almost $1 million monthly going forward. All right? We are right about now close to closing a Vital deal. And what may not be known to the public is without us trying to make sure people like 7Cs are paid, those things interrupt and prevent the execution of some of these contracts. They prevented WAPA from resolving some of these contracts and deals. So our ability to even just move forward and execute this contract and start the clock back on some of these critical infrastructure is a big deal.
If I may wrap up on this, 7Cs isn't paid based on consumers paying their bill? Because it's
7Cs,
what are we dealing with from 7Cs?
correct. And that is the point in terms of the state of emergency. WAPA is not in a position to pay all of its critical vendors monthly, including 7Cs. The generator plants need water to run on. And so without 7Cs, that impacts electricity as well.
I'm glad you said that, because 7Cs don't pay us one dime for power, not one dime, but we're paying them for water. And we expect to always meet that grade. It's not going to happen. 7Cs use WAPA electricity to do this water, and they're doing it for free. Why are we giving somebody something free but expect a better outturn? I'm good with this. I'll deal with Commissioner, and I have something that will like to help human service as soon as I get my amendment. And I do agree with my colleague over there that the $3 million is not going to be sufficient. And when it comes to people health, I have a lot of concern. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to my colleagues. Don't go, Senator Johnson. So I'm following up on Senator Johnson's discussion of earlier. And I think that what I heard, when I was walking on the floor, I think I heard that you, Mr. Williams, said that there's only one vessel. Did we do any market research? Did we do any market research to determine what other available fuel vessels were available to this territory? Because I believe that they are.
Yeah, so the question was asked earlier if we had assessed the market. That is something that is, as a...
Yes or no?
Yes.
And what was the outcome?
There are other vessels in the world, like in terms of globally, very few in the Caribbean region. And so when
Did you find any in the Caribbean? Answer the question straight.
Other vessels in the Caribbean region?
Yeah,
to my understanding, I know CPA Williams said one, we were aware of potentially two in the region.
Okay, so that's the point, and that's the point my colleague was trying to make, that for some reason we believe that we always have to err on the side of Vital. And if there were other vessels available within the Caribbean, what we should have done is get their information and determine the best price for the people of the Virgin Islands. I think that's what we want to see. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Before we go to Senator DeGraff, the minority leader, I want to recognize the presence of Senator Javon E. James, Sr. Morning, Senator. Thank you for joining us. Senate Minority Leader, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. The problem I have with the state of emergency was WAPA came before us. The governor had a team where the Office of Management and the Budget Director came and spoke. If you had a prepared testimony from then, the acting OMB Director could have read it. You prepared a testimony for us for today for an extension. When I subpoenaed Director Joshin, Commissioner McCurdy, and the OMB Director prior to when the state of emergency was already formed, no information came to us. Today, to date, you are telling me about financials. Do you have documentation to show us the financials? Show us how much money WAPA is collecting on a monthly basis, show how much money we are spending. Show us all of these documentation. Show us the vessels, the 2 vessels, what it would cost for 1 vessel to do a thing. Show us we're in a state of emergency now. Everything is shut down. You have control. You have meetings Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Tuesday and Thursday that shows financial. Show us the documentation. You want me to support something now, don't just come and talk to me, because you originally went into the state of emergency without talking to me. You said, to hell with me, to hell with the Senate. We going into our state of emergency, whether I like it or don't like it. Fine, take this. So now, then let's be respectful, because the bottom line is the people suffering. They're going to say, hey, all of us in here doing well, it have no impact on them. The people suffering. Don't come before me now, I want 90 days with cat in bag. I don't buy cat in bag from Savan. We don't do that. Show me the documentation. Show me the contracts that went in, that when we finished paying Vital, that Vital saying it done. Show it to me. Show me that contract. Don't come and tell me. We have been in contract with Vital for donkey years. We have destroyed this territory. So if you're going to come to me to convince me to give you 90 days, 90 seconds, just show me the documentation. Show me this, that we don't have a choice. So we deserve to give you that chance. You know, are you trying something? Yes, you're in a state of emergency. I have no doubt that the professionals that sit before us here are doing their job. But for me as a senator who represents the people, it's total disrespect to me. You can't come now and then what are you going to tell the constituents? Oh, you believe that? God, that's what's going to happen. You really believe that? No, for me, show me. So if you don't mind, Mr. Williams, Incident Commander Williams, do you have the documentation?
Yes, we do. I do have the Vital contract. I do have, we do have some of the financials that support many of the statements that we've made.
Right, you have some, but that's what I'm saying. I want all that you have in the 60 days that you had. You should be able to, you should be able, you know, the government sent out a budget books that have over 500 pages. They bust your brain with numbers and stuff. Bust my brain now. This is what it is I'm saying. If I'm asking for anything out of place or that's improper, you tell me. You tell me if I come to you and say, hey, in this bag here I got $1 million in it, give me $1,000 and give it to you. That's what I'm saying. You need to be able to tell me. I's telling you right now, me voting for 90 days. I don't fumble, I don't bumble. Nobody gonna ask me what I gonna say. Me voting for it. But I ain't voting for it not because you came here, not because I want to be rude to anybody, but because I felt you didn't have that opportunity to sit down with me before and explain to me. And I put in a subpoena for members here. They didn't show up. Nothing was so you had to forewarn and you had to say, come right. That's all I'm saying. Come right, I'm gonna support you. Because it's for the people. We all in this here together, you know. Don't think that I think you're the enemy. I don't. We all in it. But I'm saying the people deserve more. And for Department of Human Services, in closing out, I see that you have time. Just to wrap up, Mr. Chair. In your testimony, Commissioner George, you mentioned concurrently the program must find ways to reduce spending as well as fraud, waste, and abuse to allow for the best use of available funds and to ensure sustainability of the program. You have short-term goals and you have long-term goals. Is there something going on in human services that is improper, that we need to update, or that is taking place wrong? And since you have come now, we have to implement short-term and long-term goals. I support the money because, again, we have to. But there's something going on that we need to go to a short-term and long-term goals?
It's just, Commissioner Avril George, it's just putting things in place to make sure that we have a plan, to make sure that we're not just flying, trying to find a word, to make sure that the team knows what's our focus to prevent us from being in this position again next fiscal year. Okay. What can we do? What can we change? What processes we could implement to make sure that we're not here before the Senate again with requesting funding for Medicaid going forward?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff, our Minority Leader. Before we go to the next senator, I wanted to ask you, Commissioner George, are you aware of any additional funding that came in as a result of the creation of the MOFUKU, which is the Medicaid Fraud Investigative Unit, part of the benefit of establishing that unit in Justice as well as Human Services? When I moved that legislation was that there will be some additional financial benefit to the government of the Virgins. Are you aware, Mr. Gary Smith, you were very much instrumental in the whole discussion back then. Are you aware of any financial benefit that was received?
Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. You're absolutely correct, Senator. However, there are investigations ongoing that we can't speak to, and then also the implementation of technology to assist in that area as well. But, you're speaking about, overpayments coming back. There are a couple of requests to some providers having to repay overpayments.
Very well, thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Javon E. James Sr. for his 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Greetings, testifiers. My question to either Kevin Williams or Mr. Kyle Fleming, it's regarding the whole, I think it's a 90-day plan based on the state of emergency. I know on page 6, you basically have like bullet points and it speaks about the different things that you want to do. But in the actual plan within your circle or your team, do you have the timelines and dates as opposed to what we have here today? Because I don't really see any timelines. It speaks to some good things, but no timelines.
So, really and truly, that's sort of what the 90-day plan effort is. We have developed, there are a lot of interim dates for each one of those items, but really the 90 days is to really focus in and through the incident command, develop and drive those. So we know what the overall objectives are. We have some preliminary timelines, and we will be driving towards putting those things in place and driving them within that 90-day period. So there are specific timelines. They're not in my testimony, but I can provide them to you.
Yes, I would like to see a well-detailed plan, because to say to this body, give you all 90 days. Yes, in the committee of jurisdiction, we can always bring the WAPA and the necessary stakeholders in, but once we give you this power, we want to make sure that, one, we don't really have to micromanage you. We can just look at the plan and look at the different details, and from there we can say, okay, we leave them alone because we know they're working on this around this time, but there are no dates in here.
So let me just kind of clarify. Within the emergency sphere, we normally set objectives and you work through those and you adjust on a day-to-day basis. And I'll give you a good example of the timelines and the plans. With the the Watsilla deal and the contract, we stressed out so that within 30 days, within 60 days, the batteries will come online. So we're working this within a 90-day and a 30-day scheme. In 60 days, the batteries will come online. We want to be able to, now that we have a signed agreement with Watsilla, to be able to see how we can bring half of those generation units online sooner. Those are some of the things that we're trying to work in within that 90 days, that one gets us some reliability and some fuel efficiency. So this is not easy. This is not a normal project plan where you sit down and you adjust and you develop a plan and you says, this is what we work with. We have to actually adjust day to day, week to week, to make sure that we could keep this thing going. And so it is not the normal, set up plan, but we do have some within each objective, some timelines or goal points that we want to establish and meet within that 90-day period.
So, what series of events need to happen before we see the closing of the Vital transaction? What series of events?
Right now,
because hold on, because in the plan of action, page 6, it mentions that IC, meaning Incident Command, is diligently tracking all aspects of the Vital transaction to ensure that the closing takes place as soon as possible without any unnecessary delay. Hence why I asked the question.
Correct. So those dates and timelines are June 26th, HUD submitting the environmental package to, via HFA submitting the environmental package to HUD. Between June 26th and June 30th, we expect HUD to issue the authority to grant use of those funds. On July 1st, we anticipate via HFA will enter the sub-recipient agreement. July 2nd, HUD will put in the draft for those funds, but hopefully by July 3rd, HUD will review and approve the fund draw, and on somewhere between July 10th to the 12th or somewhere there, we will receive the wire transfer for those funds, which is the total $145 million.
And my question, thank you for that. And my question is to Kyle Fleming. On page 7, it speaks to the Incident Command is assisting WAPA in strategic planning to maximize revenue collection. Can you just go in depth a little bit more, give us a little details of that? That was just a one-line sentence. Elaborate, please.
Yeah, so obviously, as liquidity is at the core of the issue, the financial challenges facing the authority, being able to support exactly whether it be supporting our improved collections, obviously that's a major component of ensuring that the cash flows as it currently stands, as well as growing revenues as well. We have begun those conversations as well to identify paths and opportunities. Again, freeing up bandwidth to be able to identify strategies for that as well.
Mr. Chair, my time was called. If I could just relay a message to Mr. Kyle Fleming. If there's anything on this document or this testimony, specifically on page 7 that I want to see, is WAPA's strategic plan for maximizing revenue collection. Because right now your revenue collection is based off of indirectly the legislature. We continue to give you our revenues. So I want to see your revenue collection plan. Because until then, I will consider the Water and Power Authority to be irresponsible. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James Sr. We're about to go to Senator Angel Balquez Jr. For his 5 minutes, and thereafter we'll take a quick 2 minutes recess. I know you've been sitting for a while, so I'll allow for that. So, Senator Balquez, at this time, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to the testifying panel here today. Colleagues, here we are again, applying a bandage on a gunshot wound. And in essence, we need to look at the long term and stitch the wound. In the testimony provided, we hear about the 90-day strategic plan. But the question is there a full-scale strategic plan outside of what the testimony has indicated? I ask this question because I want to know, and I'm sure my colleagues do as well, what is the strategy outside of the 90 days? Are we saying that 90 days we're going to complete everything, or is there a full-scale strategic plan concerning the future of WAPA and energy reliance of the Virgin Islands?
So thank you, Senator, for the question. I think I can answer that in 2 ways. 90 days is us trying to deal with the state of emergency, the acute problems where generators may turn off like in the next 3 days. We may be back in that position in the next 3 days. So I get it that we want the long-term aspect, But I just want the community to know that we are not out of the woods, and we could be back in rotating power schedules in a short time. So within the 90 days, we are trying to see how we could bring down to some extent the cost gap that WAPA has with what it collects and what it pays out. That's step one. There's many things in works, which is some of the solar, the batteries, getting unit 15 right now that's running on diesel to run on propane. Those are things that will reduce WAPA's cash outflow in the immediate.
And there is where lies the concern, because in theory, we know what we need to do.
Right.
In theory, we know that we need to augment the grid. We know that we have to sort of facilitate the financial challenges that WAPA has. But in the long term, the application side of it is the most challenging part, whether it's financial resources, whether it's human resources for that fact, in the sense of having the right people for the right job, in the sense of completing some of these tasks at hand. And I'm curious to know what sort of key performance indicators you've set aside for yourself concerning how you're going to be able to complete this strategic plan in this 90 days and outside of that. What are some of the things that your milestones concerning completing these tasks at hand?
So the 90 days is the extension of the state of emergency. It's not a 90-day strategic plan. So WAPA has a full-blown strategic plan for where the utility wants to go. What we're saying is within the 90 days, we're telling the legislature and the public, these are some core things that has to be done within a 90-day period to open up the things that you guys want to see happen. If we don't do this and WAPA fails next week, we don't get to the midterm or the long term before our people start to suffer. So that's really, it's a daunting, and I understand the frustration of every senator here, because in the incident command, we too have been frustrated at times for the fact that sometimes WAPA can't even have a conversation with some of their core vendors. It's taken the incident command to be able to bridge up some of these gaps to get us moving. So we're really trying to repair relationships within WAPA, within the Senate, within the people at the budget. It's going to be slow, and it's going to be a little painful for everybody's side, but this is stuff that has to be done.
Okay, duly noted. And concerning risk management, how do you foresee any risk management situations happening in the interim? How are you going to curtail those issues if they come about during this 90-day period?
And there you go, Senator, is the other true reason for the state of emergency. The state of emergency requires all the GVI entities to work together. It also says WAPA, which is not under autonomous entity, to be able to work with us together. We have to make sure that if WAPA has a hiccup, that we step in. So and just as Senator, is a good example of this is the Wardsilla project. The Wardsilla project, although we've signed an agreement, we're gonna get us started, they have to bring propane to these units within X number of days. If we fail to bring propane to those units per the contract, of course, we don't follow the contract. Things don't happen. So we're monitoring that from a risk standpoint, and anything that creeps up that will allow those things to happen, that's where within this 60, 90-day period, we can step into whatever and make sure that we continue to march forward and not backwards. So we're managing risk on a day-to-day basis.
Understood. And I believe one of the big issues, if I may, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe one of the big issues that you're facing is the $34 million in deferred maintenance costs. As we know, whenever WAPA has to go down for maintenance, that means loss of service for our people. And in fact, we really need to work on augmenting the grid to be able to have battery backup so that when maintenance takes place, the battery backup can still provide service for those customers. How are we outside of what's taking place in this 90 days that we're talking about, how are we going to take care of that $34 million in deferred maintenance costs?
So let me be honest with you, Senator, and the entire public. We are not doing anything with the $34 million in deferred payments. WAPA cannot really execute deferred maintenance because it does not have sufficient generation online to be able to take those units offline to do maintenance. That's why when I said the stability of WAPA runs through the Watchseller project, adding 36 megawatts onto the grid allows now WAPA to take diesel units offline, save money, but also now be in a position to go and maintain one of these units. A huge problem that we discovered within the last 2 weeks is Unit 15 in St. Thomas District is necessary to keep the lights on right now. That unit has an issue that is forcing it to run on diesel, which is bleeding the utility of additional funds. So until we could get Unit 15 back on propane, we can't keep the lights on, and we can't save cash in the bank to be able to do some other things. It is that challenging, daunting of a task ahead of us.
Thank you for your responses, and I appreciate the team getting together and trying to fill in the gap in the sense of what should have already been the responsibility of the Water and Power Authority. And I'm hoping that we all can work together in order to solve this quandary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Point of information, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much.
Please recognize the mic of Senator Johnson. I said going on recess, but he asked for a point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to go to page 8 on your testimony. You said for hurricane season, ideal propane supply is a minimum of 75% total capacity for St. Thomas and St. Croix, which equates to 20 and 24 days for St. Thomas and 17 and 20 days for St. Croix. Page 8. St. Thomas is currently above the level with 38 days, and St. Croix is below the level with 4 days. Break this down to me. How do we have such a large disparity? One island have 38 and one have 4, and I live in St. Croix. And I'm going back for St. Croix. How do we get to such a large disparity when it comes to 38 days versus 4 days?
Thank you, Senator. And just for the record, I live on St. Croix too, so I share those sentiments. It is based on generation, what the island is burning. So although St. Thomas has a large supply of propane, they're right now burning diesel. St. Croix is burning more propane based on the generation that has been dispatched by the Water and Power Authority. So if I'm only using one generator on propane, it's going to last me longer in terms of number of days.
That ain't explaining my question, but we'll talk after. We got to go and break.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. At this time, we'll take a 2-minute recess. You relieve yourself.
System.
And we're out of recess, and of course, today we're in the legislative session, and we have been dissolved into the committee of the whole, where we're able to take testimony from the government representative in regards to two bills, bills number 35-0291 and bill number 35-0292, which addresses the issue of the Medicaid for $3 million request by the governor, as well as to extend the state of emergency at this time. We'll recognize the Madam Finance Chair, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning again to the testifiers and the listening and viewing audience. I'm going to start out with Human Services, because I can make that one quick. So I have bill number 35-021 in front of me that came down from the chief executive of the territory. And it's very concerning. It's concerning because we just had our mid-year review, and we were told that we have a 91, so I speak as a chair of the Finance Committee as I speak about this. There is a $91 million projected deficit for fiscal year 2024. And in this document that's before us, is just saying $3 million is appropriated from any available funds in the general fund. These types of legislation is what continues to create structural deficit in this territory. I'm going to ask the Finance Commissioner and the Acting Director of the Office of Management and Budget to share with me what available resources, whether or not they've scrubbed the FY 2024 budget to figure out the funds that we appropriated, to figure out how do we come up with this $3 million. This $3 million cannot come from cash, because then it says that something else would suffer. And nothing is wrong with something else suffering, or vendors will not get paid. So nothing is wrong with that happening, but we need to know exactly what the executive branch is willing to give up in order for us to address this issue. It has to be answered. We cannot pass legislation that says take it from any place, because any place means that something else that needs attention as well is going to be impacted. So very quickly, I need to get some information so we could make an amendment in the nature of a substitute to address this issue. And just for the record, I am in favor of making sure that we are able to fund the Medicaid program, but we have to do it in the right way. We cannot continue to be pressured as legislators to make these types of decisions, because if we do, we too are contributing to this structural deficit in the territory. So please, share with me.
Kimika Woods, Acting Director, Office of Management and Budget. So, Senator Fred Gregory, we have the funds. We received a payment from the Limetree Bay Refinery of $5.2 million. We have been holding it in the event that there was any litigation against the government. At this time, we have realized that it is imperative to continue the services at the Department of Human Services, so we will utilize the $3 million.
Okay, good. So this is my point. Your testimony today should have said that to us so we can make the necessary amendments. We have to run this government with transparency. So, good. The next thing is, let's go to the state of emergency.
It's already in there.
So, we know that we were in a state of emergency we've been in a state of emergency. This is an extension request. And I took the time to read the testimony. I want to take you to page 3. So one of my concerns is we talk about assisting WAPA with improving its cash flow and reducing its liquidity gap to meet critical payments. That's objective 3, okay? Objective 2 and 1, I understand. 3. Now, I see this as a very complex financial matter. And I need to know, how does this team, who on this team has the bandwidth from a very complex financial capacity to begin to address what's objective number 3? I want to know how.
Good morning, Senator. As far as bandwidth and the members of the team, that's why we have the Public Finance Authority and their use of their financial experts to assist us with developing and reviewing some of the plans that come up.
So PFA is the entity that is supporting this issue.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good. You talked about assist with bringing online renewable projects at a faster pace. And then you said, we remain hopeful that within the next 90 days. And I think one of my colleagues talked about timelines. Yes. We cannot remain hopeful when we share, when we lay out that we have a challenge, we have to demand. So who are we remaining hopeful with?
All right.
We need a timeline as to when this estate Petronella will be online. It needs to be clear. We should have had that timeline embedded in this testimony. We cannot continue to make decisions in the dark. You may proceed.
Thank you, Senator. The timelines for the Petronella site are, 1, the WAPA board is meeting this Thursday. We hope and expect that they will sign and execute the battery.
You see the word you'd like to use?
Well,
hope. This is a problem. Hope and expectations. At what point are folks going to be directed to do their jobs? Because you're going to come back here in the next 90 days after this and talk about you hoped for, but it didn't happen. You see the challenge we have? Because we know that we need to do this, But the problem is, every time we find ourselves in a situation like this, you know what happens? The government comes, they give us half the information, and then when we say yes, they do whatever they want to do. You understand our frustration?
I do, Senator.
Okay.
I just don't want to speak for the board.
Then the board needs to speak for themselves, and the board member is right here.
So, you're right. So I just wanted to lay out the timeline.
No, let the board member speak.
Yeah, so I think the timeline that was actually highlighted in the testimony, I think really speaks to the real critical piece, which is the interconnection agreement, which is stated for July 31st. Because that ultimately, whatever is built, the connection to the grid is where the benefit to the territory is realized. And that timeline is one of the most critical that the team has been, not just locally, both we've had participation from the DOE and the National Renewable Energy Laboratories in support of that timeline. And that is the key piece in terms of timing relative to the solar sites.
Okay, so my time has been called. So I'm going to ask Mr. Chair to allow me to just wrap up, because there's something where I'm confused. So, Mr. Williams, you speak about the board, but we are in a state of emergency. So who's really running the issue? The board or the team from the state of emergency? Because at this point, if we say yes today, then it says that the board, we don't have to wait for the board to make these decisions. You all are confusing me.
So I go back to, and I took time to review, if I may, on the chair's time. I took some time to review the executive order. And the executive order made clear that the governor says, I direct all agencies under the direction of the governor to fully cooperate with the Office of Management Budget and the incident commander and any representative thereof in furtherance of this order. All agencies not under the direction of the governor are requested to provide such assistance as required. Requested being the key word. So we work both hand in hand, because the board is there, but we work collaboratively through the incident command. Now, because these are agreements that have to be executed, they go through the board process to actually execute the agreement. So we still have to go through that.
State of emergency does not allow that. Y'all need to change the language. We need to make the amendments, colleagues. If we're going to do a state of emergency, the onus needs to stand on the governor. The governor sent his team down here, and you can't want to be fish and fowl at the same time. I'm going to wrap up because my time is long past. You can't be fish and fowl at the same time. And my other concern is, what does this mean? Does this mean that there will be, because that's what I read, there will be additional dollars coming from the general fund of the Virgin Islands, or we need to know exactly what we're in for with all of these things that's before us? That's information we need to have before we make the decision. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Mr. Williams, you had a follow-up?
I just wanted to share that the Estate Petronella site, it is about 98% completed. So we're just waiting for the study to be finished by July 31st. So this is not like pie in the sky. These are tangible. You can touch them. There's someone operating. It's just that study to be able to tie it into the grid, what has to be completed by Sargent and Lundy by July 31st. And those dates that I give are conservative dates. We are, of course, pushing through the incident command to make those things come online sooner. So I just wanted to share that information.
I think the additional question is not just the Petronella site and their responsibility to complete it, but what about WAPA's responsibility? What needs to happen in the WAPA space to make sure that interconnect occur?
Right, and those are the things that we are driving through the incident command to make sure that there's no gaps or delays with WAPA taking the action that they need to take to sign those agreements, to answer RFIs, go through all that process to make sure those connections happen.
So, Board Chair, what is your response in respect to the board's and WAPA's responsibility in terms of ensuring that that interconnect occur once the Petronella site is ready and available to connect?
Yeah, so again, the board stands ready to approve these agreements as they're brought forward. The real key is to make sure we understand the benefits and being clear that those benefits can be quickly delivered to the community. So
it is your testimony that we don't understand the benefits at this time?
No. What we're trying to do is make sure what we're relying on is all of the technical due diligence that comes with these projects. We're just making sure that pressure is on the team to make sure that they're in place. So the value of these projects are realized for the community. That's the way the board stands on it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Actually, well, it's a point of inquiry to the chair to legal counsel. Thank you. Point of inquiry to the chair to legal counsel. As it relates to Bill 350292, how this bill is drafted at the request of the governor, I'm concerned at the drafting of it, and I need some legal advice. Our current law says that state of emergencies cannot, after the initial 60 days, has to roll over in 30-day intervals. With us drafting it this way and now changing it to 90 days, are we now going to be in conflict with the current law? And it also says that it will be enforced until September 19, 2024, unless earlier lifted or extended by order of the governor. That would mean that the governor could continuously just create executive orders to continue it. And I don't want to be in a situation where we might inadvertently now be giving this governor total control over WAPA at an extended period without, this is what this basically says from my perspective, and the law says it has to be done in 30-day intervals. So could you please tell me from what the code says and what the governor sent down here to us, what is the difference between the two? Thank you very much.
You may respond on legal counsel through the chair. Please recognize the legal counsel's mic.
No. The green light is on. Through the chair to Senator Heiliger, I have to read the law. I have to read the bill. Another senator approached me with it already, and I cannot just give you an off-the-cuff answer without looking at what the bill proposes, what the law has, and how you can amend it.
To Mr. President, when I asked the question, I actually anticipated him to do that. Yes. So if we have to give him time to read and respond to us, I will happily wait for the response.
No problems. Legal counsel, you could take the time to review the matter, and then we'll go ahead and move on, and then come back and certainly hear from you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Maurice C. James. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, colleagues, and everyone in the room. that question that was posed by my colleague is relevant to a question I was going to ask. So we clearly will need a second round. Just saying that, Mr.
Well,
President.
if it's totally predicated on your next lines of questions, we could take a recess, allow him to do the research, and come back. So tell me how you want to proceed. If you have other questions, then we could.
I have. Take the recess? Okay.
Yeah.
I agree with the majority leader.
Thank you. The committee of the whole will stand in recess.
Thank you.
We are out of recess at this time. We had a question for legal counsel, and he has done his review and research and prepared to respond. Legal counsel, you recognize.
Through the chair to Senator Heiliger, as the law stands right now, the governor would have been required to submit a request for an extension of the state of emergency, which he did, timely. The bill now that's before you seeks to extend the time that he has requested for a state of emergency to 90 days. The bill as written would allow the governor to lift the time. For example, he grants you 90 days, he can lift that at any time before the expiration of time, or under the bill, he can extend it just outright. You will be giving him that authority. You can amend. This question was posed earlier by Senator Gittins. I was in the process of looking at the research to give him an answer. So really, as Senator Gittins, your request, again, if you decide to submit an amendment, you prevail over everybody else.
Thank you. Thank you, legal counsel. Is a follow-up to the question that she posed? You recognize?
I'm not understanding what he's saying about prevailing.
Please recognize the mic of.
Okay, thank you. I just want to understand what he's saying about Senator Gittins and prevailing. If you have a personal conversation out in the hall versus a senator asking for a request on the Senate floor, I am trying to understand what all the extra conversation was about, because we're just trying to make sure we get the pertinent information. Thank you.
I think the legal counsel have responded to your request, Senator. At this time, we'll recognize Senator Maurice C. James for her 5 minutes.
You keep me out of the madness.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pulled up the law also, and I guess through the chair, can we, as a legislature, give the governor more than 30 days? Or does this law specifically only allow 30-day periods of a state of emergency? Through the chair, to legal counsel.
Legal counsel, you may respond.
Through the chair to Senator James, as the law stands right now, the governor can request a state of emergency for 30 days, but before the expiration of the 30 days, the governor can submit legislation to the legislature for an extension of time. I don't see any particular restriction on the amount of time, but it is up to you, the legislature, to decide to give him a 30-day increments of 30 days, 15 days, 20 days. Is up to you.
Through the chair, one more question. If the legislature does not consider subsequent requests for extension and we do not act within 5 days,
then he gets an automatic 30-day extension.
Where does it say he gets an automatic 30-day extension?
If the legislature fails to consider the request within the 5-day period, the state of emergency automatically extended for an additional 30 days.
But through the chair, so that's where the 30 days comes in. Additional 30 days if we don't respond.
Right. That's outside of what's being requested here today.
Okay. And one more question. So the legal counsel is saying that we can in fact
give 90 days through this piece of legislation, proposed bill. However, under Section H, we can limit or modify the powers. Correct, legal counsel?
Through the chair to Senator James, yes, you're correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, legal counsel. So, the question is, this is to Mr. Williams. Instead of asking for, you believe that it will require 90 days in order to execute on whatever it is that you're executing on. Let's just put it that way. The
Time.
What? Mr. Chair. Well, my questions really are, go ahead, okay. I'm gonna switch because I really wanted to ask the Department of Human Services. I got.
Well, you pose a question to him, sir. Allow him to respond, and then any additional questions you may proceed with.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, Kevin Williams, Chief Policy Advisor, Incident Commander. Senator James, yes, we are requesting 90 days so that we can get through the next response period.
I'll follow up with you. Hopefully we have another round. I'd like to ask Human Services, because I think we're overlooking what's going on with this request. Right now, based on your testimony, we now have about 17,000 people in the Virgin Islands without any type of medical insurance, correct? Is that so?
That's not correct.
Okay, explain to me when you said that the enrollment has reduced by 44% from, you started with 38,489, but you currently have 21,463. What does that mean, that there are people without any medical insurance or means of paying for medical services?
We have individuals that were not qualified for the program, that was on the program previously, and when we did our processes, they did not meet the qualification for the program, so they were dropped. Not necessarily mean that all those individuals are without services. We had an individual that did not meet our qualification process that previously was on Medicaid.
So, do you have any data that, is then the assumption that because they were no longer qualified because of the pandemic qualifications that they met, that now they are in fact covered somehow? Because, do you understand my concern? My concern is that we have people who are going to present to the hospital, and I had a conversation with my colleague, the chair of health, and that's a big concern. What happens to all those people who no longer are eligible under the Medicaid program?
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. So you're correct, Senator, in that a portion of those individuals may not have health insurance. We are not currently tracking of the people who no longer qualify for the program, exactly where they stand in terms of a status of coverage. But some of these individuals may have taken on employment. They may be working within the government. They may have private insurance. But there's a strong possibility that some of those individuals do not. It's important to note that the reason why they are no longer qualified mostly is due to a change in income.
But the poverty level in the Virgin Islands, and specifically on St. Croix, is very high. So we can't ignore what this is going to do to our people who are already suffering, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm not going to go any further because I'm pretty sure my colleague following up will continue it, and I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James, Maurice C. James, and point of information, Senator Capehart. Please recognize the mic of Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to do a follow-up question as my colleague posed about those 17,000 people who are no longer eligible for Medicaid. Presumptive eligibility is where those individuals who don't have health insurance that go to our hospital. Has there been a education and outreach in the community to say, hey, those $17,000 individuals who just came off of Medicaid, your option of using presumptive eligibility is available to you? Has there been any communication to those individuals telling them the availability of going to the hospital and having that first-time care for that once a year?
Thanks for the question, Senator.
And have you seen an increase in your presumptive eligibility cases?
Okay, so, excuse me, Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. Presumptive eligibility are for persons who are uninsured. The persons that fell off of the program, as AC Baptiste and the Commissioner mentioned, fell off due to circumstances. May it be that their income increased, may it be that they had...
Mr. Gary Smith, I'm asking, have you seen an increase in your presumptive eligibility rate? And have you done education and outreach to the community telling them of an option?
Okay, so yes, we have done, but we plan to do more. And we perform trainings with the facilities on how to perform presumptive eligibility annually. As a matter of fact, we have a training scheduled with, I believe, Wang Louis and also Schneider because of turnover in staff, so forth as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, while we have you, in respect to the 17,000 that's now somewhere out there, have you, or what is the mechanism by which you will be able to determine whether or not these individuals do have insurance, they fell off because of employment status or additional funding? What will be the guide by which you determine what is the delta, what is missing that needs to be the focus of our concentration at this time?
So, through the recertification process, because we're currently unwinding, or in other words, we're not providing automatic benefit extensions. This is why so many people fell off of the program. To AC's point, some persons have gotten jobs with the government. Other folks in the age blind and disabled population, they've been receiving increases in their Social Security income on an annual basis, whereby place their income above the income threshold. So, as AC said, we're not tracking, what their opportunity is, but we do know once they perform their redetermination, this is how we determine if they have other insurance or their income has increased.
And can you speak to the $3 million that's being requested here, whether or not this will improve the numbers in terms of those 17,000, or they will continue to run devoid of those 17,000 individuals?
The $3 million is to address already encumbered expenditures.
Correct. Yes.
Obligations, rather, sorry.
Thank you. Yes. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. And a pleasant good morning to all the distinguished panel of testifiers. We give thanks and praises to the Most High. Blessings. Real quickly, I wanted to just ask one quick question to Ms. Kamika Woods. The $5.2 million Lime Tree Refinery payment, how much of that is still available?
The 5.2.
Thank you very much. Human services, right? It is the most important department in the whole government of the Virgin Islands. We all unanimously agreed that this commissioner that we have here, Commissioner Averill George, is capable of taking the Department of Human Services to a level that we haven't seen in years. You know, here's the facts. It was 38,000 people just as of June, and now the end of June is gone down to 21,463. We have 16,480 persons that have lost insurance. And in addition to that, look at the numbers. They're coming to our office. All of us senators are getting the persons from Human Services coming to our offices because they've lost insurance. Colleagues, the Human Services are telling us here they're going to have to implement certain things where they're going to have to reinstitute pre-authorization. I mean, you can't go to the doctor unless you're pre-approved. They're also going to have to look at dental services, putting caps on dental services. You know, let me tell you something. When you smile, you want to have good teeth. You don't want to see no rotten teeth. 16,000 persons in our community that had insurance are now going to lose insurance. There's $5 million available, and it's still available according to OMB. So, Commissioner, I want to ask you a quick question here. The 16,480 persons, say even half of them got a job. We still have over 8,000 people. If they go to the hospital, will the hospital bill them a Medicare rate, or is it going to bill them a regular rate? Because you know the uncompensated care costs this legislature. The hospital is going to come back to us later in the year, and they're going to bill us for the uncompensated care, and it's going to cost a lot more. So, Commissioner, those persons, would they get the Medicaid rate, or would they get a higher rate at the hospital?
Commissioner Avril George, some individuals will be eligible for Medicaid based on the presumptive eligibility, but others will be uncompensated care.
So you see that? It's the bill
Self-pay.
Self-pay. The self-pay, we know what the self-pay is because they're not going to be able to self-pay because they was on Medicare rate. And even though the director, Gary Smith, told us that they're now above the eligibility, we know the Medicaid eligibility is the poverty line. They are not going to be able to pay to fix their teeth. Right now, there's a lady in my office just Friday. Two young, brilliant guys, 15 years old, they have a problem with their eyes. They're identical twins. Gary know who they are, but we can't afford to pay for the surgery. It's about $21,000 for each one. We cannot afford to pay for their surgery. How can we let our own people go uninsured when they were insured before? Real quickly, I want to get to WAPA.
1 minute.
You know, I'm going to tell you, I'm an optimist, right? And the proposal that Mr. Williams presented here today, I have to say congratulations. It's going to take a while, and I don't think it's going to take 90 days. You know, the Medicaid persons, those 16,000 that lost insurance, they need that right now. They need that health care right now. But WAPA, you know, WAPA was run as a, well, I don't want to say criminal, so I ain't going to say that, but it was run as an unprofessional organization. But the objectives with a Greco, you've solved that. The Vital acquisition, it seemed like you're solving that. The LPG transportation rates, you were able to get that from 73 cents down to 59 cents. You're saving about $900,000 monthly. Folks, I know it's not going to happen over there, but these are real solid progress in WAPA that's coming on. And the renewable project, which is a long-term project, you have shown that you want to get the Petronella and all of that back online. This is what WAPA needed to do. You know, so thank you again, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, for the time, and colleagues, thank you, blessings.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. A point of information, Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize. Please recognize the mic of Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, so I recall that last fiscal year, the Department of Human Services had some savings in personnel. I don't anticipate that this year because of how we built the 2024 budget. So I don't anticipate you having that much savings. But you utilized your savings last year to pay that very same $3 million that we're discussing. That was one of your appropriation transfer requests. So you were able to make that payment, right? From that
We did use some of our reallocated
$3
funds.
million. It was very specific. There
To
was
pay
$3
for
million.
Medicaid
Okay, so the question that I have, my point of information is, and I asked that because of the last speaker, are we seeing more providers providing more services this year than last year to the Medicaid patients here in the territory? Because that'll help us to determine, what's really going on and whether or not that $3 million that you are here for today is will in fact take you out to the fiscal year. Of course, you can always come back. You are up for your budgetarian, so we will hear more. But I just want to understand if we're seeing more services.
So, yes, Senator, we are seeing more services. We're also paying at a higher rate because we lost, with the unwind, our local match has gone up. And we are also still seeing claims come in. Providers have a year to submit those claims. So we're still seeing claims from when we had a higher member count. But yes, to answer your question, we are seeing an increase in services as well.
And did you share in your testimony why we lost, why our match is now higher?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so I'll read it. I'll read it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. I think it's important for us to also talk about the fact that we have had rise in our healthcare costs as well. We have less local specialty here, and individuals then go off island for care. So we have a whole conglomerate of issues that's really impacting where we at today. Despite we talk about the fact that 17,000 is off the listing at this time, because of these costs of health care really helps to drive the numbers up, which means that those that were last to come on is the first to go off. Is that the situation that we're experiencing? Or we had, how do you determine who came off of the roll?
Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. It's difficult to anticipate healthcare costs. Someone can present at a hospital with a cardio issue. They may require intervention. We don't have a cardio interventionist here in the territory. I think Schneider just recently hired one. That person has to go off island. Someone receives a gunshot. We have no trauma, acute or critical neurological issues or conditions. So it's difficult to anticipate, even though, the 17,000 folks fell off, but you still have, to AC Baptiste testimony, 2% of our Medicaid population driving 29% of the expenditures. So, we can sit here and try to estimate, what our actual cost is going to be, but it's something that is always an ongoing process in determining that, and continuous analytics with data.
But go ahead, Assistant Commissioner.
And to answer your question about how we determine who comes off,
Right.
So during the public health emergency, the CMS granted us a waiver that gave us additional federal funds, lower local match. But one of the
1 minute.
One of the things that we had to do was keep anyone who was determined to be eligible in the program. We had to keep them on the program throughout the duration of the pandemic. When the pandemic ended, we began our unwind process. So when you hear us talk about unwind, that means that we had to start redetermining individuals. So it'll be based on when they came onto the program.
Okay. Very well, I'll move on to the next Senator. But I wanted to add, though, into the conversation real quickly that we could continue to see the urgency of healthcare. We had the recent DOD IRT program here where hundreds of individuals participated. Prior to that, weeks prior to that, we had the Seventh-day Adventist Church as well that roll out health system there. It brought in individuals here, volunteers, and again, hundreds of people participated in this as well. So we know our challenges there for that. Senator Maurice James, I want to recognize you for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to find out from the Human Services whether or not there are any contracts for Medicaid cost reporting, because I think it's important that the legislature get copies of those reports so that we understand what's going on. And so through the chair, I'd like to request that we get reports from 2020 to 2024.
Is those readily available or something? Yes.
Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. We have completed cost reports which have officially been submitted to CMS for FY11 through 13, fiscal year 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19 are currently under review and hopefully will be submitted officially to CMS next month.
We're talking about 5-6 years behind?
Yes.
Okay.
And there, to add, we are also in the process of working to resolve the contracting issue so we can get those completed.
Who's
So we can get
responsible
caught
for
up.
who's responsible for doing that?
That's the question.
Responsible for
Putting together the cost analysis.
the cost
The cost reports.
We were 3P Consulting was contracted with us.
Just to follow through on what you just asked.
Yes.
And so you said they were, so who is now handling the cost reports? And why are we behind? And can we catch up? Because how do we solve this problem if we don't have current information?
Yeah, so again, Senator, thanks for the question. Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. So we are working out the contractual issues with 3P, and hopefully they will be able to be onboarded to get us caught up.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. I know you're patiently waiting. Senator Blyden, have a quick point of information. You recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smith, the consultant company, what the cost to the department for that service?
Cost report?
Yes.
The last contract we had, I think it was around $800,000 annually.
Thank you so much. Annually, for how many years? What the time frame?
I believe the contract was a 3-year with 2 optional renewable years.
Wow. What point are we at in the contract? Where are we at?
So we are working on an RFP.
Excuse me?
RFP.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Joseph, real quickly, please. We need to go to the next senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, is the federal, your cognizant federal partner, have they given you any findings because you don't have this cost analysis in place, cost report in place, and are they looking to roll back their share of funding to us because of that?
Yes, it is a recurring audit finding for the single audit, but we have not received any indication that they're going to not fund us to perform those services.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. At this time, real quickly, before anybody else call for a point, you're recognized, Senator Diane T. Capehart, for your 5 minutes.
That's for a point of information. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands, colleagues. I'm so taken back today because Medicaid, if everybody know me, I started in the Virgin Islands government in Department of Health, Quality Control, Supervisor, Administrator. And I was so excited to have the opportunity to be a part of the Affordable Care Act that included many opportunities for the territory to improve the Medicaid and CHIP program. So to hear today that some of the services that's being cut, dental, medical, escort travel, I'm not familiar with personal care attendant, durable medical equipment, and non-emergent prescriptions. These are critical services too. So as I sit here today, I have to say, and I ain't pointing fingers, I ain't nobody seke bem bem, they friend, nothing. It's poor management of this program. I'm sorry to say. Has there been state plan amendments informing CMS of your challenges? I just hear about 5 years of this report. It's the lack of staff also to execute a lot of these things that we are experiencing today. Have you submitted to CMS state plan amendments stating the challenges informing of the financing, paying vendors, and paying providers? I have 5 minutes and 99 questions, please.
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. No, Senator, we have not submitted state plan amendments. However, we have a very close working relationship with CMS. And, they are aware of a lot of the challenges that we do face. And a lot of these things we are discussing with them to see what assistance they can provide to us as well.
Can you provide to the chair your last added findings? I want to get to something that in your testimony on page 4, long-term, the enrolling of eligible members in Part D through its pharmacy benefits manager. You said, which if you were able to enroll these 2,000 members, the program will see the 50% reduction in drug costs for those members. How many employees do you have enrolling these members to enroll the Part D?
So this would be conducted by our contractor, our pharmacy benefits manager. They would be the one enrolling those individuals.
So you don't have people in Medicaid staff doing that anymore?
Correct. And we're not currently doing it. It is one of our short-term plans to do so, and it will be conducted by our contractor.
You could save money by having your staff do it. It was done once before.
And I may add that it will be at no cost.
It would be at no cost?
Yes.
Okay, good. What about, do you have presently on board, you said quality control reviewers. How many you have now?
We do not currently have any quality control reviewers for the Medicaid program.
I mean, as you have your certification specialist, you should always have a Medicaid quality control reviewer who would be able to help you with your challenges as to the integrity of the program. 5 minutes ain't enough, but I'm just saying, this program, this is for insurance for for individuals who have no insurance and for the low income. And I would love to see that it get back to the days when medical escorts, so you're saying that when individuals, you send them off island, they won't have anyone to escort them?
We will not be able to reimburse them for those costs.
Okay. I have a question for Mr. Kyle Flemings. I won't beat the horse, but how much reduction would the territory see when we implement these solar projects at Hogansburg and the one up East End?
At this point, I don't have a quantified savings for the Petronella and Hogansburg sites.
You have no percentage. You, as the energy man, you can't say, well, we'll have a 10% reduction, 20% reduction. You can't say.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a bit more complicated than just looking at the pure percentages of it, because it's also looking at what the solar does in conjunction with the improvements to the generation as well, and the reduction in fuel costs there. I just don't have the answer right now. I could certainly circle back with the team and get a more quantifiable response.
Yeah, the territory would like to know how much would be a savings when these things are implemented. Mr. Chair, if I may conclude, also in the testimony, Mr. Williams, you mentioned we are currently wrapping up the 30-day required environmental review phase. Who's completing this environmental review?
The Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Do you know when was the last time an environmental review was completed?
For this project?
Yes.
No, this is the one environmental review that is necessary to close the deal, to my knowledge.
So the deal that they had before, they had an environmental review, correct?
For
Vital.
For which part of that project? Because this is just the buyout of, or not the acquisition of the facility. So are you talking about this? As far as I know, this is the environmental for the buyout, for the acquisition, of the propane infrastructure.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Before we go to the next senator, Mr. Smith, what is the income eligibility for Medicaid enrollment right now?
So for a single adult in the modified adjusted gross income category, it's $15,654. And for a single adult in the age, blind, and disabled category, it's $20,833. And for each additional household member, about $5,400 in the Magi and $7,200 in the age, blind, and disabled, ABD.
Thank you for that. I think it's important for the public to be aware of that. Senator Gittins, Majority Leader, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. WAPA, I tell you. Let me first thank the legal counsel for his explanation earlier. And colleagues, may I remind you all that this type of thing is exactly what happens when we create laws specifically for individuals and not for the people of these Virgin Islands, and at times for the wrong reasons. See where we are today? It comes back to bite us in the behind. I caution you. To whom it may concern, my off-the-record conversation with the legal counsel earlier should not be a fight between us. Obviously, we're sharing the same concerns. So let's fight together on behalf of the people of this territory. Now, as I look at this whole thing, it's sending me back to when I work in the federal government, you know, and I always say that we should not be negotiating from a point of weakness. And that's where it appears that we are at right now. I told you all, you know, this Vital thing stinks, and it stinks to the core. We are still, based on my research, one of the only jurisdictions doing business with Vital that haven't taken a backside to court yet. Things that makes you go, why haven't we taken them to court? Or even vice versa, if they felt that the government broke their contract. I keep telling you all, you know, it seems like these folks are in bed. Turning a page, the CEO of WAPA is still employed by WAPA, at least until the end of this month, June 30th. Right? But yet still, in his statement, it was determined that the appropriate representation for WAPA at the upcoming June 24th Committee of the Whole hearing, which is now, that he wouldn't show up, and that Director Kyle Fleming of the Governing Board will appear on behalf of the authority. Who in the world is going to answer the operational questions that this body has? Yet still, he sent a 3-page or 4-page testimony, providing testimony to affirm the commitment to continued improvement, transparency, and strategic progress at the authority. I'm sick of you all using this word transparency, because there ain't a damn thing transparent about WAPA. Not a Jesus Christ thing. So let's stop it, please. Mr. Why the mic gone? Mr. Kevin Williams, your statement for months leading up to the April 2024, the inability of independent government agencies to timely pay the water and power for its services impacted WAPA's ability to pay its critical vendors. I really don't understand this, because every time I look at the single-payer utility legislation, they're not exempt, or those entities that we pay off the bills are not exempt, and now I ain't finding the thing. But the hospitals and waste management are supported by our general fund. So they too, the monies were coming out, and when they testified here, they said that the monies were coming out. So where is these monies going?
30 seconds.
My one question to you is, before I go over to Human Services, do you intend to use any general fund monies for any of this project, and especially during the state of emergency?
Good afternoon, Senator.
Yes or no, because I got seconds now and I need to go to Human Services.
I can't say.
Okay, you can't say. All right. Human Services. And my full support is behind the commissioner and her team to make the changes necessary. But the word or the saying on the streets is that besides waste, fraud, and abuse, that in this program you're all spending like a bunch of drunken sailors. We got to put a handle on something. Every Medicaid program should have a program integrity unit that assesses waste, fraud, and abuse. May I conclude? Thank you. Do you have a program up and running that is staffed with trained individuals looking at waste, fraud, and abuse and making referrals to the proper law enforcement agency? And if yes, how many people are in this unit?
We don't have a full staff. We have one individual, Mr. Kevin Denim, and he has been seeking assistance from
Okay, one individual.
Southeast. He's been seeking assistance from Southeast, which has been assisting the team with identifying fraud, abuse, and waste.
Thank you. One individual. We need to help you to make sure that you can staff up this unit because it's necessary. What are your top 5 providers paid by VA Medicaid over the last 3 fiscal years? You have that with you?
Yes.
If you don't have it to say it now, can you provide it through the chair?
We have it with us. AC Baptiste will provide that.
Can you tell us, please?
Our top 5 providers, give or take over the last 3 to 5 fiscal years, includes the Royal Schneider Hospital, Jackson Memorial Hospital. We have Mr. Dwayne Jones, VI Dental Center, Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital, and Nicholas Children's Hospital. We also have Frederick's Head Healthcare that also fluctuates in and out that top 5.
So in your top 5, based on your knowledge of this program, you think that a dental office should make it to your top 5? Yes or no?
No, Senator.
Exactly. Exactly. And my understanding is that you're doing things outside the allowable costs, and I will end here. Why are we paying for multiple hotel rooms for individuals traveling on these and not having shared rooms?
So, Senator, the only time that we will pay for the multiple rooms is if, in fact, that hotel does not offer multiple beds within one room. And if we have a medical escort that's traveling that's not a spouse or a child, and they're not able to share a bed, then we're having to pay for 2 separate rooms. So we do have an instance like that with one of our hotel partners.
Thank you for your response. Colleagues, besides giving them the $3 million, which is insufficient, we need to ensure that we're able to assist them in providing funding to beef up and man this program integrity unit. Too much waste, fraud, and abuse going on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Before we go to the next senator, Chairman Fleming, can you speak to what is some of the austerity measures being deployed or employed by the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, in addition to all the work that's being done by the IC? What are some of the other initiatives undertaken by WAPA to help to address this emergency crisis?
Yeah, so I touched on collections earlier. I think one of the points I would like to highlight on that is that there has been a very concerted effort from the financial team.
One second, because I don't think your mic is on. Please recognize the mic of Director Fleming, Chairman Fleming. Go ahead.
So I touched on the collections piece earlier, so I did want to highlight the fact that the financial team has worked to be able to, this is not as much austerity as much in terms of improving collections by targeting and not just the large power customers to ensure that where collections are being had there. In terms of austerity, the authority constantly goes through the motions of trying to, there's very limited options they have for wasteful spending because so much of it goes to fuel and providing the fuel cost. So it's really, once we account for the fuel cost, the austerity measure is really trying to be conservative with what resources they have left to make sure the critical operations are ongoing. Really, it's the core is trying to reduce the fuel. That's the austerity measure that allows us to actually be functional in operation. And right now, without the Wardzilla being online, that hurts us, not being able to cut those costs, without getting better fuel pricing. Those are the core pieces that really address the structural shortfalls in our operation. So in terms of austerity, it's really trying everything we can to bring down the fuel costs so we actually have flexibility within the operation to implement austerity measures elsewhere. But at this point, getting to the fuel cost reduction is everything.
Okay. And Incident Commander Williams, in your testimony, you spoke about the stabilization of WAPA runs through the final completion of the Wardzilla project. So that's particularly for St. Thomas, correct?
That is correct. Sorry, Kevin Williams, Incident Commander, Chief Policy Advisor. That is correct. But
what is the stabilization mechanism for St. Croix, especially in light of the fact that we have already run in the red of $2.1 million for Agreco? What is that stabilization for St. Croix?
Well, the stabilization for St. Croix means at least one, keeping those Agrecos on. Once the Agrecos are on, power is a bit more stable. We are, of course, having the mix of those additional solar projects means that if there's a hiccup on one of the generators, those solar projects have solar and battery components to both those sites. So you'll be able to have at least a battery component, whether it's in the evening or in the day, the solar, to be able to run some of the generation project if a Agreco has to go offline for one reason or the other.
Have you been able to address the revelation that the Spanish Town solar project that's owed some money? Have you been able to address that?
We are aware of it, and We have not reached that point of having to take on an additional core vendor. That of the 5 that we got, we're trying to get the next month to take on. But we are aware of it and trying to. One of the things, Senator, I do want to mention, a lot of WAPA's vendors, when speaking to the incident command, want to work with WAPA. They want to assist the territory. They don't want to turn off the lights. So we are talking to multiple of these vendors, and they're trying to figure out how to help us, whether through other financial arrangements in the short or midterm, so that WAPA can start paying its bills to them on time, and eventually to some other vendors while we wait for things like the savings for Wachilla to come online. So I really want to say it's not really all that doom and gloom. The difficult part is a month, 2 months from now to get through that portion, coming up with some liquidity options for WAPA within the next 3 months. And then some of the arrangements that we think we'll be able to have with some of these other critical vendors will take hold and get us over this initial hump. So I just wanted to kind of share that with you. It's not necessarily all doom and gloom. We just need time.
Okay. A point of information, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Joseph will come into you now. Please recognize the mic of Senator Fred Gregory.
Mr. Chair, the question that I asked you earlier about the other opportunities for fuel providers, did we reach out to Port Hamilton, the Lime Tree Terminal, to figure out if what they have stored there could be used for St. Croix? Because with an expired contract with Vital, the issue with Vital is in this district. Why is St. Croix still being hemmed up with this Vital matter? So did we reach out to Port Hamilton?
Could you just clarify in terms of the transportation or
in terms
storage?
Of the possibility of what's stored there can be used for the purposes of providing fuel to WAPA.
Yeah, so there has been, we've long time had conversations with Port Hamilton on various options, but in terms of fuel storage, there is no connection between the Port Hamilton facility and the generation at Richmond. And so there is no way to leverage that without other methods of fuel delivery. So in terms of being able to have a marine delivery at Richmond, Port Hamilton doesn't provide necessarily a direct resource without alternative methods for fuel delivery.
I'm not an expert in this area, but I just feel like it's important for us to take the extra steps. It's just not okay for us to say Port Hamilton does not provide X, Y, Z. How do we make those things happen? Because we, as Virgin Islanders, particularly Island District of St. Croix, should not be attached to Vital anymore. They shouldn't be. The issues on St. Thomas are what they are. But we need to detach the St. Croix District from this Vital issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You had a response, though?
No, I'm point received.
Yeah. Senate Secretary, Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. I want to say a pleasant good afternoon to everyone and everyone who is listening and viewing the proceedings today. The previous senator asked a question regarding transportation of the fuel to the Richmond site on St. Croix. And the chairman of WAPA, you said specifically marine. Now, there are 2 ways you could bring things in to the Virgin, well, 3 ways. But we're talking about fuel. So you could also have marine and ground. Has that been explored, the ground transportation, just to follow up on the previous speaker concerns?
I can say we have received proposals.
From Port Hamilton.
Yeah.
Have you explored the ground transportation?
We have received a proposal.
I'm sorry, you haven't received a proposal, but
No, I said we have received a proposal for ground delivery from Port Hamilton.
Okay, and how did it cost? What are the costs associated? Were we getting a better, because I think you'll get a better, just and like I don't know too much about these things, but I know about ground transportation usually costs less than air and water. You know, when you're ordering things, you just send it to your people them in the States because it costs less. So that's my concern. Have we explored it? Did we get any numbers on that? Because we're looking to reduce costs, you know. Not tie us into this Vital dead story from the beginning. So
Yeah, I think one point I think that's important, especially as we talk about the acquisition piece, right? That's been one of the core pieces. Until we get through the acquisition,
okay,
we don't
no.
have a.
I'm sorry to interrupt you,
No problem.
my dear chairman, but did we look at the cost? That's what I'm trying to understand. Was a cost analysis done? Because St. Thomas is what it is. Okay, we don't have a refinery or a storage facility on our island, so we're gonna have to bite it. We're gonna have to bite that apple, okay, and absorb that cost. But our brothers and sisters on St. Croix now, that ability to have that fuel shipped in by ground transportation, that wasn't explored or that wasn't feasible.
No, I guess what I would say quickly is, as we go to open market, right? As we go into open market to assess all options for fuel delivery, there would be no option that is not explored and fully vetted for options for fuel delivery for.
Okay, so is it that we don't have a choice? Let me just ask the hard question. Is it that we don't have a choice here? Everybody has a choice. Is it that we don't have a choice but to use this contractor, Vital, whose executive have been charged and convicted of bribery? Okay? We don't have a choice here in the Virgin Islands. Is that what the issue is here?
So let me just try to quickly answer your question, Senator. In effect, right now we really don't have a choice, and let me explain why. For both islands, the contract between WAPA and Vital was essentially in breach, and in December of 2022, Vital pretty much decided, because WAPA was in breach, turned off the siphon. Right, both districts. It's still the same propane terminal that Vital has for both St. Thomas and St. Croix. There's a storage facility at each plant, right? And so, when we did look at how do we get propane from at least on St. Croix, that trucking cost, you still got to pay to bring the propane from wherever to the islands, and then you still have an additional delivery cost to move small increments, which is sort of truckloads, from there to the plant. So what we did was, while we worked through all of those logistics, we tried to get the rates down, and then, like Chairman Fleming says, then WAPA would sort of vet the whole options out, see what responders are there, what they can provide, and at what cost, in a formal solicitation process, so that we can move. But I just want everybody to understand where we are with the Vital acquisition. Vital would be removed out of the propane storage option. WAPA would own that facility, and we wouldn't have to do business with Vital anymore for that particular piece.
Okay, so I understand all of that, but I do have a concern. I keep saying that this body passed that turnaround company, and I know from being in a housing authority, when the housing authority, Mr. Chairman, I do have a next question, but it is I just want to make my statement. When the housing authority in 2003 went into receivership, you know what happened to all of those contracts? They were terminated. Every single one. I have one person here who was there, right, at the helm, okay, when they took over. That's why I voted for that bill, because I know about turnaround companies. And I have one person who is in this body who was there when we came out, when we went in and came out of receivership. Okay? So that's what needs to happen. We have to find a way, right? And we have a whole bunch of lawyers, right? They need to work and try to get us out of this mess. And I think the turnaround company would have effectuated that. I do have a question, Mr. Chairman, for Human Services. Now, we have the $3 million that you are proposing, but I did some quick math. And I know that the cost that you incur isn't a fixed cost like some other grants. It is dependent on the type of services and the need that you're filling. But based on your testimony on page 2, you're saying that 9.3 million, it averages 9.3 million a month, for Medicaid costs. And so now we, the Virgin Islands, have a responsibility because these are the least among us. These are our citizens, our elderly citizens. And I know you said 2% of the program members drove 29. I'm sure most of that 2% is the elderly people. That silver tsunami that it is here. That silver tsunami is here. Okay, and it's driving these costs, and we want to take care of them and treat them with a level of dignity because we are here because of them and their sacrifices. So, is that 3 million going to be sufficient? Because I did a little calculation, and I came up for a 12-month period just using this and dividing it by the 17, multiplying it by the 17% match. I came up with it's going to cost us a total of 18,972,000 for 12 months, just using that, and about 1.5 million a month. Is that something that sounds correct to you?
Yes, it does, Senator.
Okay, so this ain't gonna be enough. I gonna just say it. This ain't gonna be enough. And our responsibility here, colleagues, is to take care of the least among us. I go and pay my taxes happily because I understand what feeds our economy. Bigs, real talk. The taxpayers' money is what feed and take care of all of our people who are in need. And I'm not going to sit here and be a hypocrite and say, I am going to see how much we could give and squeeze out from any other place to give to our elderly and to those least among us. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. And I say that Vital have us over a barrel, whether we want to accept it or not. They have us over a barrel. And our exercise, our push is to really ensure that VIHFA is able to complete this transition come July. Otherwise, come August, we'll have a whole different conversation to be had. Continue to praise the federal government in one instance, but again, they continue to push back and hold us up in being able to get this noose from around our neck with the Vital issue. Until such time that we're able to get out of that, we'll continue to pay. So, and they did a good job. They ain't locking just St. Croix, they ain't dropping just St. Thomas. The territory wide, they have us locked in. So we have to continue to hold hands together to make sure that we're able to, come July, see to it that money is paid out, $145 million, so we could get ourselves out of Vital. Point of information, Senator Capehart. Recognize the mic of Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked Mr. Williams regarding the environmental review, and while I was researching, trying to get some information of the last environmental review, it actually didn't even state anything about the Virgin Islands. But what I did find was the Office of the VI Inspector General's executive summary, and I would recommend, as we have no choice but to do what we have to do for the citizens of the Virgin Islands to remain with light, to look at the following summarizes the major findings from the inspection of the WAPA Vital fuel contracting process and transactions. I won't go through all the findings, but project planning, project cost, WAPA's procurement guidelines. I beg you to look at these because they're very important. And one, that really stands out is WAPA board and management did not fully exercise due diligence in undertaking the LPG conversion project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Blyden. Vice President Blyden, you recognize Vice Chair. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimony. I'm going to focus my line of questioning on the Department of Human Services. As was stated, this is one of the most important departments in the government that deals with everyone from cradle to grave, and especially our most vulnerable population, our young and seniors. But let me go to the testimony from Commissioner George in terms of the funding shortfalls and the long-term and short-term measures in addressing this shortfall. But for sure, my colleagues are correct. The $3 billion, it ain't even close to enough to deal with this situation. But I want to focus my line of questioning on revenues for the department. And let me ask you, or anyone that can answer from the department, in respect to the medical assistance program and the cost allocation plan. Do you have a cost allocation plan at the department?
No. At this time, we don't.
Because I believe this is necessary in order to maximize federal reimbursement. That's critical in terms of revenues to the department. And I know that in respect to the department, the territory is basically failing to claim millions of federal dollars in various programs, particularly those funding under the Title IV-E program, which those dollars will provide reimbursement to the territory. So let me ask a question in respect to reimbursement dollars, especially to those different vendors that's off island for our residents, especially those for children in the Department of Human Services custody. Have you guys been going after those dollars from the off-island vendors, etc., for those expenses?
At this time, we'll have to dig deep and get that answer for you, Senator.
Excuse me?
We don't have that answer among us. We'll get that answer for you.
How much do we spend off-island dollars do we spend with off-island vendors for services to the department? Say for the last 3 fiscal years.
Clarification, Senator. Are you speaking specifically to Medicaid or for the department?
Medicaid, definitely.
I don't have the sum figure for you. I think we can get that because right now I only have it broken down by provider.
Very well. I think that's very important and very critical because, like I said, there's a lot of money that's sitting out there that we need to go after, and that's available to us and to the department in that respect. I know Commissioner George got on board, but there's a lot of money out there for the department that will assist in that respect. In addition to that, let me speak to what was stated and the 17,000 folks being dropped from Medicaid within the last 12 months. And I know a question was asked earlier in terms of what happened to those folks, and we are not tracking them. There should be a tracking system. We must have a tracking system for these people because everything circles back to the general fund because guess what? We don't really know what's going on with these folks. Many of them probably got an increase, as you said, in their income, got a job, and it was stated how much, what the maximum income for individuals. One person is $15,660 and $31,932 for a family of 4. And few working family can basically qualify for that amount of money. Say for instance, a single mother with
1 minute
will not qualify if she makes minimum wage. So it's critical that we track these people to see exactly what's going on in that space because, as my colleague said, many of these individuals have to go back to the doctor for whatever reason. Many of them goes to the hospital or our health clinics and compensated care. So guess what? The money still come out of the general fund. You know, so we must be very creative and be very, very aware that we need to go after every penny. And there's a lot of federal funds that's out there that we have to go after. I think that's a very important point. Instead of just focusing on the short and long-term goals in terms of reducing costs, we need to really go after the funds that's out there, especially federal funds that's reimbursable, that's available to us. And I think that will go a far, far way in addressing the crisis that we have in terms of paying our vendors, especially our local vendors. So I just really wanted to make that point. I think that's critically important. And again, through the chair, I would like to have a copy of the medical state plan, because that plan is very, very important in terms of how we move forward. And also it's very important in terms of us assuring that we maximize our federal reimbursements. So I would like to have a copy to the chair.
Time.
Okay, and thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Just real quickly, before we go to a break and then a second round, a second short round, do you still have a CFO on board, Commissioner?
Yes, we have CFO Lydia McGrath, but unfortunately she's out of the territory. So representing her is our financial analyst, Roberto Tirado.
Okay, and in fact, is $3 million the exact amount of money that's owed to your vendor provider?
At this time, yes. $3.1 million.
$3.1 million. And do you have a listing and an accounting of exactly who's owed what?
Yes, we do.
And from the Department of Finance, in respect to the identified funding source for this $3 million, what is the timeline or the turnaround time for this money to be provided to Human Services so that they're able to execute these payments?
Kevin McCurdy.
Please recognize the mic of Commissioner McCurdy.
Just again.
24 to 48 hours.
24 to 48 hours?
Correct.
Okay. Very well. So what's the trigger? Once the bill is approved, sent up to the governor, then you'll make the necessary accounting.
That is correct, Senator.
Yeah. And then once the money gets to Human Service, what's the turnaround time for it to get to the vendors or providers?
Approximately 7 to 10 days.
7 to 10 days. Okay. And I see Williams in regards to the June 26th date of HFA to turn in that report or the analysis. Are we waiting until the 26th to make that happen? We ain't leaving a room for emergency or no cushion?
So that is this, Kevin Williams, Chief Policy Advisor. Good afternoon, Senator. That is the statutory environmental period, that 30 days that HUD has, that we just have to sort of wait it out. We can't shrink that by any means.
For that time?
Yeah. So,
okay. So that report, as you have communicated with HFA, is ready and available to go?
We have already prepped for that date. We have already prepped certain documents that WAPA would need once the information comes, once the approval comes back, so we could timely turn that around as well. So we're sort of projecting forward all the steps that we need to do to make sure that, again, there's no delay in processing this transaction.
And that's happening all at the IC level?
That coordination is what's happening, and that's really the key to making sure we don't bounce a document from one agency and they spend 3 days waiting on it because they're busy with something else and the time runs. It all happens in coordination at the incident command.
Okay.
Very important.
In regards to the outstanding amounts owed to the Agreco at $2.1 million as it stands now, how are you proposing to make that payment?
Well, this week, we have that before us. We are trying to solve that problem this week. We got to look at WAPA makes collections, as they've stated, about $900,000 a day in terms of collections. We sort of watch that to see what is due and to see how we could eke out, whether we will be able to eke out that payment this week. If we fall short, we got to look at contingency plans.
Okay, and you're in communication with the Agreco folks to make sure that either timely payment is made or at least to give you some time in which to make that payment.
And Senator, that is a difficult question. We had hoped to make those payments last week, and so both vendors, Seven Seas and Agreco, were expecting that something would be done last week. It got pushed because WAPA had to buy fuel this week, and so we're hoping to see if we can really take care of those issues this week. And that's to understate. That's why this is really a week-to-week issue that we sit at and we look at and really supports why we need the 90 days, why we need a collaboration between all the members in the incident command, and why we really come into the legislature to seek collaboration with you guys as well, because that is also needed.
In light of that two banking structure that had brought to our attention that the situation with WAPA, I know that we were able to resolve one of the issues with one of the banks, and that was for the bondings. Have we been able to address the other pending matter with the other bank? I think it's First Bank.
Yeah, I could confirm with the finance team. I'm unaware at the moment.
Say again?
So I could confirm with the finance team. I'm unaware at the moment.
You're unaware of the status of that?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is the exit plan in terms of the discussion with the CEO? Is there any specifics that you're expecting to get from him as he makes his exit plan? Is there any documentation, any requirements, any advice? Where do we go from here in regards to now moving to that next CEO of WAPA?
Yeah, this has been certainly a parallel track of dealing with today while also having to think about tomorrow from the board standpoint in terms of kind of defining what that leadership transition will be. I think ultimately the incident command has been helpful in terms of there's an extreme amount of knowledge sharing of the real-time issues. So that's happening in real time as well, which is helping kind of set a portfolio of information that will support that transition as it fits.
Also, can you speak to any specifics that's required or demanded of Mr. Andrew Smith as he makes his exit? Is there anything that he needs to fulfill to be in full compliance of his exit strategy?
No specifics, no.
No specifics. Yep. Okay. And in regards to the incident command, and I know that it's almost like an everyday basis. I see where in your report you talk about every other day that you meet, and then outside of that, the Tuesdays and Thursdays, you still have meetings. What else is left? I mean, you have most of your key individuals that sit right there in the incident command. What else, with over the next 90 days, based on what you intend to benefit from, what else do you see is the benefit of having this incident command remains in place?
Well, I'll start and Kevin transition. Just to be short, the constant awareness of the dynamic issues that the authority faces and the continued collaboration on solving them is really the key support.
And I do think the definite support of the governor standing in when we have major issues. If we run into a shortfall, we run into a major snag or impasse, the governor has really been able to step in, at least to have a higher level conversation to some of these vendors and saying, you're about to impact the people of the Virgin Islands. We need to be able to figure something out in an interim. Give me a couple of days before the lights go off. Let me see what I can do. Speak with, of course, this body or whatever the case may be. So that's kind of where we at. There are a lot of good signs, Senator. Like we're hoping this week that we can get Unit 15 back on propane, and that a huge amount of cash that is leaving WAPA, or they have to buy another $4 million worth of diesel next week, that they won't have to buy those purchases as frequent. That helps us in a very short term. It also really helps with some of these units for the stability in the St. Thomas, St. John district. Really what keeps me up at night is St. John. St. Thomas has multiple issues that are plaguing the utility, and some of it is on the distribution side. The undersea cable, it hasn't really been brought up too much in this hearing, but I just really want to kind of let the people of St. John know we are really trying to, that's like my next major piece that we need to focus on and figure out how do we get WAPA to move with the speed of light with a lot of some of their federal projects that they have been inundated with just keeping the lights on and the stuff breaking, that it takes their attention away of moving some of their core and critical projects. So incident command really drives them, makes them a little bit uncomfortable about a decision needs to be made. We need to move. We don't have luxury of hemming and hawing. And so really and truly, that's how the incident command is really helping to bring these developments that you've seen in the last 60 days come about. Without incident command and without this structure and support to WAPA, we're going to go backwards, and we're going to go backwards fast because WAPA still doesn't have a solution to their liquidity issue.
Thank you very much. Recognizing WAPA as a government entity, how do you see this body playing a role outside of just this request for extension of the state of emergency? How do you see this body playing a role in us collectively working together to this Herculean task that's going to be required to address the WAPA concerns, WAPA or the energy crisis issue?
Thank you, Senator. I do think improved communication of sharing of information with this body is essential. We need to have ongoing communication with this body to share with you, whether it's on a monthly basis, what are the things that we're working through, what are the challenges that we're seeing coming up, so that the body understands. We have to work through a liquidity solution. That is the difficult pill that hopefully we can collectively sort of develop. We're trying to develop some options. We need to have those sort of mature really quickly and to be able to share that with this body so that we don't necessarily spring it on the body, spring it on the public, but says this is what we see can get us through this next quarter. And we're hoping that at some point in time through this 90 days, we can flesh that out, bring that to you guys, have that discussion and collaboration, and we understand what are we getting into, and to, I'm not gonna call any senators' names, but having some accountability in terms of however we help WAPA to make sure that they deliver on the back end to the people at the Virgin Islands is also key. So that's the vein in which we're trying to approach, however, the assistance we give to WAPA.
And obviously, as well as the delegate to Congress, or at least the federal component, I will imagine that those same dialogue or communication needs to be had as well.
That is correct. We want to include all aspects of the government of the Virgin Islands in the solution going forward.
Thank you. At this time, Senator Maurice James, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a delicate question, really. The incident command team, this is about the incident command team. What is different about the incident command team that WAPA did not have 90 days ago to come up with these solutions? What's the difference?
That's a good question, Senator. The instant is the involvement of the governor and his demanding for us to have pretty much daily insight and awareness of what's happening, and for us to be able to drive WAPA off of its, let's say, its comfort zone. We have been able to get involved, and we have been somewhat involved, but it's less of a, let's call it a trust and verify than a we gotta see the put in, and we gotta see action now, and not going away and then coming back to only hear that we haven't received the necessary achieved the necessary objectives that we needed to see with the time frame. So that's really the state of emergency really helps to drive that home. And we started off meeting not every day, and we quickly realized this is the type of emergency that still requires a daily effort, because in 2 days things can start to go the wrong direction.
But at some point, we have to transition from an incident command to the real structure of management at WAPA. And so I'm just wondering, I was informed that the CEO that's leaving now was a financial turnaround person and not an engineer. And I'm just wondering if we are putting the right people in place to do, going forward, to do what the incident command team is doing now. We had 2 board members recently that were excellent, two young men. And I would imagine that they would be offering expert advice on moving forward. So I just wanted to get your assurance that going forward, when we transition from the incident command team, that we have the right people in place to build on the foundation that the incident command team is now doing.
So yes, Senator, I think the management turnaround company is part of that mix going forward, and that will play a vital role in terms of how do we cement a lot of the future management structure, where they're looking at renewables are because WAPA is going to be transforming as authority, and so we don't need to just look at the utility as it is today. We need to look at the utility that it will be in 18 or 24 months, and so that has to happen.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James, for your line of question. Next, we'll recognize Senator Gittins for his point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the previous Inspector General report done on WAPA dating back to 2021. Let me ask you, the Watsella units that's coming online in the next coming months, what type of fuel they're going to be using?
At initial commissioning, they will use diesel, and then they will transition to propane.
And why are you using diesel when we paid all these millions of dollars for the conversion to propane?
It's a specification of the generator provider. It is just at the initial commissioning, and then it is then transitioned to propane. They begin fired on diesel and then transition to propane on a full-time basis.
Again, looking at this report, right? It spoke about WAPA's board and management not fully exercising due diligence. Going back to the finance chair earlier point of information, asking about if you did due diligence and these barges and whatnot. I'm also looking at the board, that the board did not ensure that it mitigated WAPA's financial risk when they approved a particular project without detailed engineering plans, etc. I just want to caution you all that even under a state of emergency, we have to perform due diligence and be accountable for our actions. All right? And Mr. Williams, if it were bad, you'd have called my name. But you could call my name when it's good. Accountability is key. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. We will recognize Senator Fonseca. Colleagues, we'll do a second round. Hold any other points until your time come. And Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognize for your point of information at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. See, Commissioner George, don't be afraid, Waste Management Authority got $6 million in electricity bill they ain't pay. You paid your electricity bill. I want to go quick to Gary Smith, Medicaid director. You said the eligibility income cutoff for single was 15,006. What it was? 15,000.
654.
654. Well, you know, that's $7.52. There's nobody making $7.52 could afford to pay for insurance. 15,000. Even if you make 18,000, that's $8.65. 20,000, you're making $9.61. There's nobody making $9.61 can afford insurance. These 14,000 people, most of them gonna be out of insurance. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time.
Senate President, we have some follow-up numbers for you. I'll ask Mr. Smith to provide.
Sure. You could proceed, Ms. Director Smith.
Yes, to respond to Senator Blyden's question about off-island care. From October 1st, the beginning of the fiscal year, through as of today, we've spent $28,013,406 in off-island care. And those are for services.
Let's hear that again, please.
$28,013,406 as of today. And that's for services or claims only from healthcare providers.
Okay, all right. Senator Capehart?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smith, would you happen to have the numbers of how much you pay for airlifting individuals out of the territory per year?
I would have to get that information for you, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry. We do have that information.
For this year, we've spent $4,091,681 on airlifting, and that's just medical air ambulance. We've also paid about $203,000 for commercial.
Thank you.
Thank you for your response there on that. And at this time, we'll take a 15 minutes break. Give you guys a break. Want to keep going?
Yeah, I'm hungry.
Let's take a 2 minutes recess and then come back and we'll start our second round of 2 minutes. The committee of the whole stands in recess for 2 minutes. And we're out of recess. Again, we're going to a second round of 2 minutes. If you need it, senators, you could use it. If you don't, let's move on. Senator Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your 2 minutes at this time.
Once again, to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. Again, I do not have an issue with what we're attempting to do to assist human services with making sure the people of our territory get the services they need. My biggest issue is still with this WAPA state of emergency piece of legislation. I am not co-signing on it. There's a reason why the entire section of this code is riddled with 30-day intervals. Because I don't want us to go back to the reason why this law was even created in the first place. It was created to have 30-day intervals to force the executive branch to share information with the legislature. Now, one of the things that this law says, no state of the emergency may continue longer than 30 days unless renewed by the governor. It speaks to what has to be included if he's going to submit for renewal. It specifically says to request must include specific reasons for the extension, the time period for the extension, and the plan of action to address the conditions that necessitate the extension. If we attempt to change and go contrary to what our law already says, we're going to be blocking out 90 days where the executive branch don't have to tell us nothing. They don't have to share us any information with us if they don't feel like it. And I am to the point where I would rather it continue in 30-day intervals for us to get the necessary information, because that is why the law was created in the first place. You know, I listened to a lot of what was shared today. I do believe WAPA is in a state of an emergency. I'm going to repeat that. But some of the things that we are cheerleading, if it was not for bad management, if it was not for lopsided deals, we would not have been in this situation in the first place, that we even have to be here cleaning it up. So say one, say two for me. But at the end of the day, it is important that we try to change the entire structure of WAPA, the mechanism of how we do things, pay our vendors in a timely manner, and it is my hope that at some point my colleagues will support my piece of legislation. I'm attempting to special order for us to put 2 ex-officio members on the board of WAPA so that we will not be consistently blindsided every time situations happen here in the territory when it comes to this utility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I recall when Andrew Smith came here, and when he came to us, he talked about changing the culture in WAPA. And the culture that he was talking about is a lot of the corruption and just not people not just doing the job and being accountable. And the same thing happened under his watch. Companies getting action to work without going through the bidding process. Companies that not located in this territory getting job because of friends. So my question is, what is the incident command going to do to address the root cause of the financial instability of WAPA? What are you saying to WAPA to cut out all of this bad dealing under the table, excessive spending because somebody want to give somebody a contract, and then left us holding the bag and making these decisions every time the gun is put to our head? Help me out.
So I think what Kevin Williams, Chief Policy Advisor, Incident Commander, what the Incident Command is trying to do is make sure that WAPA operates in a more efficient manner. The rates of 51 or 55 cents a kilowatt, and the disparity between what they charge, what they are able to charge, that's the gap that we need to bring in. No matter what we say in terms of contracts and so forth, the cost to produce power must come down. That is where you get the authority in a better position to be able to adjust and be more nimble. Right now, they are in such a bad condition that the true cost of electricity goes higher when they create what they call their dispatch plan. If a unit that they based on a rate they think is going to end up charging 51 cents, and that unit in their plan, that unit was running on diesel, and now it was running on propane, and now it's running on diesel. They still can only charge a certain amount, but the cost to produce electricity is even higher than what the PSC and they have reported what the rates will be. So,
what measure are you holding them accountable to make sure that we don't continuously doing all of these crooked deals and contracts without actually really holding them accountable to it? It's clear to see what's happening in WAPA. And when Andrew Smith come here, that was one of the things he talked about, the culture of WAPA. And when he spoke about the culture, he was referring to all of these contracts that was just being nilly-willy handed out. So what are you guys doing to stop it? That's my question. Well, that's who they send. To the board, then.
As the chairman of the board, we review all contracts that are over the CEO's delegation of authority. And as the board, when I first joined the board, which was over 5 years ago, we had the first measures that were put in place in terms of the protocol was ensure a conflict of interest, essentially not waiver, but certification was tied to every evaluation committee that reviews contracts that the board ultimately reviews. So from a board standpoint, the checks and balances are there.
The board dropped sleep. I can show you an instance of a company that got a contract through the second man in command that left. Not Andrew Smith, the second guy, the next financial guy that he brought, where he got a contract for his friends on the mainland that doesn't have no business license here. I can show you that. So please, let we don't go this way. So you guys drop sleep on that. But I'm going to wrap up with one question to Avril George. What are you guys, if I may, if I may, what are you guys doing, Commissioner Avril George, sorry, in regards to fraudulent cases, and how many fraudulent cases have you guys discovered already so far? If there's any, how much fraudulent case, and what are you doing to address dealing with these fraudulent cases?
Good afternoon, senators, listen audience. Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. There are a couple of fraudulent cases, I would say numbering between 4 to 6 currently, under investigation. And we do have a couple of providers that are on payment suspension while investigations continue.
Hopefully, suspension without pay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
So, if I may, yes, that suspension of payments means that no claims are being processed and paid or paid.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson, and certainly for your response, Mr. Smith. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Minority Leader, for his 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Board Chair Fleming, what is the status of the employees at WAPA now? Any of them in jeopardy of losing their jobs or anything?
No, not at liberty to discuss personnel matters, but that's not a conversation that's being had right now.
Okay, because state of emergency mean I have carte blanche over them. So just want to make sure. Okay, to date, $10,280,677.64 has been spent, paid from WAPA from the Budget Stabilization Fund. We need any more money for anything? And where is it coming from?
Good afternoon, Senator. Kevin Williams, Chief Policy Advisor, Incident Commander. Senator, we're in a state of emergency. We are grappling with weekly issues. To say that we won't need any more money from anywhere at any point in time would be irresponsible of myself. We are trying to make sure that we keep the lights on for the residents, and we have to be able to be in a position to respond and react.
Hold up one. Like I say again, I go back to say you come to me now to explain to me why you want 90 days. So in that 90 days, you have a plan. So in that plan, how much more money in a 90-day period you expect to expend, and on what and where you get the money from? That's, I think, clear, plain English.
So I don't think that's how we look at it. How you're looking at it, that's not how we're looking at it.
Okay.
We have a 90-day plan, and part of that 90-day plan is trying to develop a liquidity gap issue, meaning that there are gaps, and we're trying to figure out how we solve that. Right now, WAPA runs a pretty much close to a $4 to, let's call it $3 to $5 million gap, depending on what's happening at the ground. That's the issue that we have to try to massage and fix. So I can't tell you that whether we're going to somehow meet that gap or we're not going to meet it, and to what dollar amount that we're going to meet it. If a situation arises that we need to use it based on a state of emergency, we have to use it from whatever available funds that there are, so that we can make sure we keep the lights on to the territory. It will be that type of situation that we would have to use funds. Whether the lights stay on, St. Thomas is in rotating power, or blackouts, that's what we're trying to avert.
So just to wrap up, Mr. Chair. So based on your testimony, I can tell you in the next 3 months, you're going to have that $15 million gap, $5 million per month. That's what you said.
Maximum. But
right.
Is that what I'm going to use? I can't say that I'm going to use $15 million.
No, not what you're going to use. What the gap is. The gap is $5 million a month.
Correct.
So in the next 90 days, I can tell you there will be a $15 million gap. So all I was saying is, in your meetings that you have from Monday to Friday, what mechanisms do you have in place to address a $15 million gap, something that you know, not the unknown, the known, and where do you intend to get that money from?
So as I mentioned in my earlier testimony, we're looking at how we engage with some of WAPA's core vendors, whether it's through deferred payments, other financial options. Those discussions are ongoing right now with some of those vendors. So it means that we won't necessarily have a $5 million gap going forward every month. It may be different. If we can get Unit 15 back on this week, then the gap is not $15 million. So it's service by service, vendor by vendor is how we tackle that gap, and how we can find solutions to meet those gaps. So there's not a pill that says, oh, we're going to $5 million and we fix the problem. We look at it, where's that $5 million coming from, and what solutions we have to each one of those issues to be able to then attack and address those issues, whether it's transportation costs, lease costs, O&M, operation and maintenance, fuel. Those are all things that are on the table that we're looking to see how we can bring in that gap. And perhaps with increased collections that is a part of the table, WAPA might be able to shrink that delta to make it a lot more manageable for themselves.
I just don't think you understand what I was saying. But again, I'm just being respectful in terms of there is a known. In fixing something, you have to know what's your known. And you know what the known is. So going forward, I just figure that's how you address it. We know there's a gap.
Yes.
And we try to eliminate based on, we know in the whole, at the end of 90 days, we're going to be in a $15 million gap. So then how are we going to address it? So, but again, maybe we're talking the same thing, but I just saying it wrong. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Before we go on to the next senator, I.C. Williams, have you received or seen a zero balance to those agencies where they were paid up? The JFL, Snyder Regional Medical Center, as well as Waste Management. Have they received a zero balance statement from WAPA in respect to the payments? Anyone can speak to that?
I'll have the Commission of Finance speak to that. Yeah, we've seen a report that showed that there were credits.
The answer is yes.
Yeah, I mean, they will start accruing again.
Yes, and the answer is yes. We have received documentation to show that there have been zero balance.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that. Because that assure that at least there's a stop to at least those pending payments, and then everything else will be moving forward. So I appreciate your response to that. Next, we'll recognize Senator Giovanni James Sr. for his 2 minutes.
Greetings once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I'm not going to read the entire definition of state of emergency, but the main important part is regaining control. You do certain things to regain control, and that's what we're trying to get at today, or at some point, to regain control of the Water and Power Authority. And my question to Mr. Williams, the $600 million from the federal government for the replacement of the Richmond plant, did the state of emergency contributed to us getting that assistance, or that was not dependent on the state of emergency?
Good afternoon, Senator. That's a good question. I think maybe only the federal partners in their mind, whether that played a part in their decision to
1 minute
resolve the.
So my question to you is, the conversation started regarding the $600 million, of course, after the governor did the state of emergency, right?
No, the conversation with the prudent replacement has been ongoing with WAPA.
So with the state of emergency, right, how does that contribute to expediting or assisting in any way, shape, or form with the federal government assisting us with the replacement of the Richmond plant to the $600 million? It's two different things?
I would say there are two different things. It gives us a future outlook if we know that we're going to be able to change the generation in Richmond, and that we also know we have propane coming online. The decision making in terms of how do you marry renewable energies with what the plant is generating gives us a better vision for it in making those decisions, how we prudently replace the generation at the plant.
So your objectives for the next 90 days, I saw that you list them out. You had what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bullet points. And out of those 9 bullet points, there were no mention of the $600 million. That's why I asked if there's intertwined.
Right, because the prudent replacement is going to be a little while out.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, because when people hear these news, they're expecting things to happen immediately. So we need timelines and dates. So when I put out them press release, at least give us some timelines and dates. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much. I think a very important point also to add to that, Mr. Williams, is the fact that as we continue to go through this state of emergency, that at least we'll be given some visibility by the federal government in terms of the urgency and the crisis that we're in our energy. Is that the case?
That is the case. That is the case, Senator. The role we are speaking with our federal partners, trying to figure out how they can assist us. They do participate in specifically like on the interconnection studies. We have multiple federal partners on those calls with us. The next meeting we have is this Friday with them to receive an update on the new renewable side of the house. So those things are ongoing, and really the state of emergency, they're looking at this as well, and wanted to know that yes, the territory is serious about really trying to address these issues, and it's important. That's why it's kind of important that we really project to the public that it's not just finally getting on board with the WAPA board and the incident command, the executive branch and the legislative branch and our delegate to Congress. We really got to be on board on this if we're really going to solve this WAPA problem. There's not a second really go around in my book.
That brings me to the question is, what kind of technical assistance are we getting? Obviously when we talk about the Ernst & Young and these various consulting groups, part of that was to bring in some level of expertise or consultation from technical experts. Are we seeing any technical expertise aiding and assisting in this Herculean task of the energy crisis that we're experiencing?
So definitely say confidently yes to that. I mean, we have certainly seen, you mentioned some of the financial technical assistance, but I think the technical, like the actual engineering and operational technical assistance is just as important. As we look at that $600 million that was raised by the senator before, I look at that as an opportunity for the authority to dream big. We've been having to tackle a lot of projects in a very piecemeal nature, whether it's this generation here, maybe a substation there, where this is a far more holistic set of funding that the requisite subject matter expertise that goes along with planning and strategically building out and maximizing those resources are certainly there. We've expanded upon some of the project management technical assistance that have been supporting some of the federal projects, expanding those into more task orders that address whether it be even the St. John generation, emergency generation scoping. So we're building on some of the technical resources that we have now, expanding those scopes, adding that so that way we're looking at all of these, again, operational structural projects as much as we're looking at the financial as well.
Thank you for that. Senator Joseph, you asked for a point of information?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask a question surrounding WAPA e-LIAC. What is the rate that we are charging to the customers, the ratepayers?
For the LIAC?
Yeah.
I could confirm, but it's currently 22 cents per kilowatt hour
But
approximately.
how much does WAPA incur, actually, your actual amount? Because this is a bulging deficit. How much is your rate that you actually incur as far as your e-LIAC? What is
Yes.
the amount?
So I'll confirm specifically, but I could just if you notice based off the testimony, we collect at 41 cents, where the true cost is closer to 55. That variance is tied to the fuel, so you're looking at over 10 cents.
So we're going to
delta.
see a deficit anyway because you aren't collecting as much. You aren't collecting your true amount by the ratepayers, us.
Yeah, I mean we start every month in the red. Yes.
Right, and the reason why we paid in about 77 million in ARPA fund was to bridge that gap. So we're going to still have a level of structural deficit because the rate is too low, and it is far lower than the amount that we pay for the gas. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Balkes, you recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My 2 minutes, I'm going to focus on human services. I neglected to ask them a question in the previous round. I wanted to start with claims backlog. Being that claims backlog is something that would definitely hit you in the future and could potentially cause an issue to put you back in the same place that we are right now. And being that providers have about a year to submit claims, how are you expecting to deal with that concerning backlog issues that come up, especially during the peak enrollment period, and the impact that they might have on your financial strains?
Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. So we are currently working with our MMIS, Medicaid Management Information System vendor, who processes and pays who processes and adjudicates our claims, to operationalize that process where it would be more seamless, but then also streamlined, and provide much added assistance to the very, very limited short staff claims unit that we have.
Is there a number associated with what that financial strain or impact would be?
Regarding the implementation?
Yes.
Yes. So that amendment to their contract is approximately $3 million. However, we've obtained a grant from CMS payable at 100% to pay for that implementation.
Okay, that's good news. Okay, great. Before my time runs out, can you provide more details on the temporary service adjustments, which in the testimony you indicated will be starting on July 1st, 2024, and specifically, what kind of impact will that have on our members in the Medicaid?
So, the service adjustments will include things like placing limits on, payouts for services in the dental area for adults. Just also for everyone's edification, dental is an optional service under Medicaid. You're not required to provide dental. So is prescription drugs, so is DME services. So we focused on the optional services, and not that those services are not going to be provided to persons who really require the service. May I finish? But we to maintain and ensure the integrity of the program, the prior authorization process is being implemented again since the public health emergency has ended.
Okay, very well. Thank you for your responses. And Mr. Chair, may I ask one last?
You may, Senator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Concerning Section D of the Medicaid, I believe that deals with prescription drugs. What sort of impact are you going to see concerning if we're not able to meet the delta in the sense of, in the future concerning the backlog? Is that going to have any impact on Section D?
So the Part D program is a program where we will be enrolling eligible Medicaid members to Medicare Part D, which will enable the Medicaid program to save as a primary payer. So those claims will be paid by Medicare, and Medicaid will then, take care of any deductibles, co-pays, and also CMS is assisting in providing funding to pay the premiums for those individuals. So it's a big saving to the program where Medicare will be acting as a primary payer versus Medicaid, which in now those approximately 2,000 members, we are paying we are paying as a primary care. So we're taking on that expenditure 100%.
Okay, thank you so much for your responses, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolquez. Next, we'll recognize Senator Donna Fred Gregory. You're recognized for your 2 minutes, Madam Finance Chair.
Very quickly. So let me just first commend Kevin Williams for his delivery today. They send the right man here to Mamagayos. I had to say it on the record. You are doing an excellent job for someone that just... How long have you been at the office of the governor, Mr. Williams?
Senator, about 8 months.
8 months, okay. I have to say. But let me just ask you. So I've been looking at this state of emergency, and look, we know what we have to do, but there are some things that we have to do on this side to ensure that we protect the interests of the people. You are protecting the interests from your perspective, and in our perspective, we have to do likewise. What is your take if we were to require you to provide a report to the Committee of the Whole? You have to do it in person every 45 days if we were to say yes to this 90 days. It's important to us because we cannot wait until September to know what's going on. History has said to us, based on the relationships that we have currently, that we are always in the dark, and we always get information that we read in the newspapers or in the media. What's your take on the 45 days reporting out?
Well, thank you, Senator, for the question. I think from Governor Bryan's leadership, he has no problems being able to communicate with his body.
45 days, you're using up my time.
So we don't have any problem. If that's what the legislature wants, then we will.
Okay, that's a yes, right? Next thing. Have you all looked at your fuel tax? Did you say yes? Come, my time running on the president got to go.
It's the will of the legislature.
Good. Fuel tax. So we have a 15 cents fuel tax. Is the full complement of those funds being used? I know proportions of it was currently being used to cover a bond. Are we seeing any whittling down of that? When will that 15 cent become available?
Time.
Does anyone know?
14
cents, sorry, it's 14 cents.
Yeah, I would have to revert back for the team. I don't personally have any.
Through the chair, we would like to get that information, please. Mm-hmm. And lastly, I just have to ask this question. I've heard little rumblings that individuals in the C-suite at WAPA have received 50,000 bonuses. Is that accurate? And if it is accurate, who are those individuals?
Sorry, if individuals have received...
Individual or individuals? S.
Yep. The only individual from the board's perspective that was eligible for bonuses or discretionary bonuses was the CEO.
And did he receive the bonus?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of the discretionary bonus?
This was based off of the criteria that was set from the board from the onset of the contract.
What's that criteria? I'm going to let you answer on the chair stand because it's very important for us to know because we are no better off today than where we were when the new CEO came on board. So I don't know how you write your contract, but we need to know the purpose of that bonus. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please answer on the chair stand.
You may respond, Director.
Yep. Yeah, so from the inception of the contract, there was a discretionary structure that the board could define. The board, and that was an annual opportunity for on various criteria. The initial criteria was prorated for the first, because they started basically mid-cycle of our fiscal year, was primarily based on the development of a leadership team. That was from the onset. That was when it was building out the CEO, COO, Chief Financial Officer as well. There was other criteria I'd be happy to share, and also the accomplishments as well early on in that structure. So I'd be happy to share that with the chair.
I'd love to see that because obviously we've been providing a stimulus of almost close to $100 million. And we continue to be in an energy crisis. So I'm not sure what the bonus really entails, but I'd love to see what qualify for that requirement. It's just, I don't know. We continue to find ourselves in this predicament. I certainly won't dwell on that today because we're trying to move forward on this particular issue. But we had to take over. We had to take over of Government House by creating a whole incident command system to be able to get a lot of these things that we expected the board and the CEO to have addressed. And still we're talking about rewarding inadequacies, in my opinion. Unacceptable. But again, we won't dwell on that today. I see Williams, there was a request for the reporting every 45 days. What about the opportunity for one or two members to sit within the IC again to be able to get a perspective of what's happening, be able to report back to the legislature about what's occurring there?
Thank you, Senate President. I think the governor had mentioned that we are willing to have that sort of group where we're able to brief out to the legislature more in some of the task force group that we had, which is a little bit of a wider group, that we can definitely do that, whether it's two or three or more members.
Just asking for one or two, not three or four.
Yeah, so one or two with the legislature. Within the incident command, it's a little bit different because that's really through that VITEMA executive branch function. We don't want to start to murky up the waters in terms of separation. But when we have that task force that we can definitely brief out in detail, we meet every day. I'm sure this body doesn't have the capacities to be able to, when you have your other members, to be every single day. So I think there's something that we can sort of work through, but it's more so in the task force group structure that I think that would work out.
Very well, we could further deep dive that particular issue, but we just don't like ourselves being found always in a crisis mode, where we have to be brought in at the last minute then to resolve some of these issues. I believe having a seat at the table, then we could certainly be able to be involved in the process. Senator Johnson, you recognize for your point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The mic, thank you. Hello? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You're saying that you have this incident command, but yet we're having a turnaround company. What are we having a turnaround company and still having an incident command? Help me out.
So The incident command, the turnaround company, that contract hasn't even been signed. We're hoping to have that contract signed this week. The contract is with the vendor to sign this week. They'll be mobilizing, I think, shortly. But we have a pressing need like yesterday. So I'm sure we're not saying that we wait until the turnaround company to act. We need to act now. We need to deal with the crisis now and be able to eventually, when we transition out of the state of emergency, have that assessment and those actions from the turnaround company done. Like we've said, this is not a 30-day issue. We're talking like 30 days, 60 days as if it matters. We're going to be in this issue for a while just based on the contracts, based on the deliverables, based on the engineering that has to happen. So I want to not leave this body or the public under any misconceived notions that this territory can press a button and somehow fix the water and power authority and the energy issue that we have now. So we just need to be able to work together and better communicate. I'll be the first person to say, collaborating and communicating, especially going forward. I'm new to this, in this realm, but I know everyone is listening. We have to be able to do this going forward. And so if we can do it going forward, whatever adjustments that we need to make together, then we will do so. And that's what I think when we first started the incident command, there was with WAPA, there was a little bit of a getting straightened out how this thing is going to function. I think we've straightened that out. We're now branching out to this body and to be able to better communicate to the public. So if next week a generator trips and the power goes out, that we can better explain to them what is happening, why, and not because a state of emergency was called mean that the power won't go out tomorrow. So we have to do a much better job of that. And for this particular issue, I'm not saying all the others, but this particular issue, we're going to have to really work together to get over the hump.
Thank you very much for that. Is the incident command aware of this $50,000 payment that went out to pay the CEO?
We are aware of the contract that the CEO has with the...
I ain't asking about contract, the payment. The $50,000 payment is what I'm asking about, not no contract.
No.
Okay, thank you. Who's next? I don't even know. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. Senator James, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. Maurice C. James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very clear about the difference between a turnaround company and an incident command, because we surely do not want to give the powers of an incident command to a turnaround company, management company. No way. Okay? That's not how it works. Okay? So the turnaround management company is going to make recommendations while the incident command exercises power and authority over what's going on in the territory. The thing about it is that one of the things that is of concern to me is, and I think all my colleagues have touched on it, is as a separate branch of government, if we are not given the complete information, or, I was an ethics counselor at the National Guard, and part of telling soldiers is if you do not give the commander all the information, they cannot make
1 minute.
an informed decision, which is what is happening with us as a legislature when you do not give us all the information. My biggest concern right now is the sentence on page 3 that talks about the vital infrastructure acquisition. That last sentence is just troubling me. Once HUD reviews and approves a packet, is there any chance that they're not going to approve the packet? Is there anything that we should be concerned about that's not going to happen? Because once they review and approve, it implies that they have not seen the packet. So have they been receiving information from us?
Yes, Senator. We have been in direct communication and trying to coordinate this with HUD.
Okay, so you've said it again one more time?
So
Time.
I'm sorry. So yes, we have been in communications with HUD in terms of they are expecting the package. And this is just to allay any concern. This is really just the process. This is what, no matter what it is, this is what it has to go through. And it's HUD's process.
Because the reason is, since you are the person requesting, I just found it interesting that you said you expect to close by the end of July, which implies to me that you have some control over the deadline. Do you have control over the deadline?
No, we don't. And that's why it says expected by the end of July. So with the environmentals, there was a big hurdle with getting through the equipment, whether it was flood zones, the equipment that was a part of the terminal, and would it have some sort of environmental issues? We were able to work basically through HUD with those challenges that was slowing down the transaction. And now we're at a point where we're just really waiting out the remainder of the environmental period to then turn it in. We cannot turn in the application before that date, even if we're ready.
And there will be a quick turnaround because this is now June 24th, and the end of July is, a month away. Is there a quick, let's use the word expect, you expect a turnaround, a quick turnaround on HUD's part?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, just one final note. I want to caution my colleagues that do not blur the lines between the executive and the legislative branch. So I'm not volunteering, nor do I want to be on any committee that is meeting with the task force. Thank you.
Oh, you were the one going. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, I'm in full support of the plan submitted by, articulated by Kevin Williams. I hope Carl Knight had something to do with it because, he's very qualified local Virgin Island. Okay, I want to go to Human Services real quick because, my fellow Virgin Islanders, right now there's 17,026 persons that have lost their insurance in the last 4 weeks. They come into all our office, we've seen them. So I don't want to get the commissioner in trouble, so I'm going to ask directly to Gary Smith. If you had a number, what number do you think you would need in additional funds to administer your Medicaid program? We're recommending the proposal here is $3 million. What number do you think you need?
So, Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. So based on
no, you give me a number quick, my time running,
okay.
Please.
6.5 million.
6.5. Okay, you see, I want to let the Virgin Islands know there's a difference how the federal government treats the territories as opposed to how it treats the states. I want you to explain to me that federal cap, how we suffer. But you'll do that on the chair's time. But I want to go into I want to go into something here because, in this proposal, right, Kevin Williams told us that they gave waste management $6.1 million. Money we gave to the waste management to pay the electric bill, they didn't pay it. They still get paid the money.
1 minute.
Human Services, we all agree. This commissioner, we have to make sure that she succeeds. And the way this commissioner is going to succeed is by the legislature, giving her the resources to carry out her mandate. You hear the director say it's 6.5. We giving them, I'm going to recommend at the appropriate time is $5 million. So my time was called, Mr. Chair? Okay, good. So you see, right now, the cutoff is $15,654. If you make more than $15,000, you can't get Medicaid. I mean, $7.52. Nobody with $7.52 an hour can afford insurance. Even if your $20,000 is $9.61, you can't afford insurance. We have an ability, the opportunity here to help these 17,000 people that don't have insurance. So please explain to us the difference with the federal cap and how the territories are treated different from a state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. So the territories programs are capped. It's under 1108, Section 1108 under the Social Security Act of the U.S. Congress, where we are capped based on the CPIU, Consumer Price Index. So annually, they will decide based on that the actual amount we get annually. Now, prior to my coming on board in 2017, I think in that year the territory was only allotted probably like $18.2 million. So, you know, every February following the beginning of the fiscal year, the federal dollars were exhausted. So that meant, you know, funding for any Medicaid services was 100% local, and the match was 55-45. So the Bipartisan Budget Act was passed in 2018, where we received 100% FMAP.
1 minute.
And we continue to you know be blessed by Congress, where they when those funds expired in September 2019, they passed PL 116-94, allotting us, the Virgin Islands, $120 million for fiscal year 20 and 21. Thereby, they now use that as our base. Thereby, that's where we're at right now, where we received $135.6 million. Say that again?
You're asking how the states treated.
The state's programs are open-ended. So, you know, if I was the Medicaid director for a state program and I saw the need for an additional $100 million to finish out the fiscal year, I could submit that request on my CMS 37 report. That report is your funding report that you submit on a quarterly basis to CMS.
Time.
Thank you for saying that. But I think that there was one time that our match was actually at 55-45.
Yes.
And we have seen significant improvement here. At one point, we're even up to 100%, which was greater than many other states that don't have that level of coverage there. Can you speak to how many individuals were able to come in on that when we got that 100%?
So, you know, that goes back to where we almost got to 40,000 members. After the 2 Category 5 storms, CMS allowed us to provide automatic extensions. You know, after the 2 storms, a lot of folks lost their jobs.
Right.
So we had an influx of members come in, got Medicaid, and then after that, you had COVID. So we had to continue providing benefits to those members until the public health emergency expired, which it expired in March of 2023, thereby our unwinding or ensuring that every member on the Medicaid program recertified beginning in June of 2023, thereby those 17,000 members falling off the road.
So let me ask you a question. Is the Medicaid transferable? Because we have had a population loss of almost 20,000 individuals, or individuals that were perhaps registered here, eligible here in the Virgin Islands. Are they able to transfer with that elsewhere?
So in order, you cannot have you cannot be enrolled in 2 Medicaid programs at the same time. So you would have to notify us to cancel your benefits here, and wherever you are in the States, the mainland, or another territory, to be able to apply for their program.
So in order for that to happen, you have to give up what's here, or you're able to transfer it?
Yes, you have to give up what's here.
You're not able to transfer?
No.
The program. Thank you. Right. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad that Mr. Gary Smith gave that little clarification, because Medicaid has come a long way. Colleagues, actually, a family of five their allowable income was a family of five, 9,500. 9,500. Your allowable amount was 5,500 for each additional person, $1,000. So Medicaid has come a long way. But what I want to see Medicaid do is run like an insurance company, like a private insurance company. Don't think of it as this is for the low income, no income. Those claims positions, provider relations, outstation eligibility workers, special services, that certification unit, your backbone of Medicaid. You got to fill those positions. In your short term, in the testimony, onboard additional clinical staff to assist with vetting referrals and provide prior authorization for procedures. Our people need health insurance, and it's very important that we hire people to fill these positions. Mr. Smith, I ask you all the time, you're hiring people because it's very important that we are able to tend to our people who depend on Medicaid. I have a question. Molina Healthcare, Red Main, do you still have those as contractors?
Yes, Senator. Molina is now Gainwell. They were acquired by Gainwell Technologies, and Red Main is still on board as our eligibility and enrollment vendor.
Can you give us a dollar amount, how much you pay these contractors per year?
Gainwell, it depends because we pay them based on the number of claims processed on a monthly basis. So give or take, our bill could be $3 million one year, it could be $4 million, depending on the number of claims processed.
So through the chair, if you can provide claims, a breakdown, and I want to find out why I'm asking this, because some of these things, like credentialing, who's doing your credentialing?
Credentialing is done in-house, You talking about for providers?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it's done
Credentialing is done in-house, and as I mentioned earlier, we're working with Gainwell on an amendment to have that process, in addition to the claims processing, be handled by Gainwell.
Mr. Smith, you come in here to say, hey, we need to pay providers, we need to pay this person. I am trying to say, it'd probably be cheaper if you hire individuals, like I said, have a claims division, an insurance company, where your staff will be able to do this to help minimize Red Main, all of these people, I know them as Molina. But you need to be able to cut costs and start hiring staff that they could do this. Credentialing, I know somebody who's been there for years. She's the backbone of the credentialing. Hire more people. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if through the chair, to have that breakdown of the contractors, the claims, and all of those providers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all again. People in the Virgin Islands watching, listening, paying attention to what's going on. And you know how much people want a job in WAPA now? $50,000 bonus. Just like that. Boy, I tell you. Because I have to be responsible today in my actions, I'm poised to throw WAPA a lifeline. And a lifeline in hopes that you will fulfill the word life, the acronym LIFE. Leadership, integrity, fidelity, and efficiency. That's what the people looking for. Now, Mr. Fleming, in your response to my fellow colleague from Frederiksted, you mentioned conflict of interest. And I'm going to use this opportunity to remind my colleagues let's all review and support sign on to the Ethics and Conflict of Interest Bill that's before the legislature. Now, WAPA management is not here, so I am going to have to ask the board, although it's an operational question, do you still have contractual employees on board that may have come in after the storms to assist with restoration, being paid at a higher rate than our local linemen?
I would have to revert to the team to answer that. I would say that the rate that applies to contractors that we engage, third-party contractors, can vary from what we're paying our internal linemen, but I would have to confirm that with the team to exactly what that rate is.
Please confirm that and report that through the chair report that to the body through the chair. And if I may close here, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask Director Jashin, because you sat there, I don't think you say a word all day. How are you doing?
Senator, I've been great. Thank you very much.
Good. And you're right to stay out of the way. You serve in the Incident Command, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Are you guys waiting on anything from the VA? Excuse me, sir. Are you awaiting any reports from the VA Housing Finance Authority regarding the completion of a environmental review? So which is supposed to be sent in a package to HUD?
That's what we're talking about, the 26th of this month. We'll have that sent up in 2 days. And that's what Executive Director Jones is focused on doing that right now, sir.
So you are going to receive that information timely?
Yes, that's part of Incident Command. We talked about that on Friday also. Yes, that's part of our discussion.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Quick question to Medicaid. You mentioned that you had a number of financial audits that needed to be done over the years, maybe about dating back 10 years?
Cost report audits.
Cost report audits. Thank you for the wording. Where are you, in catching up on those audits? And when do you anticipate having them completed? Okay,
Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. So, excuse me. As I mentioned earlier, we are currently reviewing FY 14 through 19 for submission to CMS, and we have to put out an RFP to bring someone on to get us caught
I
up.
understand that, but when do you plan to complete your review? You should have a review period and then your completion of that review.
Yeah,
when is your target date?
The review will be finished by no later than July 15th and then submitting to CMS.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to try to get at a specific date. Now go to WAPA. I mentioned and I talked about this cost that we are incurring, WAPA is incurring, this deferred fuel balance, because I was appointed not because I wanted to, and I don't want to be appointed to any more boards, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, but I was appointed to the PSC, and their Georgetown consultants, and I pay keen attention to this, indicated that WAPA has a deferred fuel balance of 72 million deferred fuel, and now at the end of this month, this deferred fuel balance will have escalated to 172 million, I'm sorry, $148 million. $148 million. Mr. Chairman, are you aware of this? And what is the recommendation? And what is the
Time.
what is WAPA looking at doing to address this? Because some of those costs were carried and supported by subsidy from the ARPA. This is a real thing. So tell me what is the plan?
Yeah, so as we've touched on consistently, and not just today, but historically, it's cutting down the fuel consumption. That deferred fuel cost is a result of how costly it is for us to purchase fuel to power these generators. And the only way to mitigate expanding and exponentially growing that number further is to reduce our fuel burn, whether it be through efficient generation and or increased penetration of renewables. We can talk a million ways from Sunday. We have to reduce how much fuel we consume. It's the only way.
Let me just wrap up and say the only way that I see that we have an out is we have to put those renewables online. That has to be number one priority. Those renewables have to come online because that's the only other items that we haven't put in this pot. We have to get the renewables, the solar, the wind, whatever other renewables online as soon as possible. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. And the renewables are, in fact, a part of this mix. They are in this pot. That is a critical component to this pot that you spoke about. My concern is that with the 2 or more renewables that we're looking at, we're talking about perhaps producing almost 44 megawatts of power. Is that correct?
So the two sites, the Hogansburg site and the Petronella site combined accounts for 26. And that would be peak power, during the daytime. So that would be likely between 9 a.m. and 5 or 6 p.m. when that peak offset would be available.
And plus, there are also battery storage on those.
Yes, but the battery storage as it's configured currently keeps that, well, if we stick with Petronella, that would keep that 16 megawatts available to offset, using generation for more consistently throughout that daytime period. So it doesn't necessarily run into the night. We're not looking at 24/7 solar offsets with the configuration of battery, but it does provide a significant peak shave, if you will, during the available hours.
And then our current peak hours is how much megawatts are you utilizing right now in current?
St. Croix peaks a little bit over 40 megawatts, closer to 42 megawatts in the high heat of the summer. St. Thomas peaks between about 55 and 60 megawatts during the same period.
And is there a similar configuration for renewables here in St. Thomas?
There are projects laid out, both wind and solar for St. Thomas. Those are a little bit longer in the timeline of development, but there are projects scoped out for St. Thomas as well.
Okay. Very well. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to Director Smith, I'm sorry, I'm tripping. Director Smith, in respect to the federal match, right? And under the provision of the federal legislation that increased the federal matching percentage and the cap on federal spending, the territory is required to submit a report to Congress each fiscal year. So my question to you is, have you submitted the report to Congress for fiscal year 20, 21, and 23, showing how the territory has, I quote from the Congressional Research Service report, increased access to healthcare as a result of the increased funding? Have that been done?
Yes, Senator. Those reports were submitted back in those fiscal years.
Can you send a copy to the chair? I'll appreciate it. And also, let me ask, before my time runs out, I guess, Mr. Williams. No, I'm sorry, Mr. McCurdy. Either or. What payments have been made under the state of emergency, and to whom, and from which fund we have gotten those funds for those payments?
We've paid $10.2 million. We've utilized the Budget Stabilization Fund. I think Mr. Williams have the breakout of those vendors that were affected.
Please. That's-
Good afternoon, Senator. The breakout of the $10 million is $6,111,923.64 for waste management for their past due utility bills. Sonata Regional Medical Center was $2,591,702, and for their past utility bills, and the Wang F. Louis Hospital was $1,579,052 for their utility bills.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. I think that this completes our round of questions. In this second round, I don't have any additional questions at this point. What I'll do is allow for Mr. Williams, Chief Policy Advisor and Incident Commander, to close out, as well as Commissioner Avril George. I will start off with you, Commissioner.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Avril George. First, let me thank the hardworking team at DHS for all that they continue to do for the people of this community.
Oh, yeah.
I'd also like to thank Governor Bryan and Lieutenant Governor Roach for all their support to DHS, as well as thank this body for even taking the time out to hear our concerns and to assist us with our issues going forward with Medicaid, which directly affect the people of this community. So I say thank you, and I hope that whatever decision is made will assist us going forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Commissioner George. Chief Policy Advisor, Incident Commander, Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon, Senators. I really want to just thank you for taking the time to hear our request to extend the state of emergency for an additional 90 days. We believe we have made the case as to that the state of emergency will not be going away, and I think everyone has come to that conclusion as well. We just need the 90 days to really finish this period and get us to be in a better shape. I really want to thank the members of the Incident Command team. I really want to thank, again, Governor Bryan and Lieutenant Governor Roach for their support behind these endeavors to really get us over the hump in terms of this long-standing energy issue that we have in the territory. There's a lot of opportunity, and the time is now to seize upon it. So I do want to thank the rest of my colleagues who came down to help support, and just thank you guys.
Thank you very much. I also want to extend my thanks and appreciation to the WAPA team. Despite some of the challenges that they're experiencing, we know that we have some brave men and women that continue to do their best to keep our grid operational and functional and put their own life at risk many times in doing so. So I think it'll be absolutely ungrateful for us not to thank them as they endeavor to keep this system going. And I just, on behalf of the members of the 35th Legislature, want to thank them for the work that they continue to do out there in the field.
Senator President, can I add two thank yous? Ms. Kamika Woods, thank you. I know this has been baptism by fire, but as the previous analyst for DHS, I'm confident that you will assist us where necessary. And thanks, Commissioner McCurdy, for your guidance and assistance in this process.
So the committee will stand in recess for 15 minutes, and then when we come back, we'll rise back into session and be able to act upon the measures before us today. Again, thank you to the team for your presentation today, and you're dismissed. Committee stands in recess for 15 minutes.
the nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. I listen to the first.
What is a Rasta man? The man we set the plan. The man we touch the street. Love and bless up everyone. The Rasta man no skip a beat. The Rasta man unique. We not go take defeat. The mission not be complete. And through the humble and the meek. My lyrics is my gun. No boy can't tell me no. What is the empress? She rise above the rest. Empress no beg no friend. Real empress no bend. Warrior is a warrior anywhere we go. Why? Burning fire. That's the fire I run the world. Why?
And we're out of recess at this time, and again, I apologize to the community. There's a lot of moving parts as we have just been in the committee of the whole, and now we're moving back into formal legislative session. At this time, Senator Gittins, I recognize you for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues. Excuse me? You want me to withdraw? I withdraw my motion.
Yeah, let's do a quorum call, please. Madam Clerk, a quorum call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Agnew L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr. present. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Here. Senator Gittins, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Here. Senator James, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Present. Senator James Sr., present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Here. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 13 members present, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Again, we acknowledge 13 members present, 2 members absent. At this time, Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening again to all. Mr. President and colleagues, I move to waive the reading of all committee reports and just make those written reports a part of today's official proceedings and accessible to the public and the media via electronic means. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, seconded by most, if not all. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion again.
Motion, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, again, I move to order today's agenda with blocks and debate times as follows. Block 1 would be consideration of nominations of Lindell Williams to the Waste Management Authority Board for St. Croix, Con Davis to the Waste Management Board in the St. Thomas District. Consideration of zonings, Bill 35-0137, 35-0241, 35-0244, 35-0256, 35-0260. This will be Block 1 with a 2-minute debate time. Block 2 will be the consideration of leases, with Bill number 35-0263, 35-0264, 35-0265, with a debate time of 2 minutes. And Block 3, consideration of bills 35-0030, 35-0117, 35-0215. I so move with a block debate time of 4 minutes. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins for blocking of today's agenda, as well as allocation of time, debate time. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Special orders.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to special order and place in Block 2 the Seja Farm lease agreement between the Seja Farm and the government of the Virgin Islands in Bill number 35-0261 be placed as the last item in Block 2. I so move.
You have additional leases? In
Yes.
that block?
Also, the Rumina lease in Bill number 35, that's 0255, to be also placed in Block 2 as the last agenda item. I so move. And also, I move to special order in Block 3, the real estate bill in number 35, that's 0193, to Block 3 as the last agenda item. I so move. Yeah, second by the Vice President.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins and seconded by Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Also, I move to special order bill number 35, that's 0236, regarding the digital services, and be placed in the third block as the last agenda item. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins and seconded by Senator Joseph and Senator James Sr. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Also, I move to special order bill number 35, that's 0292, the bill that we just discussed earlier regarding the state of emergency. I so move. And be placed in the third block as the last agenda item. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Fonseca, Senator Blyden, and Senator Maurice C. James. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Clerk, you tracking? Okay, go ahead. All right.
And lastly, I move that bill number 35, that's 0291, the Medicaid bill, which was just also discussed, be placed as the non-germane bill, where amendments will be able to be tagged onto and placed as the last agenda item in Block 3 on today's agenda. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Joseph Fonseca, Blyden. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Hearing one objection. Senator DeGraff.
He said he agree. Let's not waste time, man. We've done 6 o'clock already.
No, they'll be the last item in block number 3 and designated as the non-germane bill.
The first 2 blocks combined. Yeah, so you're going to add it in these 3 blocks.
Yeah.
In these 3 blocks. So whatever you special order now, we're going to have to say second to last item. Right. No, 3. You are the one suggested the 3. Come on, man. Thank you.
Senator.
No, he didn't object. He withdrew his objection.
He withdrew his objection. Senator Fred Gregory was already asked to be recognized for her special order. Yeah, over. Okay, all right. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you recognized for your motion? Hold on.
You got to think my hearing no objection. He withdrew his.
He withdrew.
Yeah, I acknowledge that already. Hearing no objection, so ordered for bill number 35, that's 0291, the Medicaid, which will be the last item in block number 3. And non-germane bill. Motion, Senator Francis Heidegger.
I move to override Bill number 35-0268, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Subchapter 1, relating to the declaration of a state of emergency by the governor and the matters related thereto, to be placed on the agenda, the item before the last item in the third block. I so move.
Senator, you have to restate that. I think you're asking for override, and you putting it on the agenda.
Oh, yes, sorry. I so
You
moved.
recognize for a restatement.
Okay. I am going to withdraw. I had quite a bit of motion. I move to override Bill number 35-0268, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Subchapter 1, relating to the declaration of a state of emergency by the governor and matters related thereto. I so move.
Motion properly made by, for override by Senator Francis Heiliger, seconded by Senator DeGraff. Roll call on the measure. You need 8 in order to move this on to the next round. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, not voting. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr., nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, nay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Nay.
Senator Francis Jr., nay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, nay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, nay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 6 yeas, 6 nays, 2 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The measure fails. Motion, Senator Francis Heidegger. Alma Francis Heidegger, you recognize for your motion?
Thank you. I move pursuant to Rule 509B of the Rules of the 35th Legislature to Special Order Bill number 35-0248, a resolution petitioning the United States.
1 second, Senator. We do have another override. Let's go to the other override at this time, and then we'll come back and deal with your motion.
Well, one moment.
Yes.
I thought this section is for overrides and special
It
orders.
is, but we're trying to be consistent with
So we're
it. You
doing
just
it
came out of a
together?
special order, so I'll come right back to you, Senator. We started with the overrides, so we're dealing with overrides. Yeah. So, would you withdraw your motion at this time?
Yes, I will withdraw my motion. Anna, I will withdraw my motion at the moment.
Thank you. Again, we're just for consistency purposes, all right? Senator Fred Gregory, you recognized for your motion?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to consider for override Bill number 35-0115. I so move. Bill number 35-0115 is the Fair Chance for Employment Act for individuals re-entering our community. I so
Motion
move.
properly made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator DeGraff and Senator Bocas. Roll call. We need 8 in order to move this on to the next level.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Let me get a tally again, please.
13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The motion carries.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize for your motion for override at this time.
Mr. President, I move to override the governor's veto of Bill number 35, that's 0115. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Blyden DeGraff, Senator Maurice James, Senator Fonseca. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulcas Jr. Senator Bulcas Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Motion to override the governor's veto of Bill number 35-0115, an act repealing Title 24 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Subchapter 2, limited use of the criminal records and hiring practices, and enacting in its place the Fair Chance for Employment Act relative to criminal record checks in the employment application process, and amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 1, Section 452, requiring the Director of Personnel to develop and implement fair chance hiring policies and for other related purposes have been approved and overridden by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and the Governor will be so notified. Point of order, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, just a reminder, when we're special ordering, making these special orders and reading the bill numbers, let's be sure to read the short title, please. Thank you.
Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just thought it was important to share with the listening and viewing audience, the public, that the failure on override 35-0268, as we've discussed, and that's the, let me follow the majority leader, that is the act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, relating to a declaration of state of emergency by the governor and other related issues. The reason for the no vote was specifically tied to Section H, that speaks specifically to man-made catastrophes. And the concern is if there is a chemical or biological catastrophe, then we may find ourselves in a challenge. While we did not appreciate or was not in favor of how the last state of emergency was in fact handled, we have to be mindful that in the world that we live in, there can be an incident of a chemical and biological or other man-made catastrophe. And the last thing we would want is for us to wait 5 days before the legislature could convene to address any issues around a state of emergency. So I just wanted to make sure I put that on the record because that's important for the people to know. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Senator Fred Gregory, point of information. Senator Francis Heiliger.
Put on the record that in this piece of legislation I attempted to override, we did define what a man-made catastrophe was. And all of this information was suggested to us by legal counsel because at the end of the day, we as a body requested from legal counsel to give us avenues of how to protect this institution in the future. So when we defined what a man-made catastrophe was, it was a man-made catastrophe means a disaster created or caused by deliberate or neglect by human beings. So we were not in a situation where if somebody deliberately did something or if somebody neglected to do something, that is the definition that we came up with that was recommended to this body to make sure we covered ourselves. So that is why some of us went ahead and voted in the affirmative. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much,
Motion.
Senator Francis Heidegger. You're recognized for your motion at this time.
Thank you. I move pursuant to Rule 509B, the rules of the 35th Legislature, to special order Bill number 350248, a resolution petitioning the United States Congress to amend the Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands to authorize the people of the Virgin Islands to elect an Attorney General of the Virgin Islands and to ask that Bill number 350248 be placed as the item before the last item in the third block and be placed on the agenda. I so moved.
Motion properly made by Senator Francis Heidegger, seconded by Senator DeGraff, objected to by Senator Gittins. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, nay. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr.? Senator Bocas Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Yes. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yea. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.?
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, not voting. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? No. Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James? No. Senator James, nay. Senator Giovanni James Sr.? No. Senator James Sr., nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? No. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President?
Please record Senator Fred Gregory's vote as no. Please record Senator Francis' vote as no.
Mr. President, Senator Fred Gregory, nay. Senator Francis Jr., nay. Mr. President, 8 yeas, 5 nays, 2 absent.
Say that tally again, please.
8 yeas, 5 nays, 2 absent.
Very well, the measure carries. And it'll be added to today's agenda in the third block, second to last item. Motion, Senator Angel Bocas.
Mr. President, I move to waive rules 403, 404, 405, and 509B of the 35th Legislature to special order Bill number 35-
Point of order, Senator Fred Gregory.
No, I'm just trying to make sure that we got the last count correct. Seems like we're missing one person. Just a retally, if you will, please.
Madam Clerk. Yeah, 8, 5, and 2 was the count? Yeah, I think it's correct. Yes, 2 not voting.
2 not voting.
2 absent.
2 absent.
Yeah. 5 nay. Yeah, 8 yea, 5 nay, 2 absent. Senator Bocas, you recognize? No, just withdraw and state your motion again, please.
Mr. President, I withdraw my motion. I so move. Motion.
Motion recognized for your motion, Senator Bocas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to waive the rules 403, 404, 405, and 509B of the 35th Legislature to special order Bill number 35-0078, an act requiring the Commissioner of the Department of Tourism to conduct a survey to assist in the establishment of the official dish and dessert of the Virgin Islands to today's session agenda and place it as the second to last item on today's agenda. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Bolkes. Of course, that will be added to the third block. Properly seconded by Senator Javon James Sr., Senator DeGraff. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Point of order, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to revisit that count. It's bothering me. I don't think we have it right. Yeah, I think. Can you please revisit that count?
Madam Clerk, please.
I think that it does prevail, but the numbers seem to be off.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's poll that again. Revisit that measure and let's poll the numbers. Yes. Tell me the results of the roll call.
So I guess somebody wrong. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Boquez, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr., nay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, nay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James, nay. Senator Javon E. James Sr., nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Who said nay? Okay.
I don't say nay. I said no.
All right, his vote, Senator Johnson's vote is nay or no. No, he said nay. No, he did not say yes. He said no. We're in accounts, Senator. Madam Clerk, Senator, point of order. Senator, Madam Clerk, will do the roll call over, please. Bill number 35-0248. Let's do the roll call over.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, nay. Senator Angel.
Colleagues, please quiet so that the Madam Clerk could hear the roll calls.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr.? Senator Boquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, nay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.?
Nay.
Senator Francis Jr., nay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, nay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? No. Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James? No. Senator James, nay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? No. Senator James Sr., nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson?
No.
Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 6 yeas, 7 nays, 2 absent.
Very well, the measure fails. Point of order. Please recognize the mic of Senator Francis Heiliger.
I would like to do a point of inquiry to the president. This revote, if a vote is already casted and we were getting a call from a numerical call from the clerk, would we as a body have to decide if we're going to revote, or you just have the authority to say we're going to revote again? That's all I need to make sure for clarity and also for the public to understand.
Absolutely, Senator. I do have the authority to call for a revote and to make sure that there's clarity in the voting process for both you, my colleagues, and the public.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other motions at this time? Very well. Madam, motion, Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your motion?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to waive the rules of Special Order Rule 509B and Special Order Bill number 35-0230, an act repealing Section 11 of Act number 6570 as amended and amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code related to the inspection and licensing of automobiles for hire, be placed in Block 3, the bill before the last in today's agenda. I so move.
509. Senator, please restate your motion.
I ain't gonna argue that one. I move I withdraw. I should just make the corrections. I do a technical amendment and make it 509B. I so move.
Restate the motion, Senator.
I withdraw my motion.
Motion, you recognize for your motion, Senator DeGraff.
I move bill number 30. I move to waive the rules 509B and special order bill number 35-0230, an act repealing section 11 of Act number 6570 as amended and amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code relating to the inspection and licensing of automobiles for hire be placed in block number 3, the bill before the last in today's agenda. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator DeGraff, seconded by Senator Javon James Sr., Senator Blyden. Hearing no objections, so ordered. That rounds out all of the motions at this time. Madam Clerk, please call up the first items in block number 1.
Block 1, consideration of nominations. Lindell A. Williams, nominee, Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, Board of Directors, St. Croix. Con J. Davis II, nominee, Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, Board of Directors, St. Thomas. Consideration of zonings. Bill number 35-0137, an act granting a use variance for parcel number 9-3, Estate Glucksburg, number 22, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, to allow the applicant to lease individual bedrooms under the category lodging/rooming house. Bill number 35-0241, an act granting a zoning use variance for lot number 3, 2nd Street, subdivision of Estate Thomas, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to allow for a restaurant and a fruit bar. Bill number 35-0244, an act amending official zoning map number SCZ-10 to rezone plots number 126A, 126B, 126C, 126CA, 127E combined, and 212 Estate Two Brothers, Smithfield and Hesselberg, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, from R-1 waterfront pleasure to R-3 residential medium density. Bill number 35-0256, an act amending official zoning map number SJZ-1, St. John, Virgin Islands, to allow for the rezoning of parcel number 6-A, Estate Susannaburg, number 17A, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, from R-2, residential low density 1 and 2 family, to P public. Bill number 35-0260, an act amending official zoning map number SCZ-12 for the island of St. Croix, Virgin Islands, rezoning plot number 6, parcel 6 of Estate Clifton Hill, Kings Quarter, St. Croix, from R-2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to B3 business scattered. This concludes the reading of block number 1, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we have the 2 nominations as well as 5 zoning in this particular block, and it's a 2-minute debate time. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you recognize for your 2 minutes at this time. Block number 1.
Good evening to my colleagues. Good evening to the people of the territory. Good evening to everyone. I know we have this is interesting because this is the first time session has really kicked in this late, but this is part of our jobs and we're here for the long haul. But as it relates to block number 1, Lindell Williams, as a member of the Waste Management Authority Board, as well as Nell Davis II as a member of the Waste Management Authority Board. I did have opportunity to really listen to these, and I don't have a problem with these individuals. I think when it comes to these particular positions, it is important that we make a serious attempt to improve and revamp the Waste Management Authority. And I did enjoy listening to these 2 individuals while they shared their vision as to what direction the Waste Management Authority should go in. So I fully support these 2 nominees. As it relates to the zoning, I really did not have any major issues as I had an opportunity to listen to quite a bit of these, even in regards to some of the zonings for St. John, as well as those in the St. Croix district. I am in support for any particular project that potentially could help spur our economic growth. Some of these projects had to do with dealing with providing specific type of housing and any type of programs that I believe that we need as a community to continue to build ourselves. So as it relates to this particular block, I am in full support of this, so I will vote in the affirmative at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. Next, we recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Let's take a 2 minutes recess. And we're out of recess at this time. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I don't actually need 2 minutes. I definitely support these 2 nominees, Lyndon Williams and Con John Davis. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I definitely support these 2 nominees here. They came with a lot of experience, and I think they'll do a great job in those capacity. The 4 zoning, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zoning, I had opportunity to go over all 5 of them. There's only one I have a little doubt with and question, and I think that is because of it's on the island of St. John with those trailer homes. I really I would like to see an outright hotel if that's what we intend to do. If that's what the measures really want to go forward with. They're talking about residential, and we don't do dormitory residential here in the Virgin Islands. And this thing is talking about people using 1 quarters and everybody being kind of like a family thing. I just can't support that. But the other measures, especially 350241,
1 minute.
small business, people trying to make money in this territory, small business drive this economy. So I definitely support that. And the others are residential and giving people opportunity. And then the 350256 is public works. Very simple. They need to actually rebuild that structure and make sure that public works and St. John have a safe haven for all the equipment they're going to be buying. So at the appropriate time, I'll be voting on these measures accordingly. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we recognize the Senate Minority Leader, Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, everyone. I stand in support of most of, if not all of these measures today. Mr. Lindell Williams and Mr. Kanje Davis, the second nominees for waste management. I think we have to tell anybody looking to be a part of waste management, thank you. And for bringing some kind of expertise to get waste management going, I think is a plus. So I stand in definite support of those individuals. Moving forward, as my colleague mentioned in regard to the Susannaburg, what word I could use, Containerville, you know, I'm also skeptical about that, but I've seen where those are the in thing coming now. So maybe it's to give it a chance. And to see the economic development and then also to rebuild Cruz Bay Public Works is a must. So I stand in support of most of, not all of these bills at this time. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minority Leader. Next, we will recognize Senator Javon E. James Sr. You're recognized for your 2 minutes, Senator.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time. I will vote either yes or no when the time comes. Thank you.
Short and sweet. Thank you very much, Senator James Sr. Next, we'll go to Senator Bolkes. Senator at Large Bolkes, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all of the measures in this block. And I'll start off with the nominations of Mr. Lindell Williams and Kanje Davis II for the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. I would say the Waste Management Authority has a very instrumental role in our territory in the sense of it's tied to a number of things to include the health and well-being of our territory, and in addition to that, tied to the economy in the sense of its marketability and promotion to the tourism market. So I'm looking forward to all the wonderful and great things that both of these nominees are going to provide for the Waste Management Authority, a board that has not been in function for quite some time, and we're trying to get all of the members associated with the board to be nominated so that they can do those jobs. In reference to Bill number 35.0241, granting a zoning variance use for lot number 3, 2nd Street, St. Thomas, for a restaurant and fruit bar. This variance encourages local entrepreneurship and enhances our community amenities, and they will be adhering to our 4 zoning designations. Bill number 35.0244, which is Estate Two Brothers St. Croix, from W1 waterfront pleasure to R3 residential medium density. This zoning aligns with the residential development while promoting a balanced growth for the West End quarter of St. Croix. As for Bill number 35-0256, which rezones parcel number 6, Estate Susannaburg St. John, from R2 to low density to public, this change will facilitate definitely more public lands on the island of St. John, something that we have a disparity of in that island. So I look forward to voting in the affirmative for all of these measures. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. Next, we'll recognize Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Finance Chair. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will vote my conscience on the zonings that's before us, but I will say that I am very happy that we are, for the nominees, that we are considering young people to serve on these boards. I have known Mr. Kanje Davis II since he was a young kid growing up here in the Virgin Islands, and I must say that I am very pleased to see that he is given an opportunity to be nominated for the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. We need fresh minds, fresh thoughts, around moving waste management forward. And likewise, Mr. Lindell A. Williams, he actually served as the Commissioner of Public Works many years ago, and I am in full support of his work as he did an exceptional job when he served as Public Works Commissioner. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Next, we'll recognize Senator Maurice C. James. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the measures in this block. I want to point out that with respect to Department of Public Works, this rezoning will bring them in compliance and allow them to use federal money on a disaster recovery project to rebuild a maintenance building, and that's excellent that's happening because of the recovery. Bill number 35-0244, of course, economic development, that's Sandcastle on the beach in Frederickstead. And the developer plans to build more hotel rooms, which we need on St. Croix. With respect to bill number 35-0241, I'm in support of that. Again, small business, local business, economic growth. When it comes to the nominees, well, Linda Williams and I went to St. Joseph High School together, and we served in the military together. So I know the quality of Mr. Williams and what he will bring. He's been away for many years, but has done really well where he is. So it's time to bring that expertise and experience back to the islands. I was impressed, although I don't know him, with Mr. Kanje Davis. And I believe that he will bring strong financial and operational expertise.
30 seconds.
Through his managing profiles of millions of dollars. And so I will vote at the time. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice C. James. Next, we'll come to Senator Ray Fonseca. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. President. I rise in support of all of these bills and the leases. I'd like to talk briefly about one bill number 35-0263. So we're going to be leasing for 30 years this property here. It's Estate Content 7B Southside Quarter, right next to Banco Popular. When you pass Banco Popular going to the airport, we're going to lease that. It's also noteworthy that it's a Hispanic business. So kudos to that. I want to talk about Bill 35-0137. This is parcel 93A. It's right up in St. John there, right down the street from Giff Hill School on Giff Hill Road. You know, it's so interesting, right? Because we always talk about the locals, them selling the land. So this is an interesting one where I think they sell a piece of land for about 500 and something thousand papa. But anyway, they're going to develop that. They're going to put some condos, one bedroom thing. The next one is Summary Con Davis, right? He has a professional background, Waste Management Authority, licensed investment banker. Excellent, awesome. You know, I wish him well. I want to spend the rest of my time talking about the nominee, Lendell Williams. You know, he was a Commissioner of Public Works under Governor Roy Snyder, and he managed a $60 million budget. You know, in those days, Public Works Department had a bigger budget than it does now, you see, because Public Works used to have the backhoe them and all of them kind of thing. Now they lease out all of these things here, and that's why when the sewer back up, the drainage clog, the gut them, they can't get them clean because they're contracting all of this thing. Public Works needs to go back to how it was and have a crew where when you call them, they're going to send the backhoe, they're going to fix that gut, they're going to fix that water line and all of these things. We've come out of how it used to be operating effectively and efficiently with the Waste Management Authority. So thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca, for your comments there. Next, we'll go to Senator Diane T.K. Part. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, all. Mr. President, I am in support of the two nominations that came through the Committee of Rules and Judiciary, and we had the opportunity to vet these individuals for the Waste Management Authority Board for St. Croix and St. Thomas. I must say and commend the governor for sending us two great individuals to serve on a very important board because they need to meet a quorum to get projects executed. So I am in support of Linda Williams, who I personally know, and on a professional level, I think he's prepared and ready to do the job on the board of directors. Conjay Davis II, I had the opportunity to actually have a meeting with him, and I was totally impressed, and I think he would be a great asset also for the board. Mr. President, I am in support of all the considerations of zoning. 35-0137, I actually had the opportunity to talk to the owner and
1 minute.
Get some information about this project. And I've been encouraging individuals, you can't afford a home, try considering using containers because they're effective. When hurricane come, you stabilize them, they're good for the weather, for hurricanes. I'm in support of that bill. 35-0241, I'm in support of small business. 35-0244, my favorite place on the Frederiksted side, will definitely increase availability of rooms in Frederiksted. So, Mr. President, I'm ready to vote for all of the nominations and zonings before us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Next, we'll come to Senator Gittins, the Majority Leader. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all the measures in this block. I reserve or return the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Next, we'll come to the Madam Secretary, Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I had the opportunity to ask some very deep probing questions to both of the nominees for the Waste Management Board, Mr. Linda Williams and Mr. Conjay Davis II, and they both answered with very thorough, well-thought responses. And so I know based on their responses, but not only that, their past performance. Mr. Conjay Davis, he actually worked for a company that did waste to energy, and that's something that he is going to be pushing, as well as Mr. Lindell A. Williams. He has worked and he's working with international companies dealing with waste management. And he's going to, of course, be able to lean on his background as a former commissioner of Department of Public Works, which the Waste Management Authority was under his jurisdiction.
1 minute.
He served as commissioner. I also want to rise in support of, in particular, the rezoning for 35-0244. I had the opportunity to meet with the individuals from Estate Two Brothers Smithfields, that's Sandcastle Hotel. They took some time out to have a discussion with me.
30 seconds.
And I am fully aligned in what they plan to do. They have other steps which include a CZM permit, so this is just one step. I'm also in support of the Public Works, Department of Public Works, and their rezoning from a R2 to a public, because that's something that is needed for them to access federal funds. So at the appropriate time, I will vote according to my conscience and the remaining items in this block. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Madam Secretary, next we'll come to Senate Vice President, Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I write in support of all of the items in this block. In respect to the consideration of nominees, both Mr. Lindell Williams and Mr. Conjay Davis II, I listened to the testimony. I'm happy to see the board finally have members who are knowledgeable to assist the Waste Management Authority with the endeavors. Also, I will be supporting all of the bills in this block, which will spur economic development, business opportunities, compliance, and also it will add jobs to the economy. So, Mr. President, I support all the bills in this block, and thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. I'd also like for Madam Clerk, please recognize the presence of Senator Samuel Carrion. Good evening, Senator. Thank you for joining us. And if you could just put 2 minutes on the clock for me real quick. I stand in support of all of the measures in this particular block. And of course, the consideration of the nomination, Mr. Lindell Williams and Mr. Conjay Davis II, I believe, bring a wealth of diversification to the Waste Management Authority Board. Certainly, Mr. Williams, with his military experience, government experience, and his work in the engineering field, I think will be an added benefit to the Waste Management Board, as well as Mr. Conjay Davis. His financial background and experience, too, I believe, will be a great assistance and an asset to the Waste Management Board. In respect to the consideration of the zonings, I do support all of the measures in this block. It provides business opportunity, certainly economic activity, employment in some instances, investment, medical, pharmacy in one location. And I'm resolute in terms of supporting the container rise build out. I believe that that's an investment and an opportunity that is currently trending elsewhere, and I believe that's the first of many to come territory-wide as we continue to struggle with available housing in our community, and I think that that will be something that will be emulated by a lot more developers as we move forward. So we are fully in support of that, and to work with them to make sure that they're in full compliance of all of the aesthetics to make sure that these containers will be well suited for housing development in the future. So, Madam Clerk, I do intend to support all of the measures in this particular block. Senator Carrion, you want some of this, or you want to pass on for the next one? You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of all the measures in this block. I had an opportunity to look at the nominees that have been presented, that were vetted in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. Very, very prepared and equipped for the position. I love the way how they answer the questions. They have a plan. They're ready to act, and that's something that that is commendable. And we like when we have nominees that are willing to serve in any boards and commission. And also, in regards to the zonings in this block, there's no really controversial zonings in this area. We always welcome those rezonings that really stimulate our economy, that have to do with business development. So I'll be voting an affirmative on all the measures in this block. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. At this time, Madam Clerk, this complete the debate time on block number 1. Please call up the measures for a vote at this time.
Consideration of nominations: Lindell A. Williams, nominee, Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority Board of Directors, St. Croix.
Roll call on Mr. Lindell A. Williams, nominee for the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority Board of Directors.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Yay. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr. Yay. Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Yes. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Please record Senator DeGraff's vote as yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The Governor's nominee for the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority Board, District of St. Croix, Mr. Lindell Williams, have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next nominee, Madam Clerk.
Con J. Davis II, nominee, Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority Board of Directors, St. Thomas.
Roll call on Con J. Davis II.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez Jr., yea. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Say yes. Senator Boquez Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Yes. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Yes. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The Governor's nominee, Con J. Davis II, to serve on the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority Board of Directors for the District of St. Thomas have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next bill.
Bill number 35-0137, an act granting a use variance for parcel number 9-3, Estate Glucksburg, number 22, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, to allow the applicant to lease individual bedrooms under the category lodging/rooming house.
Roll call on bill number 35-0137.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez Jr., yea. Yeah. Yeah. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, not voting. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, not voting. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, 2 not voting.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, bill number 35-0137, an act granting a use variance for parcels number 9-3, Estate Glucksburg, number 22, Cruise Bay Quarters, St. John, Virgin Islands, to allow for the applicant to lease individual bedrooms under the category lodging room house has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0241, an act granting a zoning use variance for lot number 3, 2nd Street, subdivision of Estate Thomas, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to allow for a restaurant and a fruit bar.
Roll call on bill number 35-0241.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, not voting. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0241, Act granting a zoning use variance for parcel for lot number 3, 2nd Street, subdivision of Estate Thomas, King's Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to allow for a restaurant and a food bar has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0244, an act amending official zoning map number SCZ-10 to rezone plots number 126A, 126B, 126C, 126CA, 127E combined, and 212 Estate Two Brothers, Smithfield and Hesselberg, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, from R-1 waterfront pleasure to R-3 residential medium density.
Roll call on bill number 35-0244.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0244, an act amending official zoning map number SCZ-10 to rezone plots number 126A, 126B, 126C, 126CA, 127E, combined, and 212 Estate Two Brothers, Smithfield and Hasselberg, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, from W1 waterfront pleasure to R3 residential medium density have been approved by members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0256, an act amending official zoning map number SJZ-1, St. John, Virgin Islands, to allow for the rezoning of parcel number 6-A, Estate Susannaberg, number 17A, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, from R-2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to P public.
Roll call on bill number 35-0256.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0256, an act amending official zoning map SJZ-1 St. John, Virgin Islands to allow for the rezoning of parcels number 6A, Estate Susannaburg, number 17A, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, from R2, residential low density, 1 and 2 family, to P, public, has been approved by members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next and final item in block number 1.
Bill number 35-0260, an act amending official zoning map number SCZ-12 for the island of St. Croix, Virgin Islands, rezoning plot number 6, parcel 6 of Estate Clifton Hill, Kings Quarter, St. Croix, from R-2, residential low density, 1 and 2 family, to B3, business scattered.
Roll call on bill number 35-0260.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr.? Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, not voting. Senator Milton E. Potter, absent. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0260, an act amending official zoning map SCZ-12 for the island of St. Croix, Virgin Islands, rezoning number 6, parcel 6 of Estate Clifton Hill, Kings Quarter, St. Croix, from R2, residential low density, 1 and 2 family, to B3, business scattered, have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next items in block number 2.
I have it. Block 2, consideration of leases. Bill number 35-0263, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Sanchez Ventures, LLC, for parcel number 1, Estate Content, number 7B, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, parcel number 194-2 and 194-2A, Estate Altona and Well Guns, Crown Prince Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and parcel number 10 and 11A, Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0264, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Verdale Turnbull doing business as Turnbull Welding Service for parcel number 99A-1, submarine base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0265, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands acting through acting through its Department of Property and Procurement and St. Thomas Properties, LLC, for consolidated parcel number 17-3A, Estate Niski, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0261, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Dale Brown and Yvette Brown, doing business as Seja Farm of the Virgin Islands, for plot number 9-P, Estate Vicorp Lands, Prince Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0255, an act approving the multi-year lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Romina Construction, LLC, for parcel number 92A, revised, Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to operate an equipment and material storage depot, yard, construction company office, and other related purposes. This concludes the reading of block number 2, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we do have 5 items in this block of leases. And we do have a 2-minute round, a debate time. And Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your 2 minutes at this time.
Thank you. I rise in support of all the leases in this block. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Senator Johnson, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Record time. Thank you very much. The appropriate time I'll be supporting all of these measures in this block, but I'm so appreciative that Seja Farm is getting this opportunity. Seja Farm is a very, very productive farm on the island of St. Croix. From livestock, and you want to get a nice fresh chicken, check Seja Farm. I will definitely promote Seja Farm. And when they have the man cook, the cook out, bush cook, you know, that's a very, very, very wonderful activity. And I'm so glad to see that we could extend them some more property so that they can do a lot more for the Big Island and some of the food come across here. So at the appropriate time, I will definitely be supporting all of these measures in this block. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson, Senate Minority Leader, Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of all of these measures. The individuals came before us and gave a great presentation. When I think of Mr. Turnbull, who's been in the business, family-owned business from 1974. You know, I mean, that's I hope it's going to cheer on us, so pick it up and keep it going on, man. And I have to talk in terms about Seja Farms and St. Croix because I always talk about vehicle land. And everybody know if it's vehicle land and ain't for agriculture, I ain't going to vote for it. But to see that, you know, I've seen the commercials, I've seen the produce that these individual Brown family produces, that's priceless. That's what I think agriculture is about in our territory. And if we're really serious, take a page out of their book. And there's some other great farmers around the territory. But to be a part of this, I stand in full support. So at the appropriate time, I render my yes vote for everything. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Samuel Carrion, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of all the measures in this block. Particularly, I would like to speak a little bit on 35-261, Seja Farm, and this lease. Just want to mention, after approximately 15 years waiting for this lease, so this is a moment of celebration, but at the same time, we need to ensure that this does not continue to happen, especially in an area that we speak so highly about wanting to promote and the need for agriculture. We need to do better. And I'm glad and I'm happy for Yvette and Dale Brown. And hopefully they'll get the other portion of the land that also needs to be within the lease agreement. So I will, of course, be voting in affirmative for all the measures in this block. And congratulations to Yvette and Dale Brown. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Next, we'll recognize Senator Giovanni James Sr. You recognize for your 2 minutes. Mr. Economic Development and Agriculture.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, for the time. You know, I have the utmost respect for you, but there's no need to celebrate. This is our job, 15 years is way too long. There's nothing to celebrate here. There are plenty more farmers waiting for the leases, but I want to say to property and procurement, thank you for at least starting. You got a Z minor. Yeah, you have a long way to go to get a B plus, but in all seriousness, a Z minor, the last letter to the alphabet, Z. But at the end of the day, in all seriousness, I really hope and pray that property and procurement gets it together. Like the former or the previous speaker said, we have a territorial agricultural plan. We passed legislation to increase the budget every year. We passed legislation for the Caribbean Symposium or conference, and the list goes on. Many things for agriculture. So the senators continue to do their part. So we must defend our record. So anybody talk about we're not doing anything for agriculture is false. It speaks to execution of the executive branch. And I really, really, really pray that before this term ends, that we see some more leases and agreements coming from property and procurement,
30
specifically
seconds.
for agriculture and farming, and not just for St. Croix, but the entire U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Giovanni James Sr. Next, we'll go to Angel Boquez Jr. Senator, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I rise in support of all the measures in this block, and I echo the sentiments of my colleagues concerning 35-0261, which is Seja Farms. And I hope that the Department of Agriculture, if a representative is watching now, the commissioner hopefully, I would say that please get these lands surveyed for these farmers, because or property and procurement, but agriculture does have a part to play in the surveying of these properties for these farmers. Hence, having surveyed properties for their leases, they can then opt into USDA grant funding that they would be able to utilize to run these farms, which is a very important component, bringing down the cost of farming for them, because a lot of the owners then lands on us to help appropriate funding for those farmers. Not that we do not want to do so, but obviously getting funding from the federal government is more beneficial to this local government. So, Mr. President, I don't have much more to say. I rise in support of all the measures and look forward to voting in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Boquez. Next, we'll come to Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Finance Chair. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of all of these leases in this particular block. These leases actually passed through the Committee of Budget Appropriations and Finance, and we did not find any challenges with these leases, not to mention the importance of all of the leases that are tied to economic development. So I'm one that's in favor of anything that supports our economy and anything that supports our tax base. So I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Next, we'll come to Senator Maurice C. James. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of all the leases. With respect to Seja Farm, at last, I yield back the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice C. James. Next, we'll come to Senator Ray Fonseca. Mr. Chairman, Health, Hospital, and Human Services. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of all of the bills in this block. I specifically want to discuss Bill number 35-0264. You know, Turnbull Welding down there in Sorbase, he's been a local businessman for many, many years. And this will give him a lease for an additional 10 years. You know, it's good to support the local small businessman that is contributing a valuable service to the community. Seja Farms in St. Croix, you have to commend them. You know, we need to continue to push agriculture because, agriculture survives with government subsidies. If you look at all of the farming that goes on in the United States, they get government subsidies. So I am so proud to be able to support that bill.
1
also.
minute.
Mr. President, I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next, we recognize Senator Diane T. Cape Hart. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the consideration of these leases in this block, but I have to particularly talk about Bill number 35-0261. I'm in support of eating fresh and eating local. Mr. and Mrs. Brown, Yvette and Dale Brown, they have actually existed since 1998. They've been local farmers offering us fresh produce, meat. So I'm in full support of this. I'm ready to vote, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Cape Hart. Senator Gittins, the Majority Leader, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I too rise in support of all the bills in this measure, specifically to point out also to Seja Farms, yes, about time, and I do agree with the millennial senator that we have to strike the match so that we could get the other farmers dealt with properly as well. But, you know, locally grown food supports our local economy, and with the government support, it's also necessary to maintain our food security here. And I visited Seja Farm a number of times and was impressed, or is impressed, with the operations that they have going on down there. And I want to tell them congratulations and continue to keep our young people close to you so that they can understand it's not just about getting your hands dirty, but it's about being able to eat healthy and being able to, again, sustain our food security. We saw what happened after
1 minute.
The pandemic, how hard it was, and a number of places shutting down on the mainland, and things weren't flying in as needed. What I would like to see is our farmers coming collectively and just by grouping start to say, well, this group will plant XYZ, this other group will plant another ABC, etc., so that we can start supplying the prison, the hospital, and even our schools. So I look forward to supporting measures like this again. And I also wanted to use the opportunity to congratulate the food fair honoree over in St. John, since we're talking about food. If somebody could help me with her name, again, I didn't have my notes right here in front of me. But what I loved about her speech as well, as she went up, she let all of us know that she is a born St. Johnian. And hearing that, I'm saying, colleagues, we must assist our St. John residents. Miss Margaret Sayers, yes, congratulations to you. Again, I want to say we really need to do all we can do to assist the St. Johnians in getting a hospital up and running there, and one where they can have born St. Johnians there on St. John. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Next, we'll come to the Madam Secretary, Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all of the leases in this block. They have all been properly vetted in the Committee of Jurisdiction. I want to single out two leases that I think are of particular notice, and the first is Bill number 35-0263, which is for some properties located in Altona and Wellguns for a storage facility. That's going to bring in additional monies into the coffers directly to the Virgin Islands government, the government of the Virgin Islands. Also, I want to look at Bill number 35-0264, which is a lease agreement between Verdell Turnbull, doing business as Turnbull Welding Service,
1
for
minute.
parcel number 99A-1, Submarine Base. This is a family-owned business, a local-owned business, and they will be paying us annually about $10,000. $10,000, local-owned, small business operating here. And I have to say that this is what I like to see, that people are investing in
30
Virgin
seconds.
Islands and we are reinvesting in them and the like. Also, finally, I want to close and say the legislature is open for business where it concerns leases between the government of the Virgin Islands and agriculture, our farmers. We are what we eat. Let's keep it organic and let it keep it homegrown. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph, for those comments. Next, we'll recognize Senator Marvin Blyden. Vice President, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I rise in support of all of the leases in this block. And one thing I must note, 4 of the 5 leases are all family-oriented. I must say, in respect to Bill number 35.0263, in respect to Sanchez Ventures, LLC, and this will bring in, as was said by my colleague, extra revenue to the coffers of the government of the Virgin Islands for rental space, in particular, a storage space. Bill number 35.0264, Turnbull Welding Services, they have been around for many, many years, from 1974, and they are doing recovery work in the territory in terms of welding, respectively. Bill number 35.0265, St. Thomas Properties, LLC, to create 8 parking spaces for the excise tax office, whereas access is very important when it comes to paying the bills in order to bring in revenue to the coffers of the government of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 35.0261, Session Farm. As my colleagues spoke
1 minute.
to the importance of agriculture and local produce in the territory, and they have been doing some great work in the territory. And last but not least, Bill number 35.0255, Romina Construction. This is a family business also that basically wants to create and have extra equipment and material storage, a depot yard.
30
and they are a
seconds.
construction company, and they are also doing recovery work in the territory. They are also doing and building homes in the territory, especially when it comes to new construction, new homes, and they also are doing road work in the territory. So they are doing a lot of recovery work, and I do stand in support of all of these leases in this block. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden, and I too join in commending all of the measures in this particular block, and of course, they add to our economic development as well as our tax roll, and that always a welcoming appreciation for those efforts. Mr. Dale and Yvette Brown and the work that they're doing with agriculture, I certainly commend those. And those of you that's ready to eat some yard fowl and fresh eggs, but how daring are you? We got quail meat and quail eggs and stuff like that as also available. But our farmers really is under siege a lot of times when you talk about mongoose and deer and iguanas and wild dogs and pesticides and all kind of stuff, you know what I mean? So I think we in this body has been really in a great supportive role for our agriculture product, and we'll continue to make sure that we're looking out for those individuals that's taking the plunge. But the day will come where we have to be able to feed ourselves, and I think it's so important that we are able to do that and support the work that's being done by our farmers. And I heard the comments that have been made by my colleagues in regards to the DPNR, and I think that they have been making some strides
30
in being
seconds.
able to address some of the leases and getting some of these property out and. Property and procurement, and getting some of these property, leased out to the public. And then we also got to look at those properties that's not being used for anything. I think that those need to go in the hands of those individuals that's willing to, produce and raise livestock as well. But I truly believe that our ability to feed ourselves is so much important, and that's the reason why we continue to support our agriculture products. So, kudos to the Dale Brown and Yvette Brown and all of those that continue to make the plunge in this hot sun and be able to do the agricultural work that's required to feed us here in the Virgin Islands. At this time, Madam Clerk, this rounds out this particular block, and we could call up each of them for a vote at this time.
Bill number 35-0263, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Sanchez Ventures, LLC for parcel number 1, estate content number 7B, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, parcel number 194-2 and 194-2A, estate Altona, and Well Guns, Crown Prince Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and parcels number 10 and 11A, Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0263.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez. Senator Bolquez, yay. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Marie C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0263, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Sanchez Ventures, LLC for parcel number 1, estate content, number 7B, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, parcels number 194-2 and 194-2A, estate Altona, Welgus, Crown Prince Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and parcels number 10 and 11A, Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0264, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Verdell Turnbull, doing business as Turnbull Welding Service for parcel number 99A-1, Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0264.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Yay. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 14 yeas and 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. You're doing a good job. Bill number 35-0264, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Verdell Turnbull, doing business as Turnbull Weldon Service for parcels number 99A-1, submarine base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0265, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Department of Property and Procurement, and St. Thomas Properties, LLC, for consolidated parcel number 17-3A, Estate Niski, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands.
Roll call on bill number 35-0265.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Marie C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 14 yeas and 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0265, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands acting through its Department of Property and Procurement and the St. Thomas Properties, LLC, for consolidated parcel number 17-3A Estate Niski, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0261, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Dale Brown and Yvette Brown, doing business as Seja Farm of the Virgin Islands for plot number 9-P, Estate VI Core Lands, Prince Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands.
Roll call on bill number 35-0261.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Marie C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0261, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Dale Brown and Yvette Brown doing business at Sager Farm of the Virgin Islands for plot number 9P, Estate VI Core Lands, Prince Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next and final item in this block, block number 2.
Bill number 35-0255, an act approving the multi-year lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Remina Construction, LLC, for parcel number 92A, revised, submarine base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to operate an equipment and material storage depot yard, construction company office, and other related purposes.
Roll call on bill number 35-0255.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Marie C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 14 yeas and 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0255, an act approving the multi-year lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commission of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Romania Construction, LLC, for parcel number 92A, revised submarine base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to operate an equipment and material storage depot yard, construction company office, and other related purposes have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. That completes our block number 2. At this time, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to waive Rule 403, 404, and 405, and 509B of the rules of the 35th Legislature, 09, I tried, of the rules of the 35th Legislature to special order Bill number Special Order BR number 241173, an act requiring the Government of the Virgin Islands to submit a fiscal year 2024 reduction plan to align with the current fiscal year revenues and expenditures. To the second to last item on today's agenda, and be given a bill number pursuant to Rule 509A, I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Maurice James, Senator Blyden, and Senator Carrion DeGraff. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Mr. Legal Counsel, next bill number. Please, we didn't hear that, Counsel.
Mr. President, the next bill number is 35-0293.
0293. Thank you very much. So, colleagues, 293 have been added as the second to last item on this evening's agenda. Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 3 at this time.
Block 3, consideration of bills. Bill number 35-0030, an act honoring and commending Vaughn Benjamin posthumously for his contributions to reggae music in the Virgin Islands and the global communities, appropriating $45,000 to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation for the design and construction of the Vaughn Benjamin Monument, and naming the waterfront park west of the Marley homes the Vaughn Akebeka Memorial Park. Bill number 35-0117, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, Sections 421A and 422, relating to the qualifications, term limits, and duties of the members of the Real Estate Commission. Bill number 35-0193, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, relating to real estate brokers, sales associates, and property managers. Bill number 35-0215, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 457, Subsection A, Paragraph 3, relating to the contents of a firearm license, to change the statement in the license, increasing the term of the license from 3 to 5 years. Bill number 35-0236, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, adding a new Chapter 33A to enact the 21st Century Integrated Digital Experience Act, IDEA, to improve governmental agency digital services and for other purposes. Bill number 35-0292, an act to renew and extend the governor's executive order and proclamation declaring the state of energy emergency in the Virgin Islands to avert an energy crisis. Bill number 35-0078, an act requiring the Commissioner of the Department of Tourism to conduct a survey to assist in the establishment of an official dish and dessert of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0230, an act repealing Section 11 of Act number 6570 as amended and amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code related to the inspection and licensing of automobiles for hire. Bill number 35-0293, an act requiring the government of the Virgin Islands to submit a fiscal year 2024 budget reduction plan to align with current fiscal year revenues and expenditures. Bill number 35-0291, an act appropriating the sum of $3 million from the General Fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Department of Human Services to pay providers and vendors that participate in the Medicaid program and for other related purposes. This concludes the reading of Block 3, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we're in the final round. We're in the final round. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes at this time.
Good evening once again. I rise in support of most, if not all, of the pieces in this block. As it relates to Bill 35-0030, you know, sometimes we have to take the time out to make sure that we support Virgin Islanders that have played a role in making us who we are and really marking us to the outside. And when it came to Mr. Vaughn Benjamin and his music, his participation in, as it relates to spreading the beautiful music of reggae, whether he was in bands or educating, I think it is definitely a great opportunity for this legislature to really take the time out to honor him. As it relates to 35-0215, changing basically the time frame you could renew your license for a firearm, I have learned over the years that, you know, sometimes things need to be amended as we go along, and that's one of the things being members of this institution we can do. So as opposed to it being set in stone, we extended it so that people don't have to keep coming every 5 seconds as it relates to dealing with firearms renewals. As it relates to 350-230. This piece of legislation speaks to the inspection of license for automobiles. I know that we had a very intensive conversation in the specific committee, and at the appropriate time, I am sure we will vote on this measure as it relates to, this one had to do with the safaris, if I recall correctly. 350291, I definitely support this piece of legislation. We have quite a bit of people that fall under human services, that get services that is vital to their survival in this territory. Unfortunately, we're having some sort of issue with Medicaid, as has been shared by human services. And if we could assist them in making sure that the critical services are continued under their particular branch of government by giving them some funding, I am fully in support of that. At the end of the day, as elected officials, it is our job to specifically work on legislation that benefit the masses. And I think the majority of the pieces of legislation here this evening definitely benefit the people of this territory. And to save some time, I will return the balance of my time.
Thank you very much for your kindness. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Johnson, for assisting in that. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in support of all of these measures. I'm so proud to say Akibeka will be on the western end of the island. Again, once and for all. That park never been named by any honor. It was just there, and I just hope that Parks and Rec do a much better job in maintaining the Akibeka Park, because days in, days out, Akibeka will be in that fish market playing music free of charge. Just set up his little group and come there and play anytime without any charge to anyone. So I'm so proud that we definitely recognize Akibeka, Vaughn Benjamin, and make sure that we always remember him. And those children who don't know who Akibeka is, one day will find out the amount of albums that this group has recorded is just out, it'll blow your mind. And definitely all the rest of measures in this amendment. And firearm 350215, I surely appreciate that we don't have to go every 3 years anymore to license our firearms. It's a very costly endeavor, and it was never meant to be that way. You're not supposed to make a profit off of licensing firearms. So I'm glad that we extend that, and hopefully we don't even add any more increase to license of firearms. And bill number 350291, the $3 million for general fund going to human service, definitely making sure that our people are covered and have opportunity to be seen by a doctor. So at the appropriate time, I'll be voting for all of the measures in this block. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senate Minority Leader, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I was glad to hear the proper pronunciation, Akibeka. You know, I'm one of those Virgin Islanders who, if you're going to name something after a Virgin Islanders, you got my vote. So it ain't no question about the greatness. Once somebody took the time out to recognize that individual for something, hey, I'm a Virgin Island, I'm going to support him 100%. Akibeka, Mr. Vaughn Benjamin, hey, you know, who are the sponsor of that bill, I support that 100%. And I stand in support of most, if not all, these bills. But bill number 35-0230, an act repealing section 11 of 6570 as amended and amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code related to inspection or licensing of automobiles for hire, is to make the 27-passenger Safari the highest number you're going to go at now in the territory, which is already being licensed by BMV. BMV has federal requirements that the director informed me that no Safari is licensed without that inspection plate going on it. So it's not anything is going to be changed. It's just codifying this and putting it into the VI code. The Act 6570 is a session law, but it's still law in the territory. where it gives the police commissioner the authority to register vehicles for hire up more than 20 passengers. So now we're just going to put a cap on it at 27, what already exists and are licensed by BMV, and allow for that. It doesn't take away any regulation from the Taxi Commission. They will still regulate all of the safaris and do that as it may be. In regards to the governor's state of the territory, I will commend Mr. Williams coming and defending. Being here for 8 months, he came, he took the blows. Remind me of the song My Way. He came, he took the blows, he stood tall, he defended. But again, for me, I think with the way the state of emergency was conducted in the beginning, where it excluded us, the first branch of government, appointed monies, a fund, took the money out, paid these services, and then come back to us and don't have all the documentation, I didn't think was fair, and I still don't think it's fair to look into giving 90 days going forward with that. So that's the one issue I have with all the bills at this time. So thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Next, we'll recognize Senator Samuel Carrion. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of most of the bills in this block. I would like to take some time to speak a little bit on bill number 35-0236, which is the Virgin Islands Integrated Digital Experience Act. And it's really to improve government agency digital services in the territory. This bill was heard in committee of jurisdiction and received support from all stakeholders in this matter. The Bureau of Information Technology was present with its director, and we also had the CEO of Virgin Islands Virgin Islands VNGN network. Mr. Stephen Adams, that also was in support of this measure. This is really creating a standardized process for digital service within our government. We've been seeing that most government agencies have been developing their own website, their own standards, and this is really unifying all the processes when it comes to digital services within the territory, creating a centralized digital process. And it's time that we get up with the 21st century and be able to provide that services and provide it in a manner that it's also ADA compliance. We also heard from the director of ADA here speaking also in favor of this measure. So I'm asking my colleagues for their full support on this matter. And I thank you beforehand for your input as it relates to this. One of the issues that was brought up was funding, and we got that squared off. We realized that the federal funding that it's within the Department of Office of Management and Budget, the BEAD, can be used for this. And that was confirmed by the BIT director. I'm also in favor of Bill 35-0030, honoring Von Benjamin. Give honor to who honor deserve, and we have to recognize that he really put the Virgin Islands in a map internationally, and it's really commendable the work that he did and how his legacy continues to live on. And sometimes, we don't, it says there's not a prophet would honor his own land, but it's time that we recognize our own prophets within our land. And he's one that really spread the message across the world. So I commend the author of this measure, and I have signed on to it. Also, regards to Bill 35-0215, as it relates to the firearm license, extending the time from 3 to 5 years, I think is convenient. It creates more hassle-free.
1 minute.
And it's appropriate. So most of these measures in this block, I will be voting in favor of. So thank you, Mr. President, and at the appropriate time, I'll be voting.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Next, we'll recognize Senator Giovanni James Sr. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the time. Greetings once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I stand in full support of Bill number 35-0030 to honor and commend Von Benjamin. as we support Van Benjamin, without going too deep, if you just take out the beat, the rhythm, and just listen to his lyrics somehow. Bill number 35-0117. I stand in full support of that. I want to say thanks to the Senate President for having the vision for updating that section of the VI code that speaks to the Real Estate Commission. As far as Bill number 35-0215, pertaining to firearm license, I want to say kudos to the sponsor of this measure. However, there are still some things that I want to see change in there. It has nothing to do with the legislation, it has everything to do with VIPD. For example, if you have your driver's license, you don't receive a driver's license for each vehicle that you own. In VIPD, they give you a firearm license for every firearm that you own, and then they'll put it, firearm type, and the model and everything, so the whole world know your business. Those things need to stop. It's just sad. You go in other jurisdictions, you don't see those nonsense. You get a license, you're certified, do your thing. But to put for each firearm that you own, you have a separate license? Nonsense. Who have time to remember all that? But anyway, the next thing I want to see improve is streamlining the process. I have legislation. I do not plan to rush it, and if I don't get it passed in this term, I pass it down to somebody else, because there are a lot of nonsense in there, and back then it made sense. But in this day and age, legal firearm owners are not the problem in the Virgin Islands. It is illegal firearm owners. And as far as increasing the cost of firearm, if I'm not mistaken, based on per capita, we have one of the highest costs for firearm license under the US flag, per capita. You don't believe me? Go ahead and watch. So anybody that want to increase that, I will be vexed with them as well. That's nonsense. As far as Bill number 35-0078, Fish and Fungi, no-brainer. 35-0291, the funds to pay the providers, which is for the Medicaid program, and the vendors. That's a no-brainer. If anybody that owe me money, I want it to. Bill number 35-0236, the Integrated Digital Experience Act. I want to say kudos to my millennial colleague for having that vision. As we go on the various websites, we see where some agencies do better than others when it comes to their website. But with this, at least there will be some level of being uniform, and some level of standards moving forward. And as far as Bill number 35-0292, the state of emergency, Mr. Williams, thank you for coming down here. Everybody know your face now, so you're very popular. You take on the WAPA issue. I hope you could carry it. But please don't put your head on a block for these people in high position in WAPA. They need to do their job. Mr. President, thank you for the time, and may God bless the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much, Senator James Sr. Next, we recognize Senator Angel Borges Jr. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all the measures in this block. And I want to start off with commending the bill sponsor for Bill number 35-0030 to give honor and praises to Mr. Van Benjamin posthumously, a.k.a. Aki Becca. And Mr. President, you don't have to dread to be Rasta. Don't forget that. All right? And I appreciate each and everyone who supported this measure, because Mr. Benjamin, a.k.a. Aki Becca, is our international reggae star of the Virgin Islands. While Jamaica has Bob Marley, we have our reggae international superstar, Aki Becca, and we must, in all praises and do, honor his legacy and his music. As for Bill number 35-0117, supporting the changes concerning the qualifications and term limits and duties of the members of the Real Estate Commission. This bill supports the effectiveness and the integrity of the Commission. And as a matter of fact, I failed to mention that all of these bills came through Rules and Judiciary, obviously, and I had the opportunity to vet them. Well, most of them, I should say that. I apologize. Moving on to Bill number 35-0215, I was able to also vet that in committee with other members, and changing those term limits did not incur any. I think that the challenge was if it would incur any other financial strains, but it does not. So I'm in support of that as well. And of course, commending the bill sponsor for 35-0236, supporting the upgrade and effectiveness and accessibility of websites throughout the government of the Virgin Islands. We do have a population of people here who would be considered having challenges in the sense of what is known to be disabilities. And of course, upgrading these websites to be able to adhere to some of the challenges those individuals might be facing is always a plus, because we want to be able to provide services for all of our people throughout the Virgin Islands. As for the critical nature of 35-0292, we know what's at hand and what must be done. I am a bit concerned because I know that technically speaking, we know what must be done, but in application, it's a whole different story, whether it's financial resources or human resources. And I'm sure that we will keep a diligent eye on what is taking place moving forward with Bill number 35-0292 and the state of the critical energy emergency of the Virgin Islands.
1 minute.
As for Bill 35-0078, initially this bill started out as a survey. It took some time and had some meetings and spoke to tourism, and they are in support of what is now going to be the establishment of fish and fungi and tart as the national dish and dessert of the Virgin Islands. So, colleagues, I look forward to your support on that so that we can move forward on that measure. As for Bill
30
number
seconds.
35-0230, concerning the inspection and licensing of automobiles for hire, we know that this has been a subject of contention for quite some time, and I commend the bill sponsors for bringing forward this bill. And also, Bill number 35-0293, I'm in support of that bill as well. And lastly, appropriating the $3 million for the Department of Human Services for our Medicare program. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkers. I see you starting the tart war again. Oh, there's going to be coconut, pineapple, or guava. But it's going to be a good discussion. And next, we'll recognize Senator Donna Fred-Gregory for her 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it's coconut all day, every day. It's coconut. Mr. President, I rise in support of all of these measures in block number 3. And I have to say that I have to agree with the bill sponsor on 35-0030 in support of Vaughn Benjamin posthumously. I agree that you don't have to be dread to be Rasta, and it's definitely a conviction of the heart. Absolutely. I agree. Today was a good day. We've had a lot of tough decisions that we had to make. And I just want to say that on bill number 35-0292, with regards to the executive order, this is not an easy decision for us to make, but I think that we've all agreed that we will amend the measure to ensure that we require the team, the incident command team, through the governor to ensure that they're able to provide us with 30-day updates, but not written updates alone. They have to come before the legislature to provide those updates so that people can know what's going on and we could have an idea what's going on as well and ask the relevant questions. What gets monitored gets done. And then bill number, I ain't talking about the fish and fungi. So for the fish and fungi, I am going to put out a challenge this evening to every single one of my colleagues, to include the majority leader, that if you believe that you can make a better fish and fungi than Donna Fred-Gregory, come. It on. Okay, so it gonna be on. So let's talk about bill number 35-0293. We recently had a mid-year review, and part of our responsibility as legislators is to ensure that if we move a bill, if we move a budget appropriations and the revenues are not aligning, and the government shares with us that they're not aligning, it's important that we follow the money. So as a result, we are requiring the government of the Virgin Islands to submit a fiscal year 2024 reduction plan to align with its current fiscal year revenues and expenditures. This bill was sponsored by, I believe, every single legislator in this room. And it's important because we continue to talk about the structural deficit. And it is our responsibility to mitigate this deficit in as much as possible. The bill that speaks specifically to the Medicaid program.
One minute.
Of course, I'm concerned about, actually we have an amendment. I have an amendment to address the fact that as legislators, again, we cannot move legislation that says to take funding from any general fund account that's available. Again, in doing that, we are contributing to the structural deficit in the territory. So we've made a commitment here as legislators that we will do our best to mitigate contributing to the structural deficit. As a result, we've had discussions with the OMB director and the finance commissioner, and they came up with a funding source. So we're prepared to move that amendment as well. I turn back the balance of my time as I am in support of all these amendments, but again, the challenge is on with the fish and fungi ICOM. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. And let me tell you that hard nose and old wife is off the table. We need real fish, like red snapper and grunt and hine. So, Senator Maurice James, I noticed you taking up the challenge, but you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The reason I'm not taking up the challenge is because I want to be a judge, because I tasted years ago the best fungi and fish from a lady in West, Betty Lynch. Betty, that's right. And so you gotta meet that standard. Both the challengers, you have to meet the standard. So I will be a judge that day because I tasted what I consider the best. Mr. President, I rise in support of the measures in the bills in this block. I know that there are amendments coming, which will then will convince me to support them all. I do want to start by saying that, of course, Bill number 35, that's 0291. We have to pay our vendors and our providers, so that needs to be done. And I agree with the previous colleague that we've identified a source, and that's important. With respect to the state of extending the state of emergency, we know, and we all should know, that WAPA continues to lose money on nearly every kilowatt per hour of electricity that it sells. We have to be realistic that they're not making any money, that they owe vendors in significant amounts, that it has no working capital left, and that it just needs we need to take action. I want to commend the incident command team for the progress they've made so far. So I'm in full support of that bill. With respect to bill number 35, that's 0236, I want to say that this legislation's importance cannot be minimized, and I really want to congratulate the sponsors, because once it's fully implemented, it will help all Virgin Islanders by providing greater, less cumbersome, and more efficient access to government services. And that's very, very important. In addition to that, the reports that are required by the agency heads will establish the funds necessary for implementation, as well as the projected timeline for the update to all the agency systems. I started at the back for a reason, and that is that, let's see if I, Bill number 35-0193 and the companion bill 35-0117, long overdue. They bring clarity to the real estate
1
industry.
minute.
And one of the added requirements in Bill 35-0117 of adding 2 members who never held any type of real estate license brings objectivity to that board. And I want to end by saying that with the first on the list really, 35-0030, it's well deserving because this individual, Von Benjamin, he raised the consciousness of our people.
30 seconds.
And with timeless classics like Love the Life You Live, and more than ever in these troubling times, weather the storm. And that's what we're going to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator James, for that. Maurice James, and you gave me ghost pimples, as you call those songs. They're very deep and very, very conscious music. At this time, we recognize Senator Ray Fonseca for his 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. President. Definitely fish and fungi, but I like the hind. I like the butterfish too, but I don't know if the cushion them know about the butterfish. But I'll go with hind fish. Mr. President, I'm in support of all of the items in this agenda, but I want us to reflect a little bit on Bill number 35-0291, our Medicaid program. You see what happens here in the Virgin Islands. We, government employees, we pay 35%, the government pays 65% of our health insurance. Actually, due to the legislature, the government is paying more than the 65%. But, Mr. President, there's 21,463 persons in this community right now who are making less than $7.52 is in danger of losing the insurance, the Medicaid insurance. In fact, it was, as of June 4th, we had 38,489 persons on the Medicaid roll. Now it's down to 21,463. We have lost 17,000 persons. The health insurance that the government provides costs $184 million. That's VI government money and VI employees and retirees' money. The Medicaid program is at 83%. The federal government gives us 83%. We have to come up with 17%. You see that? We provide in over 65% of the insurance for all of we who got job. But those low-income residents who have contributed to this community, we only have to come up with 13%. So I congratulate the governor with coming up with $3 million. In addition, being the chair of the Health, Hospitals, and Human Services Committee, at the appropriate time, we're going to submit an amendment because one of the biggest issues that I'm faced as the chair of the Health, Hospital, Human Services Committee is all the healthcare providers tell me the Medicaid program is not paying. Roy Lester Snyder Hospital, it's a medical emergency. Wang Louis, it's a medical emergency. East End Medical Center right now is threatening to lay off 24 employees. As a matter of fact, they've all gotten a letter effective June 16th. We've asked them not to lay off the employees so that they can get reimbursed the $550,000 Medicaid owes them. As a matter of fact, Frederickstead Health Center, even though they're doing so good, they're now upset because we're giving money to everybody else. So we coming to you. So at the appropriate time, we will make the appropriate amendment. I have to congratulate posthumously Von Benjamin Akibeka, you know, a legend. Definitely a legend. And with the Real Estate Commission, right?
30 minutes.
I love this, and I want to let you guys know that redlining, where the system where they discriminate against blacks and minorities from getting homes, mortgages, and insurance cannot be permitted in this community. So real estate agents, if a green person live here and a purple person live here, don't evaluate those two properties adjacent at different appraisal value, because what you're doing is you're putting money into the green person or the blue person just by that appraisal.
Time.
That's very important. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca, for your line. And next we'll go to Senator Diane T. Caput. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of all of these bills before us this evening. You know, I'm happy to give my vote for bill number 350030. I could just see Vaughn right about now singing Up in the Rainforest. One of my favorites too, Senator James, was Love the Life You Live. Because to this day, as Rastafari was my life one time, one of my mottos from just music alone is live clean, let your walks be seen. So music is important to us. It helps us to become who we are. We can associate to the music. And it's sadly that Vaughn died at the age of 50, Akabeka. He was also one of the founders of Midnight. You know, that band separated. But his music will continue to live on with his unique style of singing reggae music. So I am in support of that. 35-0117. This bill, for me, allows the commission to recruit new talent and bring new ideas, new perspective, and accountability. I am in support of that legislation. Now, as I said, all of these bills were vetted in rules, passed to this committee, but I want to talk about Medicaid, an agency under the Department of Human Services. First, I want to say to the men and women of Medicaid, thank you for all that you do, because I know the conditions that you have to work under regarding, you know, not enough staff. So the $3 million that you need to continue to provide a service for the low income, I support this legislation. Now, as we start with this food war, when people ask me to cook fungi, bring my ball of fungi with okra, not no frozen okra. Okay? I gonna be part of this challenge and not know what them fish called? Hein. No? Ain't no hein in this race. So, Mr. President, we need to set up this day for this fish and fungi challenge. Senator Bolkes.
1 minute.
You need to help with this because this is your bill. Well, I gonna be part of this challenge because I could burn a good pot. My family, they say, oh, you could only cook vegetarian food, but I could cook a good seafood too. Mr. President, I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We got verified that you cook that fish and all. We want it coming from QT. Senator Gittins, you recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, listen, boy. I don't even want to go through all these bits, but let me see how fast I could do this. Let me know when I have 1 minute left, please. Von Benjamin, yes. Qualification, terms, and duties of the real estate board, yes. Relating to the real estate brokers, the sale associates, and property managers, yes. The firearm license terms, yes. The Digital Experience Act, yes. The governor's executive order and, wait, is a proclamation or something? Yes, and asking for your support on amendment number 35-801 to add the language that reads, with the advice and consent of the legislature of the Virgin Islands. The establishment of the official dish and dessert, yes. However, it got to be fish and fungi. Now, you're talking about tart. That's the only thing that we might have a little difference. We need to look back at the records because we had some discussion, couple legislatures back, that it should be Vienna cake. So I think you need to take a look at that. I hear somebody say coconut or something all the way. It's a guava tart, man. But amending the code related to inspection of the automobiles for hire, specifically regarding the safaris, this one is still out with the jury for me. And $3 million for Medicaid program, that's a definite yes. Now, to my colleague that's offering this challenge, yes, I just cook, but I don't compete. I cook. And I cook to feed me, whether you like it or not. But one thing I'm going to tell you is, you want a competition with a Crucian doing fish and fungi. Let me tell you something. When we do fish sauce. We don't do gravy. And when we do a fungi, we don't insult people by using an ice cream scoop to scoop out fungi for nobody. My grandmother used to hold them old-time Island Dairy ice cream bowl and ball them fungi. So when you get feed in St. Croix, you get a real plate of fish and fungi. So don't come asking for a challenge, because I ain't competing. If you want a plate of food, you'll get it. But I just want you all to understand.
1 minute.
There's a difference also between sauce and gravy. Two different things. So when you come in, come good. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Madam Secretary, recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise in support of all of the measures that we have here before us to consider in this, our final block. First, I'm going to just declare I'm not getting into no competition. I do know how to cook, but I ain't cooking for nobody but my immediate family, because that's a specialized type of cooking. And I am not doing it. Only my immediate family and those persons who are dear to my heart, very, very dear, I will cook for. But no, I ain't getting into no competition, because you have to have certain things clean and ready to roll. Not me. Not me. I have a health card. It's okay? But I want to say, and I do cook a good fungi, and just like how Kenny grandmother taught him, that's how I make my fungi. I roll it up, I put in Gittins, Senator Gittins, the man from the West, how you put the butter inside of your cup and you swirl it around. That's how I know to make fungi. Okay? I swirl it around. Okay? But I ain't cooking for nobody outside of my immediate family. Anyhow, the next thing I want to really state is really I am in support of all of these measures. The majority of the measures went through the committee in which I chair, the Committee on Government Operations and Veteran Affairs and Consumer Protection. One thing we have to note is that there are two bills on this agenda, 35-0117 and 35-0193, which are companion bills, which really focuses on the property managers, adding that component to our code and having it regulated, as well as the term limits and duties for members of the Real Estate Commission. I also want to commend the sponsor of Bill 35-0236, which deals with the 21st Century Integrated Digital Experience Act. I signed on as a member of that bill, which was heard in my committee, and what we were able to do was actually get confirmation from Mr. Adams that the bead could be used for that, and I made sure that he was in attendance because I know he would know if we could use that, because that was one of the weak areas of the bill. And I know Senator Carrion has looked at it, and we should be able to see some amendments.
1 minute.
I want to just take special note of this great poet, teacher, and singer, songwriter, for whom we are honoring posthumously Aki Becker. Aki Becker was a great musician. He was a prophet. He gave a lot to the Virgin Islands culture. He was recognized nationally and
30
internationally. So I have one of his favorite songs that I hold dear to my heart, and is Great Zimbabwe Wall. That day is a major tune. When he sings that, it just speaks to my very soul. And it's a very good song. It's a very well-written, well-performed. So I stand in support, if not all of the measures that we have before us today in this block, but definitely in support of the ones that I have highlighted in my discussion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Next, we'll come to the Vice President. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I do write in support of all of the bills in this block, starting with 35-0030, all of the things that have been said about Vaughan Benjamin. On point, he was very deep, very conscious, and I love all of his songs, basically. I listen to him many times when I'm at home and I just want to relax. His message is on point. He was way ahead of his time, in my opinion. But I definitely will be supporting that piece of legislation. I also write in support of Bill number 35-0230 that deals with licensing of automobiles for hire, in particular safaris. We know and understand that in the St. Thomas St. John district, in particular, safaris are very popular when it comes to our tourists that comes here to visit us on a regular basis. And at one point, we had issues with the safaris in respect to licensing and assuring that they were built properly by federally certified individuals. And I must say, I was instrumental in working with the director at that time in identifying individuals who were certified that could assist in that respect and assure that those individuals could continue to build safaris and assure that safaris stay on the road for themselves and their families and also for our tourists. And I am happy that my colleague and I sponsored this legislation in respect to safaris. I must say, though, that in respect to Bill number 35-0078, fish and fungi, I'm not going to speak to that at this time because we all know what time it is. Okay, we all know what time it is. And whenever I'm ready to contest, just let me know. I'll be there. I'll be there. But nonetheless, I do support all the bills in this block. And thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Colleagues, we have to take a 2 minutes recess for media reboot. And so we stand in recess at this time for 2 minutes. we're out of recess as we move towards wrap up. And if Madam Clerk could please, timekeeper could please put 4 minutes on the clock for me, I'll try to get through this as quickly as possible. Certainly, I am the bill sponsor on several pieces of this legislation on this particular block, Bill number 35-0030. And I want to thank all of the co-sponsors on this measure where we're recognizing and paying tribute to Vaughn Benjamin Aki Becker, and with the designation of the Memorial Park on his behalf. I can't speak about Vaughn Benjamin without including his brother, my classmate, Ronnie Benjamin, and as well as his children. And I know that they too are very proud of the work that has been done by the Midnight Band and the fact that we're working towards making sure that his work had not gone in vain, but like similar to other places have done. Midnight Band, as well as Vaughn Benjamin, Ronnie Benjamin, and the group had gone all over Europe many times, and you know there's certainly some designation back in Europe that pay tribute to these individuals as a son of the soil, more or less, where he relocated here in the Virgin Islands. You know, we certainly want to make sure that we're recognizing the contributions that he made here on that. In Bill number 35-0193 and Bill number 35-0117, again, those are companion bills that speaks to the real estate measure. We have not had a reform of our real estate laws since the 1967, before some of you in this very same body was born. So, you know, it's more than time for us to be able to address that particular issue, so we look forward to doing that. Bill number 35-0236, I want to commend the bill sponsor on this piece of legislation as we endeavor to create digital services in the government of the Virgin Islands, and really digital modernization of government and the whole. We have a work cut out for us as we endeavor to do that. I think it's very important for us to move towards that. I would love to see where not just that this information is available by digital, but we want to make sure that these forms are fillable online. We want to make sure that you're capable of submitting these forms back to the government of the Virgin Islands by your cell phone and your electronic means as well. You know, I see where, and I just spoke to the Public Service Commission just earlier, well, last week, when we had them before us, where in fact their forms are available online. However, you can't fill them out online, and you don't have no clear direction of how we're able to do that. We have to move towards digital modernization, and everyone today, from young to old, do have their cell phone, and you know, certainly they should be able to do business online. Here at the legislature, we're working feverishly as well to make sure that we're modernizing our own forms and access to information as well. In the governor's request in Bill number 35-0292 with the executive order, I too want to join in commending Mr. Kevin Williams, the Chief Policy Advisor for the governor, and the work that he did today in presentation of and stepping in as a co-chair of the Incident Command System. I think he did an excellent job in carrying out that task, and we certainly want to commend him for that. On the issue of the fish and fungi and the tart, I certainly I'm happy to see that we have finally addressed this particular issue and moved this measure forward, as it has sat back for quite some time now. And of course, the $3 million being made available to address our Medicaid situation is something that we have worked towards and prepared the necessary amendments to make sure that we get that money to the Department of Human Services to be able to provide their vendors as well as the providers in that. So in the essence of time, colleagues, those are the measures that are before us this evening. And at this time, I'll ask the Madam Clerk to please call up each of those measures for a vote at this time.
Bill number 35-0030, an act honoring and commending Vaughn Benjamin posthumously for his contributions to reggae music in the Virgin Islands and the global communities, appropriating $45,000 to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation for the design and construction of the Vaughn Benjamin Monument and naming the waterfront park west of the Marley homes the Vaughn Akebeka Memorial Park.
Roll call on bill number 35-0030.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr.? Senator Bocas Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens? Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, bill number 35-0030, an act honoring and commending Vaughn Benjamin posthumously for his contribution to reggae music in the Virgin Islands and the global communities, appropriating $45,000 to the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation for the design and construction of the Vaughn Benjamin Monument and naming the waterfront park west of the Marley homes the Vaughn Akebeka Memorial Park has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0117, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, Section 421A and 422, relating to the qualifications, term limits, and duties of the members of the Real Estate Commission.
Roll call on bill number 35-0117.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yay. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr.? Yay. Senator Bocas Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Yes. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion? Yes. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens? Yes. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Yes. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0117, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, Section 421A and 422, relating to the qualification, term limits, and duties